Vedic Anatomy, Chockalingam Pragasam, notionpress.com. Copyright Chockalingam Pragasam 2024. All rights reserved. This book has been published with all efforts taken to make the material error-free after the consent of the author. However, the author and the publisher do not assume and hereby disclaim any liability to any party for any loss, damage, or disruption caused by errors or omissions, whether such errors or omissions result from negligence, accident, or any other cause. While every effort has been made to avoid any mistake or omission, this publication is being sold on the condition and understanding that neither the author nor the publishers or printers would be liable in any manner to any person by reason of any mistake or omission in this publication, or for any action taken or omitted to be taken, or advice rendered or accepted on the basis of this work. Preface. The Vedic texts, traditionally thought to be the foundation of Hindu religion, Indian traditions, culture, and customs, faced a challenge in 1920 with the discovery of the advanced Indus Valley civilization. It is now believed that the Vedic texts predate the Indus Valley civilization timeline, and there is no evidence of gods, religion, or temples in the Indus Valley civilization, suggesting that these texts may not be linked to any specific religion, contrary to the notion of a distinct Vedic civilization. It is now understood as a continuation of the concealed Indus Valley civilization spread across the Indian subcontinent. The Indus Valley civilization's location extends beyond its initial discovery site, challenging previous assumptions. The process of religionization is thought to have commenced around the 9th century during the Chola dynasty. Artistic creations like the Nataraj statue and Bharatanatyam dance were associated with the Vedic texts, linking them to Hindu religion. Numerous temples were erected during this period. The Vedic texts, often criticized for references to the caste, Varna system, Sati system, and the suppression of women, have been interpreted as contributing to these societal practices. The Sati system, wherein widows were compelled or volunteered to self-immolate on their husband's funeral pyres, resulted in tragic consequences due to misinterpretations of Vedic texts. Widows faced restrictions such as being forbidden from adorning flowers in their hair and wearing the pottu or kumkum mark on their foreheads. Under the misconception of Vedic texts, in Tamil, this is expressed as கணவனை இழந்தவருக்கு பூவும் பொட்டும் எதற்கு? The Vedic gods are said to symbolize specific human organs, and their stories explain the functions of these organs. Medicinal plant references in the text are believed to be relevant to the locations and conditions mentioned in the stories. Interpreting Puranic stories as explanations of human organ functions aligns with compatibility, while considering them as societal tales results in inconsistencies. The Vedic texts conceptualize the human body as a microcosm of the universe, with its organs representing elements of the geographical expanse. This perspective forms the basis of Vedic anatomy, explored in both English and Tamil languages. In an earnest attempt, connections are made between human organs, deities, and organ functions within the realm of Vedic anatomy. Chockalingam Pragasam, author. Introduction. The Indus Valley civilization of India, which is more than 5,000 years old, came to light for the first time through excavations conducted in Harappa and Mohenjo-daro between 1861 and 1920. A full report on this was revealed only in 1999. It has taken more than 5,000 years for facts about this civilization to come out in the open. By then, many unbelievable developments had taken place in the world. Religion, races, and castes were created. These have been accepted and practiced by most of the people. This is a mistake born out of grave ignorance. It was only in 1819 that the caves of Ajanta and Ellora, believed to have been created in the 2nd century, were discovered by an English army officer and made known to the world. It takes hundreds or thousands of years for so many truths to come out into the world like this. This includes the Keeladi excavation, which is currently underway in Tamil Nadu. Today's Indians are descended from the ancient Indus Valley civilization of India. At that time, India was not as fragmented as it is today. India may have been ruled by many chieftains or divided into small kingdoms. However, it remained a unified Indian subcontinent. India, Nepal, Bhutan, Pakistan, and Bangladesh are integral parts of the Indus Valley civilization of India. The descendants of the Indus Valley civilization still live in many parts of the world today. They are all the same race, though they are differentiated by many religions. History says that the denizens of the Indus Valley civilization did not know what religions and castes were. There is no evidence of the existence of religion and caste at that time to date. It is a stark fact that religions and castes were created later. Not all Indians living in India today have descended from the Indus Valley civilization. Over the last 5,000 years, India has witnessed many invasions and occupations. Those who entered India at that time and those who took refuge here cannot be said to have descended from the Indus Valley civilization. Traditional Indians who migrated to other countries are also descendants of the Indus Valley civilization. Harappa and Mohenjo-daro are the monuments of the Indus Valley civilization and are the sources of culture for the entire Indian subcontinent. It has also been the gateway to trade with Westerners. Even today, footprints of this trading can be seen among the people of Gujarat and Rajasthan. The evidence of this culture has been buried in the soil and displaced by the earthquakes there. In many places on Indian soil, these traces are yet to be uncovered. It is during this culture that the 4 Vedas, particularly Rig, Yajur, Sama, and Atharva, must have been created. It is my firm opinion that these are not religious and caste texts. We need to know what the truths of the 4 Vedas are. Many Puranic stories have also been created based on the 4 Vedas. These stories will be known to most Indians. It is not possible to say with certainty that these 4 Vedas and Puranic stories were originally created in Sanskrit. The Sanskrit language is also considered to have descended from the Indo-European language that entered India from the northwest of the Indian subcontinent. It is also believed that Sanskrit was created by incorporating the color of Indian soil, including other languages of the Indian soil. I do not accept that the Vedas and Puranas were created in Sanskrit only. The reason is that Lord Muruga, who is known as the Tamil god, is not found in Sanskrit. Vedas and Puranas in the Vedic period. Vedic culture is believed to have existed between 1500 BC and 500 BC. The Vedas are believed to have composed over a period of 5,000 years, but it is now considered that these works could be from an older period. The Vedas and Puranas may have been transcribed from the oral to written form between 1500 BC and 500 BC, or may have been accepted in other languages and disseminated orally. This can also be called oral language and rumor. Vadanti or Vadanti in Sanskrit means told or call or said. The same word Vadanti in Tamil presently or predominantly means rumor or spreading of falsehood or information. The word Vadanti in Tamil can be split into 3 parts: Va, Ta, Ti. Va is vai, meaning mouth. Tan is Tanda, meaning give or given. And Ti or Ti, meaning fire in Tamil. Vadanti can be interpreted as vai Tandati. Fire will spread according to the flow of wind in different directions on the surface of land or earth. The human mouth cannot spread fire, but it can spread words of goodness or evil called rumors. These words can spread across the globe like wildfire. This is exactly what was meant and adopted by the ancient system called Guru Shishya Parampara, teacher student tradition, where the Guru recites and Shishyas repeat as recited by the Guru. This tradition was how knowledge was spread in those ancient days. Even now, it exists in some pockets. Thus, the Guru Shishya Parampara refers to the system of spreading knowledge through word of mouth within a group or across the surface of land. Rumors about the Vedas and Puranas must have spread like wildfire. Om. Lead me from falsehood to truth, from darkness to light, from death to immortality. Hinduism's, or more correctly, the Hindu culture's aspiration is best expressed in the above mantra or saying. Every person must try to understand and differentiate truth from falsehood and light from darkness. Is it practiced in this present world? If it is, then is it practiced today? Are we not supposed to find the truth? But what do? We allow or empower other people to find the truth on our behalf and tell us about it, which we accept unequivocally because we do not have time. This situation is being largely exploited and exposes us only to limited and manipulated knowledge. கற்றது கைமண்ணளவு, கல்லாதது உலகளவு. What we learn is just the tip of the iceberg. What is not learned is about the size of the globe. We also forget that learning as icebergs melt easily. The true meaning of the above mantra can be best understood in the later chapters of this book. The lyrics below come to my mind. மெய்யுடை ஒருவன் சொல்ல மாட்டாமையினால் பொய் போலுமே பொய் போலுமே. Because one who is real but is not able to say, it's like lying, it's like lying. It means that a person's truth might seem like lie because of his inability to express the truth as truth. பொய்யுடை ஒருவன் சொல்ல வன்மையினால் மெய் போலுமே மெய் போலுமே. Because one who is not real but capable with this power of lying to say it looks like it's true, it looks like it's true. It means that a deceitful person's lie might seem like truth because of his ability to express the lies as truth. Do we have to accept anything and everything at face value? Are we not entitled to accept something after a clear understanding of it? Have we ever analyzed our understanding of the 4 Vedas and the related Puranic stories? Are we blindly following ancient concepts that have been passed down to us by our forefathers? The Indus Valley civilization is an ancient civilization of the Indian subcontinent. It is supposed to be one among 4 ancient civilizations. Many call this Indian civilization Indian or Hindu culture and later changed it to Hinduism or Hindu religion. Culture is a broad term that covers many aspects and may refer to a society's way of life. Hinduism refers only to a particular religion or restricted concept that is narrow and does not represent a civilization or society. Hindu, said to be derived from Sindhu, is pronounced as Hindu, and both represent the geographical location of the Indus Valley civilization. Thus, Indus and Sindhu culture can be called Hindu culture. But Hindu culture does not mean Hinduism and the Hindu religion because of later's narrower application. To me, Hindu or Hindu culture referring to a way of life based on geographical location, and Hinduism, the religion, are 2 different paths. Many are unable to differentiate between the two. The Indian subcontinent initially consisted of many kingdoms, including Nepal and Bhutan. India has emerged as a democracy, uniting as many as 565 princely states. Later, Pakistan was created as a separate nation from India. Then again, Bangladesh separated from Pakistan. Within India, many states were created based on divisions of language and not on geographical location. Within the states, further divisions were made over the years. These are indications that we are moving further and further away from the reality of one. Human beings created religion for their own benefit, and each religion is further divided into many segments. But these religious segments, deviations or divisions, could not create humanness or oneness, as described in the Rig Veda. The Guru Shishya, teacher-student tradition of Indus or Hindu culture, was introduced to guide human beings to understand the truth about knowledge. Have the Gurus passed down the truth as it is and made us understand the truth? Have we, the students, understood this truth from them correctly, or are we just following them blindly? How many people who read the Vedas and Puranas today understood their meaning? How can those who read without understanding the meaning tell others what they have read? How will they explain them? All they know is that the Puranas and related works are religious texts. This is where the diversion begins. Here, I am reminded of the story, The Elephant and the Four Blind Men, taught in Indian schools to teach young students about the concept of perception. As the story goes, there were four blind men in a village, blind from birth. They did not know what an elephant looked like, but had heard about the animal from other people. One day, they heard that an elephant had come to a nearby temple where celebrations were going on. They decided to go and see the elephants themselves. Since they could not see with their eyes, they decided to touch and feel the elephant to see what it looked like. The first blind man, who was standing near its tail, touched the elephant's tail and announced that the elephant looked like a rope. The second man, who was standing near its stomach, felt its stomach and declared that the elephant looked like a big pot. The third person, who was standing near the elephant's leg, felt its leg and announced that the elephant looked like a pillar. The fourth person raised his hand, touched the elephant's ear, and claimed that the elephant looked like a mat. The moral of the story is that one perceives a particular thing from where one happens to be standing. The saddest part is that they do not probe or verify the whole, even though opportunities are given to them. This is exactly what has happened in the case of Vedic and related texts. Vedas are the foundation on which Hindu culture was created, but not Hinduism. Hinduism, the religion, came later and claims to be founded on the Vedas. Today, Hinduism has deviated far from Vedic and related texts due to its non-compatibility with certain references to the caste system and social issues. Vedic texts do not divide society according to the varnas of the caste system, whereas Hinduism has done that on the pretext that they exist in the Vedic texts. Vedic texts do not advocate sati in the society, whereas Hinduism advocated it on the pretext that it exists in Vedic texts. Sati means that when a husband dies, his wife will be placed on the pyre and burnt along with him. In Tamil, it is called Udankattai Yerudal. Vedic texts do not belittle women in society, whereas Hinduism does so. Vedic texts do refer to these matters, but not in the manner meant by Hinduism. Hinduism has looked into different angles and has given a different meaning to it. In what way? Later chapters will throw light on these interpretations or misinterpretations. Vedas contain innumerable truths and information which we have not identified or understood in the correct perspective. As the Vedas were passed down orally from generation to generation, their true color changed, and the current interpretation is far from the actual intention with which Vedas were created. Moreover, the present generation is reluctant to analyze the facts that have been received. We have lost opportunities to utilize information that has been painfully researched, gathered, and preserved by our forefathers to benefit us, the descendants. அகர முதல எழுத்தெல்லாம் ஆதி பகவன் முதற்றே உலகு. A is the first and the source of all letters. In the same way, God, கடவுள், or ஆண்டவன், is considered as the first and the source of the entire world. So says the couplet, written by the great Indian Tamil poet, Thiruvalluvar, who was believed to have lived in 300 BC in Tamil Nadu, India. There is always a dispute about the existence of God. Thiruvalluvar's use of the word Bhagavan can be interpreted in many ways. For some, it means God Almighty, one God for all humanity. For some, it means the God of their choice, Ishtadevada. For some, it means early father or cell, Anu or Manu, of the human race. And for some, it means the father of the poet, Thiruvalluvar. The poet is said to have lived about 2000 years ago when religion was not heard of. Religion and the temples came into existence only after the 9th century. Then, what was he referring to as God, Kadavul, Andavan, Bhagavan, etc. before the 9th century? What is the truth? Egam sat vipra bahutta vadanti. Truth is one, but sages call it by many names. Rig Veda. The Rig Veda has attempted to clear the confusion by declaring that there is one only. But which one is correct? Is it God Almighty, or father of the poet, or an early progenitor known as Anu or Manu of humans? Many Puranic stories have been created based on the 4 ancient Vedas, namely Rig, Yajur, Sama, and Atharva, and have been in existence for a long time. Among them, there are 18 Mahapuranas, which are more important than other sub-Puranas. The Vedas and Puranas have mentioned the existence of many gods, which is against the spirit of the above saying. We face now plural or multiple against one. What is true? This book does not intend to discuss the existence of God as we know it at present, but will focus its attention on the reasons for the creation of such gods. To understand the true color, teachings and truths of the Hindu culture and the Indus Valley culture, let us begin our journey through the mountains of the Himalayas and its rivers. We will also travel through the plains in which the river passed through and the other mountains of the Indian subcontinent. Himalayas. The Himalayas are a mountain range in South Asia, separating the Indian subcontinent from Tibetan Plateau. It is also the name of a massive mountain system that includes the proper Himalayas, Karakoram, Hindu Kush, and clusters of minor ranges. The meaning of Himalaya in Sanskrit is Tat Purusha, meaning the abode of snow, which is not correct. There exists a word Tat Putra, Tattu Putrin, in Tamil, which may mean adopted son. Accordingly, Tat Purusha may correctly mean adopted manhood or human being. In other words, the Himalayas, the plains of the Indian subcontinent, and the lands from Kashmir to Kanyakumari are equated to a human being with human anatomy and organs. Himalaya alone specifically refers to the head of a human body. Himalaya is associated with Shiva, regarded as his residence and sometimes equated to Shiva's head. This interpretation will be well understood when the reader goes through the later chapters. For an ordinary layman, the Himalayan mountains are just the northern part of India. Yes, that was technically also correct for ancient undivided India. But today, the Himalayas stretch across 5 nations: Bhutan, China, India, Nepal, and Pakistan. Ancient Vedic texts have imagined the Indian subcontinent as a human being with the Himalayas as the head of the body. Thus, there were no separate nations like today. The Himalayan range encompasses a very large number of glaciers. The higher regions of the Himalayas are snowbound throughout the year despite their proximity to the tropics, and they form the sources for several large perennial rivers, most of which combine into three large river systems: Vis Indus River, Ganga Brahmaputra River, and the Yangtze River. These rivers flow into the plains and convert them into fertile and rich lands. How did the Himalayas come into existence? Archaeologists say about 90 million years ago, the Indian plate split from Madagascar off the east coast of Africa, and between 50 and 55 million years ago began colliding with Asia. The collision with the Eurasian plate along the boundary between India and Nepal Bhutan formed and created the Tibetan Plateau and the Himalayan mountains. This emergence is called Swayambhu, meaning self-emerged. Swayambhu Manu is a very commonly used word in the Vedas. Swayambhu Manu is medically known as a zygote in a developing human body. A zygote is a fertilized egg or ovum, created through a collision or union between the sperm cell and an egg cell. The zygote begins its life or progression as a single cell. The Indian plate is a major tectonic plate that is currently moving towards the northeast. This movement is causing the Eurasian plate to deform and the Indian plate to compress. The Indian plate is also currently sliding under the Burma plate, a minor plate in the eastern Indian Ocean. Burma is presently called Myanmar. The movement of the Indian plate into the Asian plate is making this region seismically active, leading to earthquakes from time to time. The Indian plate's northeasterly movement ultimately results in its moving away from the Eurasian plate on the western side of India. The Kashmir earthquake on October 8, 2005, killing nearly 75,000 people, confirms this. How is this relevant to the Vedas of Indus culture? This tectonic movement or activity has a close and inseparable relationship with the Indus Valley civilization. Its displacement and or its disappearance, this and the emergence of the Thar Desert and other water-related natural catastrophes contributed to the Indus Valley civilization's disappearance. The Himalayan region is also dotted with hundreds of lakes. Lake Mansarovar lies at the base of Mount Kailash on the Tibetan Plateau. It is said to be the source of the rivers Brahmaputra, Indus, Ganges, and other smaller rivers. Mansarovar is the highest freshwater lake in the world. The lake is considered holy for present-day Hindus, and many embark on a pilgrimage every year to visit this lake. Do we know why it is considered holy? According to Hindu mythology, Mansarovar is said to have been created by Brahma and is also supposed to be the summer abode of swans, which are considered wise and sacred birds. A swan is said to be capable of separating milk and water in it. Is it true? We can discuss this in the later chapters designated to Brahma and Saraswati. As mentioned earlier, the Himalayas are equated or depicted as the head of Lord Shiva in Hindu mythology. Ganga emerges from a nest created from the matted hair of Shiva, and so does Lake Mansarovar in the Himalayas. Thus, the real meaning of Tat Purusha is adopted man. The word Purusha means man or human. It may not be correct in Sanskrit to say that Tat Purusha means the abode of snow. The point here is that anything and everything, be it geographical or other information on ancient India, was attributed to the Vedas and instantly adopted into Hinduism or Hindu mythology. Since the Vedic texts depict Himalaya as the head of a person, Lake Mansarovar becomes the cerebral fluid and the swan becomes the brain floating on it. Thus, the swan, in other words, the brain, becomes a wise bird that can identify good and bad, separating milk and water. This quality of separation is known as Nira Kshira Viveka. Shira, lactus, means milk or doodh or dugdha, which contains all elements necessary for the growth and nutrition of bones, nerves, muscles, and other tissues of the human body. These nourishing qualities can be found in the cerebral fluid, which supports the brain. Just as the rivers originating in the Himalayas nourish and control the plains of India wherever they flow, the brain at the head, known as Himalaya, controls the human body. The thalamus and hypothalamus are very important locations in the brain that organize, control, and regulate the human body. Mount Kailash, the mythological residence of Shiva and Parvati, is the medical equivalent of thalamus and hypothalamus. The pituitary gland releases hormones that affect growth. The hypothalamus links the nervous system and endocrine system through the pituitary gland. The hormones are released into the bloodstream, which circulates throughout the human body like the Himalayan rivers that flow into the plains of India. The teachings of the sacred bird swan, called brain, identifying good and bad, true or false, have been left high and dry by the present day Vedic followers, who have taken the bird alone, minus its qualities, to the plains. Let us leave the bird called the brain on the mountains and walk through the plains, meaning the other parts of the human body, with their teachings. Yes, we are stepping down from the head, Shiva's head, to other parts of the human body to learn more about them in accordance with the narration in Vedic texts and related Puranas. Indus Valley Civilization. The year 1920 was an epic year for archaeologists, historians, and scholars because the Indus Valley Civilization was unearthed at Mohenjo-daro and Harappa, present-day Pakistan, which was in existence about 5,000 or more years ago. Archaeologists' version of the Indus Valley Civilization. Archaeologists and historians were eager to know the origin of the just found civilization, and it took them back to the Neolithic era, which was in existence around 9000 to 6000 BC. It started out as a farming culture in South Asia, in the hills of Baluchistan, west of the Indus Valley. Baluchistan is a route between West Asia and South Asia. The earliest evidence of civilization in South Asia was discovered at Mehergarh, on the foothills of Brahui Hills, dating back to 7000 BC. These early farmers were considered semi-nomadic, growing wheat and rearing domesticated animals, including cattle. It has been surmised that the inhabitants of Mehergarh migrated to the fertile Indus River Valley, which is east of Mehergarh because of its richness and fertility. The Indus Valley civilization grew from this base, expanding into northern parts of modern Pakistan and India. By 4000 BC, the communities further spread into East Pakistan and western parts of India. These farming communities developed into urban communities and accelerated the urban culture in the Indus Valley region. Meanwhile, it was found that the Saraswati River was in existence in between the migration route from Mehergarh to the Indus River Valley. The Indus Valley civilization is said to have extended from Balochistan to Gujarat. Coastal settlements extended from the Iranian border to Lothal, an ancient port city in Gujarat. It is presumed that the culture that germinated in Mehergarh moved to the Indus Valley over 4000 years ago and blossomed into an advanced urban culture. The script of the Indus Valley dates to somewhere in 2800 BC and places the origin of writing in South Asia to coincide with that of ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia. Archaeologists agree that a highly sophisticated and technologically advanced urban culture was evident at Indus Valley civilization. They saw quality urban planning, efficient local authorities, and high priority given to personal cleanliness and hygiene. The streets were laid out in perfect grid patterns. The ancient Indus Valley sewage and drainage systems were considered far more efficient superior, and advanced than any contemporary urban system. Archaeologists feel that the agriculture of the Indus Valley must have been highly productive, using an indigenous South Asian method and capable of supporting the urban population who were not engaged in agriculture. Their advanced architecture is demonstrated in their impressive dockyards, granaries, warehouses, brick platforms, and protective walls. Their engineering skills were remarkable. For instance, building docks after a careful study of tides, waves, and water currents. In sharp contrast to this civilization's contemporaries, Mesopotamia and ancient Egypt, no large, monumental structures were built in the Indus Valley region. Unlike other ancient civilizations, the archaeological record of the Indus civilization provides practically no evidence of palaces or temples, or of armies, kings, slaves, or forced labor, social conflict, prisons, and other negative attributes that are traditionally associated with early civilizations. It is believed that the people of the Indus Valley civilization were the first to develop a system of uniform weights and measures, achieving great accuracy in measurement. It is also said that Indian mathematics, which has made outstanding contributions to the global development of mathematics, spans from the Indus Valley civilization. It is said that the weights and measures of Kautilya's Arthashastra are the same as those used in Lothal, an ancient port city of Gujarat. They also developed techniques in metallurgy and produced copper, bronze, lead, and tin. Various sculptures, seals, pottery, jewelry, and anatomically detailed figures in terracotta and bronze have been found. It is believed that these items were mass-produced using molds. A network of trade links was developed to far-off places. Mesopotamia, the region which falls under modern Iraq, some parts of Syria and Turkey, is known as the cradle of civilization. The first literate societies developed here. Evidence, both literary and archaeological, exists for trade between Mesopotamia and Indus Valley civilization. Through Dilmun or Telmun, sites on Bahrain Island in the Persian Gulf, one of the greatest ports of trade in the ancient world. Indus Valley civilization also seems to have used sea routes to Mesopotamia, ancient Egypt, and other destinations. Archaeologists have discovered a massive dredged canal and docking facility at the coastal city of Lothal, Gujarat. The people of Indus Valley civilization had knowledge of medicine and dentistry and practiced yoga. Yoga is an ancient method of physical exercise and a part of the overall health and hygiene protocol advocated by the culture. Musical instruments have also been found. This shows Indus Valley civilization's mastery of arts and crafts. An image in a yogic pose was presumed to be Pasupati, the earliest depiction of God found. Though there is no evidence of temples or places of worship, most scholars believe that the Indus Valley was the home of a civilized and literate population. Most city dwellers appear to have been traders or artisans, and it gives the impression of a vast, cultured middle-class society. Experts believe that the Indus Valley civilization either gradually declined or suddenly disappeared. A major tectonic event may have diverted the river system towards the Ganges plain, since the region is known to be seismically active. This could be one of the reasons for the Indus people to migrate towards other regions such as the Ganga-Brahmaputra plains. Some experts believe that geological disturbances and climate change leading to gradual deforestation may have ultimately contributed to the civilization's downfall. Many believe that since elements of the Indus Valley civilization were found in later cultures, Indus Valley civilization did not suddenly disappear, but gradually decline from its glory days. The author's theory. Existing theories assume that the movement of people was from west to east. Most scholars and archaeologists believe that the other way, for example, migration from east to west, was not possible. First, they expostulated that the Indus Valley civilization suddenly disappeared. Then they changed their opinion and claimed that it gradually declined, as they later found traces of Indus Valley civilization culture among the later cultures, which meant a continuation of the civilization. The discoveries of these traces led them to conclude that Indus Valley civilization's denizens migrated into the interior Ganga Brahmaputra plains when their habitat was disturbed. There are abundant reasons to believe that the Indus Valley civilization was not confined only to the Indus River area, as generally believed, but spread over the length and breadth of ancient India. Archaeologists, historians, and scholars have totally neglected the rest of ancient India when they talk about Indus Valley civilization and subscribe to the one-sided opinion that human migration was only from west to east. On this basis, they believe that the Indus Valley civilization settlers moved towards the Ganges plains after being struck by natural disaster. This migration was further confirmed with findings of cultural traces at a later stage. In fact, Indus Valley civilization settlers would have retreated into the mainland when they were struck by natural calamities. Settlers of Indus Valley civilization were fed, maintained, and supported by the rest of ancient India to stay there at the Indus Valley civilization site, to continue their meaningful business and intellectual relationships with the rest of the world, such as Mesopotamia, ancient Egypt, Greeks, Romans, etc. Thus, the Indus Valley region was supposed to be a gateway to the West, especially Mesopotamia and ancient Egypt, for the rest of ancient India. The existence of Indus Valley civilization was discovered only in 1920, but by then, the Hindu culture had already been created and underwent myriad changes due to continuous invasions by foreigners into ancient Indian territories. The first group of persons that comes to my mind when we utter the terms business and trade is Gujaratis. Because of their high business acumen, they originate from or live in the northwestern part of the Indian subcontinent, near the place considered as the gateway of the Indus Valley civilization to the outside world. It is said that business is in their genes, which could be because of their proximity to trade and trade-related activities at the Indus Valley civilization gateway. Many believe that they have a significant relationship with the West Eurasian groups, also because of their proximity to the Indus Valley civilization gateway. Many scholars and historians believe that the pushing inside was so heavy that Indus Valley civilization culture moved inside beyond the Vindhya Satpura hills to present-day Tamil Nadu and Kerala in South India. This theory also does not hold. The settlers just retreated to their original location when they had to abandon Indus Valley civilization. What were the reasons for the frequent foreign invasions? It was purely for wealth and material gain. How did they come to know of this ancient Indian wealth? Vadanti, words of mouth, rumors, stemming from the Guru Shishya Parampara to spread Vedic texts and Puranic stories were the main culprits for such invasions. Vedic texts and Puranas mentioned abundant and innumerable wealth, gold, and gemstones available in the region, which prompted invasion. Invaders came from the west to east during this period of invasion. They came into India only to loot, and some came in to spread their philosophy. They never came to India to enrich it. It was not possible or difficult for Indus Valley civilization settlers to reach out to all corners of ancient India when they were in a better position to trade with and travel to far-off places like Mesopotamia, which is 4,000 to 5,000 kilometers away from the Indus region, whereas the southern tip or eastern tip of ancient India is only about 1,500 kilometers away from the Indus region. The southern tip is easily connected through the sea route through the Arabian Sea, whereas the eastern side is accessible via the land route, even though it is a little rough. India's east coast also can be easily reached via sea routes going around India. Most of the goods traded with Mesopotamia, Egypt, etc. were either made or produced in the hinterlands of ancient India. Hence, the Indus area was only a gateway to the ancient Indian subcontinent. We must consider the fact that the entire site of the Indus Valley civilization falls where the Eurasian plate and the Indian plate meet, which is seismically active. Seismic activity may have triggered a flood that submerged Mohenjo-daro, the city of Dwaraka, said to be the capital city of Krishna, was submerged in 1500 BC by tsunami, like the tsunami of Indonesia on December 26, 2004. It is said that the ocean rose and submerged the whole of Dwaraka. Recent archaeological findings have shown that there existed a city resembling the city described in Mahabharata. Presently, most places in the Indian subcontinent have adopted names that were mentioned in the Vedas, Puranas, Ramayana, and Mahabharata. For centuries, the passes in the Hindu Kush have been the route used for invasions or migration, and subsequently, India has seen many invasions and migration into its territory through these passes. Frequent invasions have changed the history of India and the passage and preservation of the wisdom of ancient Indians. The cultural richness has been buried and their knowledge has taken a different shape. Coastal areas of Iran, southern Pakistan, and western India up to Mumbai are danger zones prone to sea flooding. Winds from Africa blowing across the Arabian Sea directly invade these coastal areas in a northeastern direction, pushing seawater onto the land. The emergence of the Thar Desert may have also contributed to Indus Valley civilization settlers abandoning their habitat. Much is talked about the disappearance and diversion of the Saraswati River in this area due to tectonic movement. This and saltwater intrusion into this region would have been causes for the emergence of the Thar Desert. Till 1920, no one was aware of the existence of the Indus Valley civilization and its collapse. Meanwhile, many people believed in the Vedic culture without the knowledge of Indus Valley civilization. Certainly, the Vedas and Puranas are not creations of Indus Valley civilization settlers or foreign invaders. Many believe that the Aryan invasion brought Vedic culture into India. This is wrong, and there was no such Aryan invasion. In fact, it was the reverse, meaning knowledge flowed out of India and reached other civilizations. Vedic civilization, another name for the Indus Valley civilization. Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Samaveda, Atharva Veda, Ayurveda, Mahabharata, Ramayana, and Puranas are among the many texts and scriptures revered by Hindus, Indus, or Indians. Stories from the Puranas are based on the Rig, Yajur, Sama, and Atharva Vedas. Ayurveda is said to be mainly based on the Atharva Veda. Mahabharata and Ramayana have references to Puranic stories and they are interrelated as well as interconnected. It is generally believed that all these texts were created around 1500 to 500 BC. This period was called the Vedic civilization and there was no dispute till the year 1920. However, the discovery of a new civilization in 1920 at Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, called the Indus Valley civilization, questioned the origin of Vedic civilization. The Vedas and other texts were passed down generation after generation through an oral tradition known as Vadanti. This system of transfer, widely called as Guru Shishya tradition, teacher-student tradition, was in existence between 1500 to 500 BC. The discovery of the Indus Valley civilization threw light on many things and generated discussions on the period. The period of the Indus Valley civilization was fixed at 3300 to 1700 BC. This confirms that the Vedas were created during 1500 to 500 BC, which is considered a separate civilization, different from Indus Valley civilization. The theory concludes that a civilization germinated and grew and blossomed during this period of approximately 1000 years. Thus, it ignores the period before 1500 BC. Scrutiny of Vedic texts led some scholars to date their origin as early as 7000 BC. From the Mehrgar settlement, a Neolithic era in South Asia, even though the Vedas were originally believed to have been the origin of Vedic civilization, 1500 to 500 BC. Texts refer to the Indus River, which is part of the Indus Valley civilization, 3300 to 1700 BC. Further examination by scholars took them back to the Saraswati River, mentioned in certain parts of the text. The Saraswati River is alleged to have dried up before the Indus River and could have been the cause for settlers to move to the Indus Valley. Thus, the origin of Vedic civilization goes back even before the dates of the Indus Valley civilization. And thus, the Vedas must have predated Vedic civilization. Some scholars also feel that the Rig Veda retains many common Indo-Iranian elements, both in language and in content. Soma Mandala, part of Rig Veda, is said to be even more ancient, containing many elements inherited from pre-Vedic common Indo-Iranian society. Rig Vedic society was characterized by a nomadic lifestyle with some agriculture. Finally, all this dates the Vedic text to the Mehrgar culture, 7000 to 3300 BC, in the Neolithic era, proving that the Vedas were not created during 1500 to 500 BC. If we assume that the Vedic texts were created between 1500 and 500 BC, it means that the concept of God came into existence during this period only. Religion and gods were created during or after the 9th century only. As per texts, gods come into the world to set right prevailing anarchic situations by creating order and justice. This presumes that people living before 1500 BC were not righteous and were barbaric. These presumptions are not correct. On the contrary, the Indus Valley civilization, which was in existence before this period, was an intelligent and sophisticated society. It is also believed that the Vedas were not created all at once, but evolved over a period and were passed on to the next generation orally. As they transferred the knowledge, they made alterations and additions. And what we see today is the consistent efforts of many generations over a long period. Thus, it is correct to say that the hard work of the people living between 7000 BC and 1000 BC converted a body of knowledge into meaningful texts during 1500 to 500 BC. A knowledge or educational revolution must have taken place during the period of the Vedic civilization to consolidate or understand the knowledge of their predecessors. Susceptibility to natural disasters may be one of the reasons for them to activate the above evolution, which came to be known as separate civilization. It cannot be called a civilization, but rather a Vedic period. Since during this time, the earlier body of work was consolidated, sorted, divided, and arranged meaningfully in the 5 Vedic texts as we know them today. The Mahabharata and Ramayana were included among them. Takshashila, alias Taxila, is said to be an important learning center of ancient India dating around 600 BC, which is presently in Pakistan. These areas were ruled by Indo-Greek kings around 500 BC. Sanskrit was widely used, and Greek was used as a second language in the region. Greek influences were in existence until 90 BC. Kautilya, alias Chanakya, the advisor of Chandragupta Maurya, was said to be a teacher at Takshashila around 300 BC. Arthashastra was written by Kautilya in Takshashila. Charaka, the Ayurvedic healer, was also said to have studied at Takshashila. Nalanda University was in existence around 500 BC. All this points to a summit of knowledge taking place during the period which probably triggered the compilation of Vedas. Charaka may not be the name of the Ayurvedic healer. Char means four, and Charaka may refer to the four Vedic texts out of which Ayurveda could have been compiled, rather than the general belief that Ayurveda is from the Atharva Veda only. Thus, elements in the four Vedic texts related to ancient medicine. Takshashila, Taxila, must have come out of Takshak, which means carpenter, who was an architect or artisan making articles out of wood. Takshashila, Taxila must have been adopted to mean literary architecture. Sanskrit is considered a base or mother language from which other Indian languages were born. How did the Sanskrit language come into existence? Sanskrit must have been created to record Vedic texts during the Vedic period. It must be a combination of existing languages of the time, namely Tamil, Greek, Latin, Egyptian, Roman, Chinese, and other Indo-European or Indo-Iranian languages. Alphabets of the Sanskrit script also carry the influence of these existing language scripts. Later, new languages and scripts were born out of Sanskrit. Circumstances led me to strongly believe that the Vedic scripts were written in the Sanskrit language from the literary work originally in the Tamil language. Tamil literary works should be researched thoroughly to confirm this. Vedic stories would have also been translated or written in Greek, Latin, Egyptian, Roman, Chinese, and other existing languages of that time. It explains the similarities of mythical stories in most of those languages. The displacement of Indus Valley civilization settlers due to natural calamity would have greatly affected the exchange of knowledge and research, and the development in various fields of medicine, mathematics, geography, astronomy, architecture, metallurgy, etc. A temporary gap may have been created in the research cycle along the Indus Valley civilization period into the Vedic period. Attempts would have been made to fill these gaps during the Vedic period. Efforts would have been made to revive the knowledge gained over the past millennia by all the interested groups of Indus Valley civilization people. The results would have led to the establishment of learning centers like Takshashila and Nalanda. History tells us that students and teachers from many countries came to these centers to quench their thirst for knowledge. These institutions must have been in existence for a long time, to be well known by scholars from various countries. When people of diverse cultures and languages interact and live together with the aim of learning and exchanging knowledge, the results are phenomenal. It creates new kinds of culture, language, and society. This is called evolution. The language used at that time was Sanskrit, which belongs to the Indo-European family. It was used by the educated elite. Tamil, the oldest Dravidian language, was also in existence around 500 BC. Tulkapiam, Tamil grammar, is said to have been composed around the same period. Interaction between these two languages cannot be ruled out since there are instances where both languages have borrowed features from each other. Tamil and Sanskrit linguists thought it an anomaly and tried to weed out the mixture. Both languages would have worked together for a common benefit. Attempts would have been made to put the knowledge passed down orally over centuries into written form. The Puranic stories based on Vedic texts borrow words from Tamil, Greek, Latin, etc. Even though it is written in Sanskrit, there seems to be no quarrel in the usage of other language words except the spirit of conveying the message. Ancient Egyptian and Mesopotamian civilizations were contemporaries of the Indus Valley civilization. Egypt is said to have 5,000 years of written history. They knew how to use papyrus, grown abundantly in the region, for writing. Indus Valley civilization is said to have trade links with both Egypt and Mesopotamia. So, it is surprising that Indus Valley civilization, even at its peak, was not aware of writing. There seems to be a lot of nexuses between these three civilizations. Yet, there exist large gaps regarding the writing material. Were there any written materials equaling Egypt in the Indus Valley civilization? Or were they destroyed during the natural calamity which extinguished the civilization? There was no mention of the papyrus being used by the Indus Valley civilization. But Vedic texts were written on palm leaves. Did Indus Valley civilization also use the palm leaf as writing material? Papyrus is said to be stable in dry climatic conditions as prevailing in Egypt, but would have been decomposed in the humid conditions of tropical India. As this problem of preservation obviated the practice of passing down Vedas orally, another contemporary, the Chinese civilization, had written history for around 5,000 years. There is also a strong nexus between the gods of the Indus Valley civilization, Vedic period, Egyptian civilization, and the Greek period. Which of the gods was created first, or were all created at the same time? Vedic anatomy. The Vedas are believed to be the founding stones of the Hindu religion. But Hinduism, as a religion, was not in existence when the Vedas were created. However, they are the founding stones of Hindu, Indus, or Sindhu culture, which predates Hinduism. The Hindu religion claims the Vedas as its scripture, whereas the original owners were the ancient people of Hindu, Indus culture, and their descendants. Vedas are classified into the Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Samaveda, and Atharva Veda. Ayurveda was sidelined due to prevailing religious beliefs and is considered non-religious even though it stems mainly from the Atharva Veda. Rig Veda contains mantras to invoke the devas for fire sacrifices. Yajur Veda contains prose commentaries on various rituals. Samaveda contains chants for fire sacrifices. Atharva Veda contains descriptions of various semi-magical spells against enemies and warns against mistakes made during yagnas. The Vedas are said to contain two portions, mantra or samhita, with 3 layers of commentaries incorporated within them called Brahmanas, Aranyakas, and Upanishads. Brahmanas contain mystical explanations of mantras. Aranyakas contain instructions for yagnas and fire sacrifices. Upanishads contain highly philosophical and metaphysical writings about the nature of and the relationship between the soul, Atman, and the divine, Brahma. Early Hinduism was mostly reliant on the 4 Vedas. Classical Hinduism covers everything from yoga and Vedanta to Tantra and Bhakti streams, centered upon the Upanishads. The word Vedanta can be split into Veda plus Anta, where Anta in Tamil means end or closure or separation. Thus, Hinduism has severed its relationship with Vedas based on certain incompatibilities such as the caste system and ritual sati. The concept of God has also changed over time. In other words, God has been changed from time to time, according to the whims and fancies of contemporary religious leaders. Basically, religious belief has deviated from the Vedas and deserted them over time. Today, mantras are only chanted but not followed or practiced. The Vedas are said to be full of mysticism and allegory. The very sound of Vedic mantras is considered as purifying by many Hindus. Hence, the rigor in learning the right pronunciation. Questions arise on what the correct pronunciation is and who is correctly pronouncing it. The rigorous oral tradition of transmitting the Vedas has helped in its preservation, even though the rituals and practices in it have changed or been abandoned. During the Vedic period or later period, The great epics Mahabharata and Ramayana were said to have been created by Veda Vyasa. Bhagavad Gita is a part of Mahabharata. Some believe that it was added on during a later period. It is said that sage Veda Vyasa also created 18 Mahapuranas, which are divided into three major divisions, and each division contains 6 Puranas under them. The three major divisions are Brahma Puranas, Vishnu Puranas, and Shiva Puranas. These texts are estimated to be created around 500 BC to 400 BC. Even though they contain references to the Neolithic era, which was in existence between 9000 to 7000 BC, the Puranas were purely based on the Vedic texts Rig, Yajur, Sama, Atharva, and Ayurveda. The Brahma Puranas consist of Brahma Purana, Brahmanda Purana, Brahma Vaivarta Purana, Markandeya Purana, Bhavishya Purana, and Vamana Purana. Brahma Purana may be about human cells. Brahmanda Purana may be about germ cells and genes. Brahma Vairavarta Purana should be read as Brahma Vaivarta Purana, tells how a cell is made or molded. Markandeya Purana relates to genes since Markandeya means ever youthful. Bhavishya Purana must be about worldly knowledge through human eyes and the eyes of the spermheads. Vamana Purana refers to germ cells. The Vishnu Puranas consist of Vishnu Purana, Bhagavata Purana, Narayana Purana, Garuda Purana, Bhatma Purana, and Varaha Purana. Vishnu is the ladies' man, and accordingly, the Vishnu Purana is devoted to female constituents and its function. Bhagavata Purana, the division or movement of organs and their development. Narayana Purana relates to neurons and messenger cells. Garuda Purana is about hormones, etc. This Purana is mostly recited in a house when somebody dies, as if there is no use for this Purana. Padma Purana about female genitals and their functions. Varaha Purana, enlargement of organs, especially female organs. The Shiva Puranas consist of Vayu Purana, Linga Purana, Skanda Purana, Agni Purana, Matsya Purana, and Kurma Purana. Vayu Purana concerns muscle movements, etc. Linga Purana, the surging of blood in and around sexually sensitive areas. Skanda Purana, about male sperm, etc. Agni Purana, female organs and their development and functions. Matsya Purana, about male spermhead, tail formation, and its function. Kurma Purana, sexual stimulation and the male and female union. The texts of all these 18 Puranas are interconnected and have connections to the Ramayana and Mahabharata. The Puranas are not a compilation or random collection of ancient stories. It is a highly crafted or interwoven presentation of a particular knowledge or view. What is that knowledge or view? Can we call it a vision of sages? Hinduism considers that the Vedas are about God and spiritual teachings, even though Hindus deviate from its writings. Contrary to their belief, the Indus Valley civilization did not have any temples or monuments. There was no religion in existence, only the Hindu culture. They were a highly sophisticated and cultured society. Ancient Indians were good in science and technology like mathematics, medicines, astronomy, physics, agriculture, trade, and manufacturing. Knowledgeable in metallurgy, architecture, and engineering, and shipbuilding, and were more interested in socio-civic culture than mysticism. How could a cultured society create and pass on something that was neither believed in nor practiced by them? The refinements of the Indus Valley civilization would have taken many years to achieve, and I wondered why they would bequeath something of an unscientific nature when they were a highly sophisticated and cultured society. The Indus culture was concerned with human health, physical health, mental health, family health, healthy relationships in society, and with the country at large. It did not exist to talk about spirituality and mysticism alone, but Hinduism talks of spiritualism alone after bundling all scientific knowledge into a corner. To me, the Vedas look like a medical or general encyclopedia that is encrypted or camouflaged either to save it from unwanted elements or to facilitate easy remembrance generation after generation. It is an undisputed fact that Ayurveda was accepted as an authentic medical treatise, which was, in fact, created during the same period that the other four Vedas were created. Ayurveda is also based on one of the four Vedas, Atharva Veda. Whatever has been said to be found by modern medicine was already there in the Vedic and Puranic texts. 18 Mahapuranas were believed to be written by sage Vedavyasa Krishnadvaipayana. The term Vedavyasa is said to be a title for a person who has compiled sacred texts. But it is not even a title. Veda means knowledge or text, and Vyasa means compiler or arranger. Thus, Vedavyasa means the division or arrangement in a format of knowledge. The Puranas explain the Veda Vyasa's name was Krishna, since he was dark in complexion and since he was born on an island, Dvaipayana. This can also be interpreted in another way. Krishna means dark, Dvipa means island, Payana means travel. Thus, Krishna Dvaipayana means travel among the dark or unknown islands of the human body. What are these dark islands? Each organ of the human body that is covered by the skin is known as dark or unknown island. Thus, each Puranic text is dedicated to explaining each part or organ of the human body, which is understood differently by later generations. In the Tamil language, God is called Kadavul. Kadavul is made of two words, Kadavu, Ul, where Kadavu means hole or gap and Ul means inside. Thus, Kadavul means inside the hole. What is inside the hole? Let us make or find a hole in human body and look laparoscopic view through it. There are 9 passages in the human body. What do we see there? Precisely, we can see all organs inside the human body. Another Tamil word for Kadavul is Andavan, which is made up of Anda or Anda plus Vana, where Anda or Anda refers to ovum, female egg, and the Vana refers to ovary, means forest, where ovum is grown or developed. Tamil and Sanskrit languages have played a major role in developing ancient medical knowledge. East has been traveling towards the west, meaning the rest of India was moving towards the Indus Valley settlement, as against the long-standing belief of the west moving towards the east. History says that Tolkapiyam, a Tamil grammar book, was written by Tolkapiyar. This cannot be true. Tul means ancient and comes from Tonmai. Kapiyam means compendium of work. It should have been composed by somebody, and that somebody has been named imaginarily as Tolkapiyar. Tirukural the book was written by Tiruvalvar. This follows the same pattern as above. The author's name must be imaginary. To date, we believe that these authors exist by these names since we have been told so many times. But it is not true. We do not know whether these books were written by a male or female, whether by a single person or a group of compilers. Stories have been written and propagated, and we follow suit blindly. These are stories by unknown ancient writers, and for easy identification, we have named them accordingly. The 4 Vedas and related Puranic stories talk about human anatomy, the functions of each organ, the relationship between organs, the curing of their malfunctions, and more. This health information is clearly spelled out but seems to be encrypted to make it look like an ordinary story, which is propagated as a story of gods by religious believers.
This encryption is called anthropomorphism.
Which was widely prevalent during 500 BC to 400 BC, the periods when the Vedic texts were created or compiled. Vedic texts seem to be treatises on anatomy, histology, physiology, and so on. I try my level best to explain this in the following chapters and may need more research to clearly understand the entire teachings of the Vedas. The interpretations of Vedic texts by religious believers are far from reality. Each of the Puranic stories names trees, plants, flowers, seeds, animals, etc., which are related to specific organs of the human body. These are medicinal plants that nourish or cure specific parts of the body. Some of the plants are identified by modern scientists and many are not understood. I make a simple attempt to bring out the nexus between the plants and the human body so that Ayurvedic researchers may explore their potential. The fire sacrifices mentioned in Vedic texts are nothing but metabolic activities in the human body. And there are different kinds of fire sacrifice activities for different kinds of outputs, such as cell growth, tissue growth, organ growth, sexual stimulation, sexual intercourse, fetus development, and so on. The list is a never-ending one. The entire human body is considered as universe, space one of 5 basic elements, by Vedic texts, and has been divided into 3 major divisions. These 3 major Puranic divisions can be compared to the 3 basic germ layer divisions of modern medicine, which happen at the time of human fertilization and the subsequent growth of the human body out of those 3 divisions. The germ layer divisions are known as ectoderm, endoderm, and mesoderm. Ectoderm broadly relates to cells, the brain, and the nervous system. Endoderm broadly relates to the digestive system,
Endocrine system, etc.
Mesoderm broadly relates to procreative organs, reproductive systems, and their functions. There exists a certain overlapping of these layers in the development of some organs, which is natural. Attempts have been made to explain these 3 major bodily divisions through 18 Mahapuranic stories, which are also divided into 3 major divisions, namely Brahma Puranas, Vishnu Puranas, and Shiva Puranas. Each of these major Puranic divisions consists of 6 Puranas. Brahma Puranas, along with the 6 Puranic texts, attempt to explain the first germ layer division, namely ectoderm, cell, brain, nervous system, etc., of the body or universe. Vishnu Puranas, with its 6 Puranic texts, attempt to explain the second germ layer division,
namely endoderm,
digestive, endocrine systems, etc., of the body or universe. Shiva Puranas and its 6 Puranic texts attempt to explain the third germ layer division, namely the mesoderm, procreative system, etc., of the body or universe. Puranic texts have utilized all possible materials, plants, animals, and planets that are available on the earth and universe to explain the ancient knowledge of medicine
through anthropomorphic stories.
By doing this, they have not only explained ancient medical concepts, but have brought in other scientific and geographical information about ancient India. Puranic stories start from a forest known as Naimisharanya, where a yagna was arranged by sages and went on for 12 years. Naimisharanya, Aranya means forest, refers to ovaries where the ovum, female egg, is produced. 12 years is the average age of a female to attain puberty. Puranas refers to the ovum as a golden egg, and Brahma was born inside that egg. Puranas considered Brahman and Brahma 2 separate entities, where Brahman refers to germ cell and Brahma refers to body cells. Brahma remained inside the egg for 1 whole year, splitting the egg into 2, creating heaven, germ cell or gametes, and earth, body or somatic cells from two parts of the egg. This is called fertilization. During fertilization, the female egg or ovum undergoes lots of changes, producing a cluster of cells called cell cycles or cell division. One such change is called gastrulation. During gastrulation, cells migrate and form into two, diploblastic or three, triploblastic germ layers. In the human body, the formation is three, triploblastic germ layers. Ectoderm, endoderm, and mesoderm are those three germ layers. Each of these germ layers develops, becomes, and forms three major body divisions as discussed in the previous paragraphs. Vedic texts and Puranic stories consider these happenings as Trinity in their own way. A separate god has been allocated to each of these major portions, medically recognized as germ layers. Thus, the Trinity gods are Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, who are otherwise equivalent to these three germ layers. Vedic and Puranic stories have created innumerable characters who are representatives of various human organs and systems. Many of the major characters that were created are considered gods and worshipped. Ectoderm, Vataprathan, as per Ayurveda, emerges first, and tissues are formed from the outermost part of this germ layer. These tissues result in skin, hair, nails, teeth, eyes, spinal cord, brain, and nervous system of a human being. Such kind of division would have been made by Puranic texts and is allocated to the Trinity god called Brahma.
Brahma is different from Brahman. Brahman is a germ cell, whereas Brahma is a body cell.
6 Brahma Puranas, namely Brahma Purana, Brahmanda Purana, Brahma Vairavatta Purana, Markandeya Purana, Bhavishya Purana, and Vamana Purana, explain the development of respective organs and their functions. Endoderm, Kapha Pradhan, as per Ayurveda, is one of the germ layers that results in the formation of gastrointestinal tract, respiratory tract, endocrine glands, and organs such as the liver, pancreas, etc. Such kind of division would have been made by Puranic texts and is allocated to the Trinity god called Vishnu. 6 Vishnu Puranas, namely Vishnu Purana, Bhagavata Purana, Naradaya Purana, Garuda Purana, Padma Purana, and Varaha Purana, explain the development of respective organs and their functions. Mesoderm, Pitta Pradhan as per Ayurveda, is more complex, where the cells migrating to form the endoderm also form an additional layer between the endoderm and ectoderm. The formation of the mesoderm leads to the formation of coelom. Organs formed inside a coelom can freely move, grow, and develop independently of the body wall, while fluid cushions and protects them from shocks. Mesoderm results in the formation of bones, muscles, circulatory system, heart, blood vessels, urinary system, reproductive system, excretory system, inner skin layer, and so on. Such kind of division would have been made by Puranic texts and is allocated to the Trinity god called Shiva. 6 Shiva Puranas, namely Vayu Purana, Linga Purana, Skanda Purana, Agni Purana, Matsya Purana, and Kurma Purana, explain the development of the respective organs and their functions. Modern medicine does not divide medical concepts or texts on this three gem layer basis, but it recognizes those gem layers at an early stage and divides the medical text according to each major organ. Contrary to these, Vedic texts have divided the human body into three parts called Trinity. In line with this, the ancient diagnosis and treatments were also divided into three: Vata, air; Pitta, fire;
And Kaba, water. Under Ayurvedic treatment, all human ailments are classified into these three categories and treated accordingly.
Vata means and refers to air, also called Vayu, meaning wind. All these terms, Vata, air, and Vayu, wind, refers to movements of the human body. Body movement mainly stems from the nervous system which is related to the brain, and the god in charge of that is Brahma. Pita refers to fire, known as Agni, and is always associated with Shiva, who is said to have the third eye. Pita also refers to the pituitary gland, which is instrumental to all procreative activities and releases or activates many hormones in the human body to that effect. The pituitary gland is situated in the thalamus of the brain, which is considered Kailash, the abode of Shiva. Kaba means and refers to water. About 65% of the human body mass contains water, and it is a must for its maintenance. This represents or refers to the digestive system. Dehydration affects bodily functions. Digestive and its related systems are attached to Vishnu, who is known as the preserver. These three major Puranic divisions are made known through the story of Vali, Bali, or Mahabali. The medical term for this Vali is Villi.
Villi, known as chorionic villi,
Stems from the chorion to give a maximum area of contact with the maternal blood. The embryonic blood travels all over the villi through umbilical arteries to discharge toxic waste and takes back oxygen through umbilical veins.
to the placenta.
The umbilical cord and placenta are connected to the uteruses, personified as Vishnu. This fetal blood circulation is unique to pregnant women only. These villi may be personified as Hanuman in Ramayana, Mahabali or Vali or Bali, descendant of Prahalad, was an Asura king who was also a Vishnu devotee. He was also known as Indrasena. Indrasena may mean the army of Indra. Indra refers to Indriyam, a seminal fluid. He expanded his kingdom and conquered the Swarga, Su plus Varga. Swarga refers to the uterus since it is a place where future generations are created.
Who are known as Varga, the descendants.
Devas, the inhabitants of Swarga, complained and requested Vishnu to restore the habitat Swarga. Human genes are considered Devas. Vishnu told them that he could not fight with Vali because he was his devotee. Meanwhile, Vali was preparing to conduct an Ashwamedha Yagna, medically equivalent to metabolic activities. During the Ashwamedha Yagna, as per prevalent customs, kings could not refuse anything asked for by Brahmins.
Vishnu decided to use this yagna to achieve his mission of getting back Swarga for the Devas.
Vali's guru, Shukracharya, warned Vali of Vishnu's plot, but Vali decided to give Vishnu whatever he asked for. Vishnu, who was disguised as a dwarf, asked Vali to give him 3 paces, feet of land. Vali granted the request. Dwarf Vishnu then grew to a giant size and measured the whole world by setting 1 foot on Yagasala, another foot on Brahmaloka. Having covered all earthly lands and heavenly lands, the dwarf asked Vali for a place to set his 3rd foot. Humbled, Vali knelt before Vishnu, showing his back for him to place the 3rd foot. The said 3 feet are ectoderm, endoderm, and mesoderm. Ectoderm refers to Brahmaloka, where somatic cells, body cells, develop and multiply. Endoderm refers to Yagasala, which consists of digestive and endocrine systems. Mesoderm refers to Vali's back, where bones and muscles are available. Circulatory, urinary, and procreative systems. Even though Mahabali is considered a person, in Tamil, Mahabali means great sacrifice. United male and female gametes make a great sacrifice to create the foundation stones, germ layers of the human body. Having given everything to Vishnu, Vali has no place to stay in this world. Fetus development moves into the next stage inside the womb, where organs develop out of the 3 germ layers. Vali was allowed to visit this land, kingdom, once a year, which refers to the repetitiveness of conception. When a baby is delivered from the womb, the female is ready for another conception, where Vali will appear again to be met by Vishnu with the same request of 3 feet. The story will again be reenacted. Vali is remembered by a festival called Onam, which is celebrated by the people of Kerala in India.
irrespective of their caste and creed.
Kerala, known as God's own country, has adopted Vali or Mahabali or Bali as their icon in line with the practice of each state adopting individual Puranic stories as their state celebration. The major difference between the other states of India and Kerala is that a festival out of the Puranas is celebrated in Kerala irrespective of religious attachments. Ancient people who initiated these festivities must have understood the non-religious attachments, and it is correctly followed by the people of Kerala even today. Romaharshana, Lomaharshana, the disciple of Vedavyasa, imaginary person, is said to have narrated all the stories in the Puranas. Interestingly, the human brain has 3 portions called rhombencephalon, hindbrain, mesencephalon, and prosencephalon. Thus, Romaharshana, Lomaharshana refer to the rhombencephalon, hindbrain. Rhombencephalon is connected to the embryonic development of an organism and the developmental biology of the central nervous system, cell growth, and differentiation in vertebrates. Thoughts in human beings are formed and expressed through the brain system only. It is perfectly correct that the Puranic stories have a beginning with Romaharshana or Lomaharshana, who is considered all-knowing. The root word for rhombencephalon is the Greek word
Rhombus.
It is also the root word for rhombus, a parallelogram with 4 equal sides along with or without a right angle. Generally, when we speak of all 4 sides, we mean from all the places in the world. This can be found in the word news, north, east, west, and south. Thus, Puranic stories have been born out of the best ancient brain and are told for the benefit of all people of this world. Lomaharshana should have been pronounced as Lokaharshana. Loka or Lok means world or people of the world. Harsh or Harshana means to please or to be pleased or to be happy or pleasure. Tamil word Karishanam or Harishanam also means soft corner for somebody to please or to make somebody happy or pleasure. Thus, Lomaharshana or Lokharshana may mean to please the people of this world or make the people of this world happy through good health. There are innumerable religions in this world. Hinduism is also considered a religion, but many feel it is the way of life of Indian people. All religions except Hinduism accept or propagate the one God policy. Hinduism alone has battalions of gods. The relationships between these so-called gods are well defined in Vedic scriptures. This is one of the main reasons many people ridicule the Vedas and undermine their importance, not relating to spiritual concepts to humanity. Vedic scriptures consider each organ or part of the human body as a separate god, demigod, demon,
Rakshasa, Asuras, etc.
and hence the relationships. Their fighting and friendships.
refer to the functioning of these human organs.
Brahman is the creator of the universe, and so is the human germ cell. Brahma is the human body cell, who is an agent of Brahman, also considered a creator who continues the work of Brahman. The stories of the 6 Brahma Puranas have a close nexus with human embryology, cell culture, tissue development, organ development, and its functions, relationship with other organs, etc. Those stories relating to Brahma are discussed under respective chapters.
along with their nexus to human anatomy.
Vishnu is the preserver of the universe. The stories of the 6 Vishnu Puranas have a close nexus with the human body's digestive, endocrine, and immunity systems and the maintenance of various organs of the human body. Those stories relating to Vishnu are discussed under respective chapters along with their nexus to human anatomy. Shiva is the destroyer as well as the creator of the universe. The stories of the six Shiva Puranas have a close nexus with human procreative activities and the functions of the organs related to it. Shiva refers to human blood, which is essential for the survival of human beings. Blood cells are different from other body cells, and the blood cells are attached to Shiva rather than Brahma. Hence, Shiva is also a creator. The stories of Shiva Puranas narrate or bring out the blood's relationship.
To each human organ and its functions.
Each Puranic story explains in detail a particular part of human anatomy, physiology, functions, and relationships among body organs. Those are explained in the later chapters of this book. Puranas, created out of the four Vedas, stipulates the definition for Mahapurana. The texts of the Mahapurana must exhibit 5 characteristics of Panchalakshana to be called a Mahapurana. Every medical text also must contain certain basic information and it should be in some order. These qualities are explained in the Puranas. And the information needs to be properly analyzed to find a specific correlation
In the medical context.
The Panchalakshanas are Sarga, the original creation of the universe, human body. Each text should contain details about its creation. How does a single cell develop into an organ? Here, the cell may be a germ cell or a somatic cell. Pratisarga, the cycle of destruction and recreation. In any human organ, cells are constantly replicated, and new cells are created at periodical intervals. And it should be explained in the text. Prati means copy or duplication, medically referred to as replication. Surya Vamsha, Chandra Vamsha, histories of solar dynasty and lunar dynasty. The text should specify whether the organ relates to male or female. Surya means male and Chandra means female. X and Y chromosomes play a role here. Manvantara, the various eras. Manvantara comes from the word Manu, meaning cell or atom. Tara means flow. Thus, Manvantara means the flow of development of different kinds of cells. The text should specify the periodical development of each organ and its cells. Vamshanu Charita, the royal genealogy. The text should contain genetic information about the organ. Vamsha means family. Anu or Manu is a cell. Charita means history. Thus, Vamshanu Charita broadly means the history of cell. Histology in medical terms. Hinduism always talks about 5 elements, Pancha Bootham or Buddha of life. They are water, fire, air, earth,
And space.
Ayurveda also considers water, fire, and air as the 3 major constituents of the human body. Ayurvedic treatments are based on these 3 elements and are termed Vata, air, Pitta, fire, and Kaba, water. Bhu or Bhu means born or earth. Space is otherwise called the universe. Why should not the 5 elements, Pancha Bhutha, be the 5 Vedas, Rig, Yajur, Sama, Atharva, and Ayur? Medicines, especially ancient medicines,
Are all about the birth and maintenance of human beings.
there is a Tamil saying, Andathil ulladhellam pindathil undu, which means whatever is available in the universe is available in the human body or human embryo. Andam means universe. Pindam means human body or human embryo. The saying is true to the core. The human body, anatomy and health has been explained through the available material, plants, animals, and planets in this universe. Hinduism has imbued mystical or spiritualistic meanings to the saying. Many human organs are related to or otherwise called by the various names of the planets, which bring out the nexus or similarities between organs, planets, and their constituents. In other words, any of the plants can be understood by looking into the composition and functions of the human organ, which is named after that planet. Fertilization happens when the sperm enters the ovum and fuses within. In Tamil language, shul or shul, sulam, refers to pregnancy or conception. The fused egg moves into a stage called zygote, which is known as Swayambhu Manu in Puranic stories. Swayambhu Manu, zygote, can develop into a baby on its own. As per the Puranas, Brahmanda, egg or Swayambhu Manu, split into two Swarga, heaven, germ cell born at the time of union, called from the primordial cell at the yolk sac, and Prithvi, body or somatic cell. Creation of three germ layers is known as Tirisul or Tirisulam in Puranic stories. Tirisul or Tirishula is generally translated as trident, the three-pronged weapon, which is an error. Three in the word Tirisul does not mean tri or three. Three, Tiri அல்லது திரிந்த refers to the developed or process situation of an egg which has fused with the sperm. One of the germ layers, ectoderm, refers to Brahma, who initially had 7 sons known as Saptashis, Chitrasikandis. They stay in the Ursa Major constellation known as the Great Bear. These 7 stars are called ladle, spoon. This ladle moves around when the globe moves, and the pole star remains in its place. A ladle's position in 4 directions is the pictorial depiction of a man running, known as the swastika symbol. All these stars represent the organs that are developed during the early stages of a fertilized female egg. Marichi, a celestial woman created from the eyes of Brahma, known as a ray of light. Marichi's son is Kashyap. In some places, Marichi is replaced by Bhrigu. Atri married Anasuya. Soma, Durvasa, and Dattatreya were born from the tears of Atri. Atri may represent sweat glands, etc. Angira is born out of Brahma's mouth. Angi means cloth, and Anga means body. Angira may refer to skin, etc. Pulasthya is born out of Brahma's ear, Karna. Kubera and Ravana are associated with him. They may be associated with genitals. Pulaha, Ashtaprakriti. His wife is Shama, daughter of Daksha and Prasuti, who is one of the daughters of Swayambhu Manu. Zygote and Shatarupa. Pulaha had 3 sons, Kardama, Urvarivan, and Sahishnu. Later, they had one more son, Karmasrestha. Butterflies, lions, tigers, lambs, bulls, and Kimpurusas were also born to Pulaha. Pulaha represents the genitals. He took part in the Janmotsava of Arjuna and Murugan. Kratu is born out of Brahma's breath and named Apana. Vashist and his wife Arundhati were in possession of Kamadhenu. All the following are the Puranic names given to organs, suborgans, interconnectors, etc. Brahma also had 3 sons by Manas: Prachetas, Daksha; Bhrigu, wife Kyati, daughter of Karmada, Daksha; sons Data and Vidatta, Narada. Brahma also created Rudra, Sanat Kumara. Brahma further created Swayambhu Manu, zygote, epithelial tissues; Satarupa, neural tissues. Uttanapada's descendant, Prachina Varahi, had 10 sons called Prachetas. Prachetas created wind, Vayu, and fire, Agni. Prachetas married Marisha and had Daksha. Daksha's wife is Asikli, and they had 5,000 sons called Haryashvas, who set out to explore the world on the advice of Narada and never returned. Daksha and Asikli had another 60,000 sons called Shavalashvas, who went to explore the world on the advice of Narada, and they too never returned. Daksha wanted to kill Narada for the loss of his sons. Brahma tried to compromise with Daksha, and as per the agreement, Brahma married Priya, daughter of Daksha. Another arrangement was that Narada must be born as Priya's son. Daksha had another 60 daughters. Dharma married 10 daughters. They are Arundhati, Vasu, Yami, Lamba, Bhanu, Marutvadi, Sankalp, Muhurta, Sandhya, and Vishwa. Dharma is the representative of the human heart and blood circulation. Arundhati's children are called Vishaya of the world. Vasu had 8 children known as Vasus, 8 gods. Apa, Dhruva, Soma, Dara, Salila, and Anala had a son. Kumara, Pratyusha, and Prabhasa had a son. Vishwakarma, architect of the god. Sandhya's children were Sandhya Devas. Vishwa's children were Vishwadevas. Kashyap married 13 daughters. They are Aditi, Diti, Danu, Arista, Surasa, Kasa, Surabhi, Vinata, Tamara, Krodavasha, Ila, Kadru, and Muni. Aditi's sons are the 12 Adityas. They are Vishnu, Shakra, Aryama, Datta, Vidatta, Tvashta, Pusha, Vivasvana, Savita, Mitra Varuna, Amsha, and Baha. Diti's sons are Daityas. They are Hiranyaksha and Hiranyakashipu. Diti had a daughter, Simhika, and she married a Dhanava. Danu is Simhika's mother's sister, called Viprachiti, Chittimukha, and Sertolicel. Offspring of Viprachiti and Simhika are Vatapi, Namuchi, Ilvala, Marisha, and Nivatakavashas. Some of the descendants are Vali and Vanasura. Note: Adityas and Daityas used to constantly fight with each other. Diti prayed to her husband, Kashyap, to give her a powerful son to defeat the Adityas. Kashyap agreed, but placed certain conditions. Indran, who is in Aditya, entered the womb of Diti and cut the fetus first into 7 parts and again into another 7 parts, total of 49 parts. These parts are known as Maruds. Dhanu's sons are Dhanavas. Some of the descendants are Paulamas and Kalakeyas. Arista's sons are known as Gandharvas, singers of heaven. Surasa gave birth to snakes, Sarpa. Kasa's children are Yakshas, companions of Kubera and Rakshasas. Surabhi's descendants are cows and buffaloes, may mean lactating lands. Vinata had 2 sons, Aruna and Garuda, king of birds, relating to hormone secretion. Tamara had 6 daughters. They are owls, eagles, vultures, crows, waterfowl, horses, camels, and donkeys. They are related to teeth and their structure. Krodavasha had 14,000 children known as Nagas. Ila gave birth to trees, creepers, shrubs, and bushes. It may refer to clusters of nerves, capillaries, etc. Kadru's sons are also known as Nagas, and some of them are Ananta, Vasuki, Takshaka, and Nahusha, may means ducts in human body. Muni gave birth to Apsaras, dancers of heaven, rhythmic contractions. Soma or Chandra married 27 daughters, nakshatras, everyday status, female reproductive system. Arishtinami, Vahaputra, Angirasa, and Krisheshva married the remaining 10 daughters. Nataraj and anthropomorphism. Anthropomorphism is a terminology well known in literary circles. It is the art of attributing human qualities to non-human beings or things. This literary device seems to have been fully exploited around 500 BC in the throes of a literary and knowledge revolution, otherwise known as the Vedic period. Takshashila, Taxila, an ancient learning center existing during this period, would have used this art extensively in creating Puranic texts. as would have the other learning centers in ancient India. Vedic texts also, in one form or another, have used this art from 7000 BC to date. Apart from literary persons, learned people of ancient medicine also used this art to explain the functions of human organs, attributing human qualities to them. Probably, ancient healers sought the help of literary persons in creating these anthropomorphic texts, either for easy comprehension or to save the knowledge from being forgotten. Learned people of a particular century created imaginary human beings to explain human organs and human health. People of another century mistook those imaginary human beings for the divine and considered them deities with superhuman powers. In reality, the Vedic deities are not gods, but representations of human organs, and the relationships between these organs are described as interactions between imaginary human beings. Shiva and Parvati are husband and wife. They are imaginary people representing the pituitary and pineal glands. These glands are housed in the thalamus of the brain, which is known as Kailash, and treated as their residence. Ganesha and Kartikeya are their sons. Ganesha, the elder son, is the given name for the scrotum and testes. Kartikeyan, the second son, is the given name for sperm. Vishnu, considered the brother of Parvati, is the given name for the digestive and endocrine system. Thus, he is the maternal uncle of Ganesha and Kartikeya. As a maternal uncle, he helps Ganesha and Kartikeya on many occasions. Parvati represents the female section of society, and Vishnu is the savior of all females. Relationships between individual organs in a human body cannot be broken or erased. So, it is in Indian society or Hindu culture. Ancient medicines are so deep rooted that medical information has merged with the day-to-day activities of society and people. Anthropomorphites, practitioners of anthropomorphism, are said to have existed in Egypt, Greece, and at Indus Valley civilization sites during the 4th century. The concept of organized religion and God came into being between the 4th century and the 9th century, early period of Chola kingdom. Some described it as theomorphism. Interestingly, religions around the world are extensive uses of anthropomorphism, and yet they are the first to condemn the practice. The practice of relating something to God or religion has been set from the 4th century and is in use even today. Bharatanatyam, for instance, that relates a dance form to the Hindu religion and to Shiva. Bharatanatyam is a form of classical dance originating from South India. How did the dance get its name Bharatanatyam? Some people believe Bha means bhava, abhinaya or expression. Ra means raga or melody. Ta means tala or rhythm, and Natya means dance, drama. Some thought Bharatanatyam was created by Bharata Muni, a sage, thus the name. Bharata Muni could also be an imaginary name like Thiruvalluvar, Tirumular, and Tolkapiyar. Some others thought Bharatanatyam was named after the legendary king after whom India was supposedly named Bharat. Who is correct? Bharatanatyam is a traditional dance form known for its grace, purity, tenderness, and sculpturesque poses. Bharatanatyam is the embodiment of music in visual form. Today, it is one of the most popular and widely performed dance styles practiced by male and female dancers all over India and outside. Bharatanatyam is the manifestation of the South Indian idea of celebrating the beauty of the physical body. Yoga culture and yogic postures have been incorporated in the dance, which makes it unique. It can also be presumed that yoga culture must have been developed and nurtured in South India. Yoga culture is said to have been practiced by the people of Indus Valley civilization. Does it connect these two regions of ancient India? Yes, indeed. Bharatanatyam is a fire dance, the manifestation of the metaphysical element of fire, sexual desire, in the human body. Shiva is considered an element of fire and is related to procreative activities. Thus, he is called a creator. Shiva is also known as Pitta, which means fire and is one of the elements of Ayurvedic treatment. The movements of an authentic Bharatanatyam dancer resembles the movements of a dancing flame. Bharatanatyam philosophy also has given birth to the South Indian musical tradition of Carnatic music. Bharatanatyam is also known as Natya Yoga, dance exercise. Natya Shastra text is called the authentic blueprint of Bharatanatyam. It is probably the result of sustained effort and elaborate research into the human mind and body, which is nothing but an understanding of human anatomy and its functions. Natya Shastra also deals with other matters regarding the qualities of dancers, elaborate gestures, movements of limbs, sentiments, rasas, emotional states, bhavas, etc. It also talks about the costumes, which should be charmingly beautiful. The erotic sentiment, Sringara, is its foundation. It states that this cannot be adequately portrayed by men, but by women. Bharatanatyam dancers not only entertain viewers through their physical movement, but keep themselves fit and healthy, which is its prime purpose. Incidentally, Shiva is connected to the procreative activities of the human body under the Trinity or Tirumurti classification. Bharatanatyam is connected to Shiva and therefore to the Hindu religion through the medium of Nataraj. Bharatanatyam is the representation of the Ananda Tandavam of Shiva, which is a representation of sexual desire and stimulation. Nataraj is given the name for Shiva and is the presiding deity of Bharatanatyam. The bronze statue of Nataraj was sculpted during the golden era of the Chola kingdom between the 11th and 12th centuries. Hence, Bharatanatyam is known as a symbol of South India, known as Dravidian, South. The Dravidian concept is also disputable. Dravidian is Drava, Idam, meaning the place of a water body. Many organs in the middle portion of human body are in fact water bodies. The Cholas were considered champions of Hinduism, and many temples were constructed during their period. Indian history specifies that most Hindu temples in ancient India were constructed after the 10th century only. Doubts arise whether these structures were built for worship or as medical camps. Many of these temples have sthala viriksha, a tree or plant attached to the temple. These plants have medicinal properties. Even today, people with certain ailments are directed to specific temples for relief. Many temples were given vast areas of land, perhaps to grow herbs, etc. for treatment. Rajendra Chola, during the 11th century, is said to have marched to the Ganges on eastern coast of India and brought back Ganges water. He assumed the title Gangaikonda Cholan, and his capital was moved to Gangaikonda Cholapuram. It is said that the city was built in accordance with architectural treatises and was well planned. Mohenjo-daro and Harappa of Indus Valley civilization were also planned cities. Was there a nexus? Either the Chola kings have seen or known about Indus Valley settlements or possess documents regarding their layouts, etc. Bharatanatyam and Nataraj are Tamil words attached to the dancing posture of Shiva, who is said to be in Ananda Tandavam. By the 10th century, ancient Indians were aware that the country was called Bharat, named after the legendary king or otherwise. Nat or Nadu means country. Yam or Iyam comes from the word Iyambudal in Tamil. It means narration or to explain. Thus, Bharatanatyam, Bharata, Nat, Iyam means explaining or narrating about the country named Bharat. The word Nata or Nada in Tamil means walk, and the word Raj means Rajyam or country. Nataraj, Nata, Raj, may mean measuring the country by walking around. Since Bharatanatyam has come into existence through the medium Nataraj, it may mean that the country Bharat, India, was measured through marching or walking. The dance posture of Shiva seems to be defining the boundaries of country Bharat. This marching or walking coincides with Rajendra Chola's Himalayan march to bring water from the Ganges. There is a striking resemblance between the ancient map of India and the statue of Nataraj. Rajendra Chola's march to the Ganges fits into this statue's creation. He would have marched all over India up to the Himalayas and brought back Ganges water. His march along the eastern coast of India must have been just the beginning. By roping in Shiva under the guise of Nataraj to show the map of ancient India, Chola dynasty sculptors created a connection to religion. Thus, the existence of theomorphism during Rajendra Chola's period is confirmed. The statue of Nataraj, ancient India, measured or observed by walking, depicts Shiva in a dancing posture. Normally, Nataraj's head is shown with curling hair, Jadamudi, extending outward on both sides of his head. Close look at the ancient Indian map and the Nataraj statue will show us the similarities between each other. The head of Nataraj, who is linked to Shiva, represent the Himalayan mountains. Rivers and Himalayan mountain ranges are depicted as hair curling down from the head sideways. The upper right hand of Nataraj's statue holds a drum or the damara instrument, which symbolizes creation through the primordial sound. Western parts of Pakistan, also of ancient India, are made up of mountains with passes through which Europeans and other immigrants and invaders entered the Indian subcontinent. It is also used by ancient Indians to contact the outside world overland. Middle areas of present-day Pakistan fall where the Eurasian plate and the Indian plate meets. The place is seismically very active. The drum on the right hand represents these features, the movement of people and the tectonic happenings in this area. The drum makes loud, crashing noises which is equated with earthquakes, etc. The upper left hand of the Nataraj statue holds Agni or fire, which is said to symbolize destruction or Shiva's destructive power. The foothills of the Himalayas in the northeast, which are rich in vegetation, are represented by Agni in the left hand. Forests ignite easily. The other or second right hand of the Nataraj statue makes a reassuring gesture for the well-being of the people. The second left hand, which points towards the raised foot, signifies an obstacle remover. Both the second right and the second left hand of Nataraj that represent the removal of obstacles and convey assurance refer to the Indo-Gangetic plains, which are very fertile. Nataraj's left foot is aloft, crossed over the body and pointing to the right, which is said to symbolize liberation and salvation. The left leg, crossed over the body towards the west side, indicates the Vindhya Santpura range of hills, parallel range, which is in central India and divides the country into north and south. The western end of the range rises in eastern Gujarat and runs towards the east. The thumb or big toe of the left leg represents or looks like the Kutch Peninsula. 4 other toes of the left leg represent the Kathiawar Peninsula. The middle portion of the statue, the areas between the legs, groin, is hidden for modesty. Left leg crossing over the right leg indicates the Ajanta Ellora caves. Some caves are below ground level, which were well covered by surrounding hills and were not known to outsiders for a long time. Ajanta caves date to 200 BC. They were discovered by the British Army in 1819 only. Ellora caves date to between 5 to 10 AD. Ajanta Ellora caves are celebrated for their cave art and architecture. Chola sculptors must have been aware of both these areas and incorporated those details while crafting the Nataraj statue. The slightly bent right leg represents or looks like the Western Ghats, which start near the border of Gujarat and run towards the southern tip of the Indian peninsula. Nataraj's right foot crushes the demon, which symbolizes the crushing of ignorance and evil. The demon at the base of the right foot, representing the slaying of Ravana, is Sri Lanka, considered Ravana's kingdom. It may be a representation of Rajendra Chola's 11th century venture to conquer and annex part of Sri Lanka into the Chola kingdom. The present day map shows that Sri Lanka is almost connected to mainland India. Many still believe that there existed a bridge, Ram Setu Bridge, between the two lands, constructed by the army of Anjaneya, monkey of God. If mainland India represents a human body, Sri Lanka is the fetus in its womb. The bridge between a mother and baby is the umbilical cord, which is the Ram Setu Bridge. The snake swirling around Nataraj's waist is the Kundalini, which symbolizes man's inherent power. It is a representation of procreative organs. Bharatanatyam was performed in the olden days by dancers called Devadasis in Hindu temples. Today, Devadasi means concubine or a lady who dances for monetary benefits. This transformation of divine dancers into materialistic dancers would have occurred long after the golden era of the Cholas. The symbolism of the dance of Shiva in the form of Nataraj is called Ananda Tandavam. This was practiced by Devadasis. Shiva is represented as phallic symbol, the lingam. Ananda Tandavam is nothing but the expression of the body's muscle movements during sexual pleasure, which have been translated into the dance of Shiva in the form of Nataraj. The third eye of Shiva represents human orgasm, which is the result of stimulating a cluster of cells in the thalamus area of the brain. In Hindu mythology, the whole universe is the dance of the supreme dancer, Nataraj, a name for Shiva. Of course, human beings in the whole universe have been created through procreative activities for which Shiva as a phallic symbol or blood is instrumental. Devas are gods and are related to Indra in all common translations. They represent the human chromosomes and genes involved in procreative activities for which Indra, Indirium, seminal fluid, is in charge. Kingdom of Devas, group of Devas, is always with Indra. Even today, Dasi means female slave or laborer. The word Dasi must have come from the word Dasa, which means tissue or muscle. During sexual stimulation or orgasm, the muscles of human body contract and release. These movements of muscles, tissues, and cells at the time of the sexual stimulation is considered a dance by the Apsaras. Sara means duck and also refers to brain, rasa, meaning liquid or syrup. And they play their part in the pleasure movements. Some of the hormones are secreted in the duct first before being released into the blood. And some that are released directly into the blood are called ductless hormones. Since Deva represents the DNA and chromosomes of the human body, Devadasi is related to the movements taking place in the germ cells during replication. Thus, the divine medical dance has been constructed as the sexually stimulating dance of actual dancers. Various dance postures have been captured in sculpture and are displayed in temples where dances were performed. Thus, the myth of celestial apsaras was born. Music and dance are a part of every culture, and their manifestations vary according to civilization. This shows the emergence and development of arts and crafts and their importance in the life of a civilization. In the medieval period, local kings often invited temple dancers to dance in their courts. This created a new category of dancers, Rajadasis. and modified the techniques and themes of recitals. Thus, the history of celestial apsaras drastically changed into a new breed of dancers. Their performances were purely for entertainment purposes, to release tensions and relax the minds of the audience. The dasis mentioned in the Vedic scriptures are entirely different from modern dasis. Later generations have termed these sculptures apsaras. The celestial dancers and conferred divinity upon them. Saras can be found in the Saraswati, wife of Brahma. How did this relationship come into existence? These apsaras are mentioned in Puranic stories in proximity with Indra in his court at Swargaloka. Who are they and what are they? Later chapters on Yamadharmaraj and Indra will shed light on these apsaras and their relationship with Saraswati. Bharatanatyam exponents began to call Natya Shastra the fifth Veda, which is a far-fetched comparison. Shiva has nothing to do with Bharatanatyam. Only Nataraj has. Nataraj, ancient India measured or observed by walking, is not Shiva, even though he is called so. The word Nataraj is not mentioned in any Vedic scripture. The name starts appearing only from the Chola period. The famous temple at Chidambaram in Tamil Nadu was constructed with Nataraj as its chief deity. It is said that the temple was constructed during 450 AD. The claim cannot be correct as it would have been constructed by Rajendra Chola during the 11th century or later. There is no history of temples being built in India before the 10th century. The earliest forms of temples are the painted caves of Ajanta and Ellora between 1 to 6 AD. The approximate boundaries of ancient India can be fixed from the statue of Nataraj. The center point of the statue is the groin area, which is the region of the Ajanta and Ellora caves. This is situated at north latitude 20 degree and east longitude 75 degree. The southern tip of Sri Lanka is at north latitude 6 degree and the northern tip of India is somewhere at north latitude 36 degree. The lengths of the north-south areas are approximately 30 degrees. If the same measurement is applied to the east-west side, the western tip is at east longitude 60 degree, which is around Baluchistan. The eastern tip is at east longitude 90 degree, which is around Arunachal Pradesh. The breadths of the east-west areas are also approximately 30 degrees. These measurements are the areas of ancient India which approximately fit into the Indian subcontinent. Historians and scholars fix the areas for the Indus Valley civilization between Balochistan and Gujarat, east, which is far-fetched. The reason for this inaccuracy stems from the fact that the features of the Indus Valley civilization are available elsewhere in India even today. Some historians and scholars believe that the Indus Valley civilization culture did not disappear or die suddenly. These presently indicated areas of Indus Valley civilization may have merely been the gateway to the Indus Valley civilization spread over the whole of India and to contemporaries like Egypt and Mesopotamia. These marked areas of Indus Valley civilization could be indicating the commercial center, a literary hub, etc. for the people of ancient India. Siddhas or Tamil medicine men. Siddha in Sanskrit means one who has accomplished or achieved. Hindu philosophy considers Siddha or Siddhi
In relation to spiritual enlightenment,
or physical immortality and identifies it with Brahman, who is medically considered as a body or germ cell. It considers Siddha Loka, the spiritual world of enlightenment. Siddha Purusha, one who has attained spiritual or godly enlightenment, as against the Sanskrit meaning of accomplished or achieved. The Sanskrit meaning is applicable to everyone, whereas the Hindu philosophical meaning is applicable to certain sectors of people only. South Indians, especially Tamilians, relate Siddha to medicine and they consider certain individuals as siddhas, sittar, who can accomplish or achieve everything. They believe that the siddha form of medicine was practiced by siddhas, believed to be ancient medicine men from South India, presently known as Dravida. This form of medicine is still practiced and is well known in South India. Ancient writings on palm leaf were thought to have been written by these siddhas, which contains details of medicines, treatments, etc. A large cache of palm leaf writing is still to be deciphered. Many are with private collectors and some have been destroyed. The inscriptions are in the form of poetry, and many believe that they are part of Tamil literature rather than medical texts. What is Siddha? Is it really what it's claimed to be by Hindu philosophers or South Indians? The word Siddham or Sittam in Tamil means wish or order or direction. All these are outputs from the brain after careful analysis of any matter. Thus, Siddha may mean decision or knowledge. This also coincides with the Sanskrit meaning of accomplished or achieved or enlightened. Vedic Puranas are said to have been recited by Roma Harshana, the disciple of Veda Vyasa, whom I identify with the human brain which is accomplished or enlightened. The word Siddha or Sittam is very closely related to the word Suddham or Suttam, which means cleanliness. To achieve or accomplish this, one must have an orderly thought process, and probably that is the reason for this close relationship in meaning. This meaning is also in line with the spirit of Puranic stories. The Puranic stories have chapters of Purusha, male or human, Sukta, Sri, female, Sukta, etc., where Sukta means cleanliness. There is an adage in Tamil which says, Karanam, acrobatics, Tappinal, falter, Maranam, death. It means if a person who performs acrobatics falters, death results. In the given word Karanam, if the alphabet K is written by mistake as M, then the word will be Maranam, which means death. It wants to convey that even a small falter can cause drastic or unimaginable results. There is a lot of faltering in the present general understanding of Vedic and Puranic texts. According to Tamil people, there were 18 Siddhas existing in Dravidian or southern areas. They created 3 Navapasana, alloy of 9 metals, idols. One was installed at Palani, Tamil Nadu. The second was sent to Sri Lanka, and the third was sent to China. Even though this seems to be a story, it has some relevance to Puranic texts. There exist 18 Mahapuranas, though the Siddhas are not mentioned in them, but Sanskrit considers them enlightened persons. There may not be 3 Navapasana idols as mentioned, but there is a trinity of gods, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. The statue at Palani may relate to Shiva since the deity Kartikeyan at Palani temple is the son of Shiva. Palam or Param in Tamil means fruit. There is a famous story about a mango involving Shiva, Parvati, Ganesha, and Kartikeyan, where Ganesha wins the fruit while Kartikeyan is defeated in a competition. The second idol sent to China may refer to the Himalayas, head of ancient India, which is considered the human head, and Brahma, who is the controller of the human body through the brain. The third idol sent to Sri Lanka may refer to the sea, Lavana, which is salty. Salt is a food preservative or taste giver, and thus it refers to Vishnu, the preserver of human beings. Siddhar stories must be Tamil anthropomorphic versions of Sanskrit Puranic stories, giving different insights into ancient texts. Most ancient Tamil literary texts may turn out to be ancient medical texts on closer examination. When these texts are read individually, they may not sound medicinal, but in conjunction with other texts, they may bring out a treasure trove of hidden knowledge. Tirumandiram is said to be written by Tirumular, who is considered one of the 18 Siddhas. Tirumular may be an imaginary man such as Tolkapiyar and Thiruvalluvar. Tirumandiram is a compendium of various aspects of science, medicine, and other aspects of life. This also establishes the nexus with Puranic stories. Tamil literature and ancient medicinal knowledge have close connections. There exist 18 body alphabets, மெய்யெழுத்துக்கள், consonants, and 12 life alphabets, உயிரெழுத்துக்கள், in Tamil language. The whole set of Tamil alphabets are made of these life and body letters. Thus, there are 247 alphabets in the Tamil language. Why are there 18 body alphabets in Tamil language? Do they refer to the 18 Siddhas, or do they refer to the 18 Mahapuranas and their relevance to the human body? Most other Indian languages have around 535 alphabets to express themselves. All Indian languages are phonetic, and twists in pronunciation change the meaning. This is the basis for all adages or sayings. There is a Tamil adage which says, Siddham Pokku, Shivan Pokku. Pokku means flow or movement. It means Siddhan will wander as Shiva wanders. There are many stories which say that Shiva wandered in graveyards with garlands of bones. Shiva relates to human blood, which is explained under the chapter Shiva. Thus, the adage tries to convey the message that the health of the human body depends upon the healthy flow of blood. It also stresses that Siddha means health or cleanliness only. Most of the human brain's commands are activated or pass through the hormones, which are secreted into the blood, and the blood cells or circulation acts as a conduit to transfer the same all over the human body. Sangam Tamil literature is considered very ancient and chaste. Since many Tamil texts have mentioned Thri Sangha or Tri Sangha, we believe that there exist 3 Tamil summits with forums to discuss Tamil literature in the ancient days. What is Sangha? Some consider this as conch, meaning Sangha. Many consider this as an association of persons or some kind of organization for the development of language or arts. It is also believed that the literary works of first 2 Tamil Sangams were destroyed by sea flooding. The third one was conducted inland at Madurai, a South Indian city. None of the works were destroyed. Thri Sangha or Tri Sangha refers to tri-junction, and anatomically they refer to the uterus, which is called a conch. There exist 3 ways or connections to the uterus: 2 fallopian tubes and 1 entrance at the cervix. The uterus is best known as a place of sangamam, meaning joining or conglomeration of the ovum and sperm that creates the offspring. Medically, the sperm meets the ovum in either of the 2 fallopian tubes, depending upon the release of the ovum by the ovaries. These meetings could refer to the first and second Tamil Sangam. The fertilized eggs moves into the uterus and attaches to the wall of uterus. This meeting could refer to the third Tamil Sangam. The fertilized egg gets its nourishment from the wall of the uterus, which is termed as Madhu, Madurai, referring to sap or syrup. This creation is known as Shankaracharya. Surprise happenings at the Sangha. Conch. Acharya means teacher, and it also means surprise in Tamil. Currently, we name a guru or spiritual teacher as Shankaracharya since we believe that he is the beginning or head and the spiritual direction stems from him. The uterus is the beginning and the whole world expects something from it. Sangam landscape. The classical Sangha Tamil literature has created a poetic device called Sangam landscape to explain love poetry during ancient times. The core of the device was the categorization of poems into different thinai or modes, depending on the nature, location, mood, and type of relationship represented by the poem. Each thinai was closely associated with a particular type of imaginary landscape: flowers, trees, wildlife, people, climate, and geography were imagined and woven into the poem to convey different moods associated with aspects of a romantic relationship. Tamil Sangam literary texts have composed an imaginary landscape divided into 7 categories or thinais. Out of 7, 5 thinais, Kurinchi, Mullai, Marudam, Neithal, and Palai, are set in geographical area associated with a specific landscape. The remaining 2 thinais are considered non-geographical and are not associated with any specific landscape. 5 of the geographical landscapes that are described in the poems naturally occur in ancient Indian soil. There were no rigid geographical divisions in ancient India like the present day state borders. Today, we are all discussing the Dravidian Aryan divide, their languages, religion, etc. But none of these divisions existed in Vedic India. Organized religions were created during the 9th century or later. Different languages must have been in existence, but they are not classified as Dravidian or Aryan but belonging to ancient India only. Some languages were in use throughout the ancient Indian subcontinent. The migration of people to different states of the Indian subcontinent may be one of the reasons for this. What is the connection between a language from South India and a language in the Indus Valley civilization? The answer lies in the trade between ancient India and other contemporary civilizations like Mesopotamian, Egyptian, and Chinese. People from all over ancient India were using the Indus Valley as a gateway for trade and the exchange of knowledge. Historians have identified certain languages as Dravidian languages, even though there is nothing called Dravidian in ancient India, and found that these are being used to spoken in South India. Some parts of Orissa, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, West Bengal, Bangladesh, and the Brahugi Hill areas of Pakistan. Thus, the Indus Valley area has a prominent place in history. But its existence was not known till 1920. South Indians consisting of Tamils, Malayalis, Kannadigas, and Telugus could have been settlers in the Indus Valley area because of their medicinal and other knowledge. This could be one of the main reasons for the creation of Taxila, as a learning center. The commingling of people of different cultures in the Indus Valley area would have created a new community of people different from the clans of their origins, who are called Aryans and considered noble. Natural calamities in the Indus Valley area and the subsequent continuous invasions into ancient Indian territory pushed the people of Indus Valley civilization to retreat to their places of origin or elsewhere. These incidents have been mentioned through the Kannaki Kovalan Madhavi stories in Silapadigaram, a Tamil literary epic. This migration also brought foreigners into ancient Indian territory. Everyone, Indus Valley people and the foreigners, together was branded invaders and termed Aryan by later generations. Majority of Indus Valley settlers and invaders would have chosen to be in North India because of its proximity to the site of movement or invasion. Constant invasions did not affect the people of South India much. The situation led them to believe that all people in North India were migrants and branded them Aryan invaders, which created a big gap. They were not aware that Aryans were their own clansmen, instrumental in creating Vedic texts. None of the actual invaders or foreigners created these texts. They came into India only to materially benefit from the region. Vedic texts were either created or transcribed in a new language called Sanskrit, mixture of Tamil, Greek, Latin, etc. And this also led to further alienation of Aryans. The alter ego of Vedic texts can be found in Tamil literature. The word Dravida consists of 2 words, Drava, Ida, where Drava means water or liquid and Ida means place or habitat. Thus, Dravida means a place of water or a watery place. Dravida has no other meaning. and the Tamil language does not create meaningless or ambiguous words. Land of Dravida has been mentioned in the Mahabharata, and its location or direction was mentioned at Dakshin. This has led many people to believe that South Indians are exclusively Dravidians because they live by the sea. Tamil activists claim that the Dravidian lands are called Kumari Kandam. History mentions that Kumari Kandam was swallowed by the sea. Many human habitats or civilizations have sprung up near water sources. These water sources must necessarily be fresh water only. Seawater or seashore is only a convenience for other purposes. Thus, Drava, Idam may not necessarily be by the seafront, but it could be in the interiors, by rivers or lakes. Whoever lives near water sources can be called Dravidian, not South Indians alone. Drava, Ida, which is mentioned in Mahabharata, is not a geographical area but a place of water in the human body. The urinary bladder is biggest source of salty water in a human body. All Vedic texts, including the epics Mahabharata and Ramayana, are ancient medical texts since all these texts are somehow related and interconnected. Thus, there are no races called Dravidians and Aryans. Today, the so-called Aryans believe that they are superior and the Dravidians are inferior to them. The Dravidians of today feel that they are marginalized by the Aryans. Neither of them is superior nor inferior to each other. Both are the descendants of ancient Indians, and both are superior as well as inferior in their practical knowledge. Varna or the caste system added fuel to fire. Indian society was divided into four classes: Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaisya, and Sudra. Another fifth class, untouchables, was added to the list. Vedas were divided into four: Rig, Yajur, Sama, and Atharva. Ayurveda was not considered a separate Veda. Untouchability comes out of Sad or cleanliness. Indian race system, Aryan and Dravidians, and Varna system, Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaisya, and Sudra, were utilized by Indian invaders to rule India. Britishers understood that this was more powerful than gunpowder. Many religions made inroads in altering this draconian feature, but ended up maintaining the status quo of the Varna system. The seven Thinai poems and their landscapes are real and not imaginary as claimed by Tamil literary experts. These poems are related to the 18 Puranas and Vedic texts, which are considered medical texts. Tamil people of ancient India seem to have taken an active part in creating the Puranas and Vedic texts in different style from Tamil poetry.
The strong nexus between Thinai poetry and Vedic texts bring out the ancient medical concepts being narrated through Tamil poetry.
The poetic attributes for each Thinai landscape, considered imaginary by literary circles, are not imaginary, but like anthropomorphism, are brought in to convey medical and health aspects of the human body. They may seem like romantic poems, but they are packed with innumerable health-related messages. There is a Tamil adage which says, Kallai kandal nayai kanum. Nayai kandal kallai kanum. Meaning, when you look at the stone, the dog does not exist. When you look at the dog, the stone does not exist. This was a comment made by an anonymous person looking at a statue of a dog made of granite. The dog statue was so perfect as to deceive human wit. This adage is applicable to Thinai poetry. Kurunji Thinai. In Kurunji Thinai, the region referred to is mountainous. The mood mentioned is the union of lovers, and time is midnight. The season is winter, and the climate is cool and moisture laden. The flower referred to in that region is the Kurunji. The Kurunji flower is a very special flower that blossoms once every 12 years. This flower can be seen near Munnar, Kerala, in the Western Ghats, and in the Kodaikanal hills of Tamil Nadu. The region of Kurunji Tinai is surrounded by lakes, waterfalls, trees of Vengai, kino tree, bamboo, jackfruit, and sandalwood. Millet or Tinai is a mountain crop grown in the region, and honey of wild bees is collected by the tribal people. Normally, different tribes live on one mountain or range. The color of the soil is red and black with stones and pebbles. The animals of the region are monkeys, elephants, horses, and bulls. The god of the region is Murugan, Kartikeyan, second son of Shiva. All the above attributes are poetic, but mentioned for a purpose. Kurunji Tinai is related to the male anatomy, and it tries to narrate the functions of the male sexual organ. This may also be applicable to the female sexual stimulation, since there is not much difference in gender sexual stimulation. The ingredients used to explain the sexual stimulation of both genders is the above mentioned landscape, mood, flowers, time, season, and climate, animal, crop and plant, water source, soil, occupation of the inhabitants, and God. Kurunji Tinai poetry narrates the process of secretion, collection, and accumulation, union of lovers, of seminal or vaginal fluid in human sexual organs. The semen of a male is a fluid consisting of two parts, a cellular part and a non-cellular part. Semen is secreted by the male gonads. Sexual glands of a male. Approximately 5% of semen consists of spermatozoons, and the balance is a seminal fluid called plasma. A healthy man may produce 1.5 milliliter to 5 milliliter per ejaculation. Each milliliter of seminal fluid contains about 20 million to 100 million sperm cells. Some portions of seminal fluid are produced by seminal vesicles, and most of the remainder is generated by the prostate, mountains. A small amount of viscous mucus with a jelly-like texture secreted by the bulbourethral glands is also added to the seminal fluid. The bull represents sexual stimulation. Incidentally, the bull is known as Nandi and is the vehicle of Shiva, who is represented by a phallic symbol. The elephant, Ganesha, organs consisting of scrotum, testis, and penis, represents erection of the penis, and horse represents motor power or metabolism. Seminal plasma contains sugar fructose, which is the main energy source of spermatozoons, and is called honey in this thinai. A cross section of the testis and female ovary will resemble a cross section of a jackfruit. The ovary is often compared with the seed pod of a lotus flower. Artocarpus integrifolia is the botanical name for the Indian jackfruit tree. The fruit is delicious and popular in India. The unripe fruit is generally cooked as a vegetable. The fruit, seeds, leaves, root, and the milky juice of the tree are used for medicinal purposes. Flakes of the fruit, fermented and distilled, yield an alcoholic drink. There are certain references to cannabis. Some vaginal secretions overpower or temporarily immobilize the T cells which patrol for aliens. Probably, this cannabis or inherent alcohol immobilizes the aliens, while the spermatozoons enter through the vaginal canal during intercourse. Petrocarpus marsupium is the botanical name for Venkai, or the Indian kino tree, a native Indian tree which grows largely in the Western Ghats. Gammalu aruttu is the Ayurvedic name for the tree, which has medicinal properties. It is also called Pitasala in Sanskrit. Sala means classroom or path. Pita is one of the three attributes of Ayurveda. The other attributes are Vata and Kava. Gammalu aruttu is used as an astringent, shrinks mucous membranes, and is often used internally to check discharge of mucus secretions. Mucus is one of the constituents of semen or vaginal secretions. Venkai is also another name for tiger, which is closely associated with Shiva and Ayyappan, who represents the third gender. Shiva is referred to as Pita or Pita, lunatic in Tamil poetry, which in turn could indicate the pituitary gland. The secretions of the pituitary gland control human procreative organs. Another attribute is sandalwood, which is of two types, red sandalwood and white sandalwood. Red sandalwood is known as Rakta Chandana, and its botanical name is Pterocarpus santallinus. Sandalwood paste has a cooling effect and is widely used during summer months. Heat boils on the human body are soothed by the application of sandalwood paste. Does this tree have a medicinal properties in relation to procreative organs? Sandalwood is widely known for its aromatic smell. White sandalwood is known as Sri Gandha or Bhadrasri, and its botanical name is Santalum album. Gandha, Gandhagam, refers to sulfur, which is meant for ignition, and Sri refers to germ cells of both male and female. Bhadra refers to the duct or canal, which may refer to the ducts of hormone glands. Sri mostly refers to female, and Gandha also refers to magnet, which attracts iron. Blood contains or needs iron. Females especially need a lot of iron because of menstruation. Another attribute is bamboo, grown in western India and the Himalayas. Bamboo, Bambusa arundinacea, is used to treat infections. Seminal fluid must travel and remain viable through the hostile situation inside the vagina. Seminal plasma serves as a nutritive and protective medium for the sperm during their journey. Bamboo is also known as Vamsa Lavanam, Vaishnavi, and Trinadvajab in Sanskrit. Lavanam refers to the salty region, and thus it may refer to human genitals. Vamsa means generation or lineage, and thus Vamsa Lavanam means lineage passages, which are human genitals that transport seminal fluid. Trinad may refer to the trinity or trijunction, which indicates the uterus. Jawab means answer or assurance. The uterus is known as Sangha, a meeting place mentioned in all ancient texts. The Kurunji flower is brought into the scenario to explain female puberty and ovulation. The Kurunji flower blossoms once in 12 years. It is also called Neela Kurunji, Strobilanthes kunthiana, and its medicinal properties are not fully known. Puranic texts specify that 12 years for a human is equivalent to 12 days for gods. The word god must have been derived from gonad. Ovum and testis are human gonads. 12 years may refer to the average age for female puberty. This average age is applicable to male puberty also, but normally average age for a male is 14 years. 12 days may also refer to the average period of ovulation, possible days of fertilization. Ovulation may take place between the 11th and 14th day of the menstrual cycle. Kunti of Mahabharata is also tied to female puberty. The animal, monkey, locally known as Hanuman, is also called Vayuputra, son of Vayu, a Vedic deity. Vayu, also known as Vata, refers to the wind and is thus connected to bodily movements, especially muscle contractions and releases during sexual stimulation. Elephant, known as Ganesha, is the elder brother of Kartikeya. Elephant or Ganesha refers to a penis erection, and Kartikeya refers to sperm. The horse is known as Ashvina and refers to the brain cortex, instrumental for all bodily senses. Bull, Nandi, a vehicle of Shiva, refers to sexual stimulation through secretions at the pituitary gland in the thalamus of the brain. A bull sitting or squatting on the floor will simply be munching cud. At times, when provoked, it will stand up with a sudden jerk, scaring people nearby. This sudden movement or arousal is related to sexual stimulation. Mullai Thinai. Mullai Thinai is set in a forest. The mood or situation is mellow, waiting for a separated lover, and the time is evening. The season is slightly warm, late summer, and cloudy. The flower available in this region is mullai, jasmine. The region is rich with rivers and kondrai trees. The color of the soil is red. The animal in the region is deer. The people of the region are farmers. The god of the region is Smal, Vishnu, Krishna. Mullai Thinai is related to the female anatomy and tries to describe the functions of her sexual organs when she is in a romantic mood or ovulating. The ingredients used to explain the functions of the female sexual organs are the landscape, mood, flower, time, season and climate, animal, crop and plant, water source, soil, occupation of the inhabitants, and god. The entire Mullai Thinai is devoted to describing the ovum's expulsion from the ovary, its journey through the fallopian tube, and heroine waiting patiently during separation for its union with the male sperm. The animal, deer, is brought in to show that the ovum has been separated from its herd, ovary, and is on its way to meet its companion, sperm, to reach a safer place, uterus, along with him. Otherwise, the separated deer will be killed. Degeneration of ovum without fertilization by wild animals. Bodily secretions. The ovum resembles a jasmine bud. Mullai is known as jasmine or jati, and its botanical name is Jasminum officinale. There are many species of jasmine. The fallopian tube is referred to as a forest pasture, vana. The movement of the ovum will be along the fallopian tube's natural direction, described as a river or river flow. The journey is one way only, and the ovum, deer, will never return to its original habitat, ovary. Kondrai, Sarakondrai, or golden shard tree, Cassia fistula, is brought into the scene. The flower is yellow in color. The tree is drought and salt tolerant. The tree grows best in late summer on well-drained soil, but is damaged even in a short spell of freezing weather. It all explains the fragility of the ovum. The kondrai flower is used as a ritualistic offering for Vishnu, the god earmarked for this Thinai. The word Sara in Sarakondrai refers to Saraswati, indicating the brain and nervous system. Vishnu is the preserver or protector. He is considered a brother to Parvati, uncle of Kartikeyan, second son of Parvati. As a brother, he is supposed to protect his sister and her lineage. Vishnu is also known as Tayumanavar, meaning mother-like protector. Vishnu, as a preserver, is likened to the endocrine system, which regulates certain hormonal secretions of the human body. The liver is one of the organs in the endocrine system which regulates or monitors female reproductive mechanism. Human portal circulation is connected to the liver. The fetal circulation system comes into existence only when the female is pregnant. Puranic stories mention that Brahma was born to Vishnu. Vishnu was also born to Brahma in some places, which stresses his role in the female anatomy. Brahma is considered human cells, germ cell, and body cell. The ovum is a female germ cell which can reproduce. The kondrai flower is much loved by Shiva. Ayurvedic medicine recognizes it as a disease killer and is called Aragvada. It is used as a laxative and to treat fever, arthritis, diseases of the nervous system, and blood-related diseases. Marudam Thinai. In Marudam Thinai, the region is an agricultural area, plain or valley, which is also known as heaven or Swarga. The mood or situation is that of a lover's quarrel, the annoyed wife accusing her husband of visiting courtesans, and the time is shortly before sunrise. The flower available in the region is Marudam. The region is rich with ponds and mango trees. The people around the area are farmers, doing pastoral and farming activities. The soil is alluvial. The animals available in the region are water buffaloes and freshwater fish. The god of the region is Devendra or Vendin, Indran. In Kurunji Thinai, it is seen that seminal fluid or vaginal secretions, Thenum Thinai Mavum, honey and millet flour, is being collected from the mountainous regions of the male and female bodies. In Mullai Thinai, the ovum, deer, came out of its herd and wandered in the forest to be saved by friends, sperm, or killed by wild animals, bodily secretions. What next? Marudam Thinai is related to the beginning or earlier part of the union of male and female. Vedic texts refer to it as yoga. Yoga refers here to the body movements at the time of union, which produces results. This has been symbolically mentioned as accusing husband of visiting courtesans. Courtesans' houses are visited by eligible males to enjoy sexual intimacy. The Marudam flower is native to tropical southern Asia. The flowers are produced in erect panicles, each flower with 6 whites to purple petals. It refers to erection during sexual stimulation. Marudhu tree is also called Vellai Marudhu and is known as Arjuna, Terminalia Arjuna in Sanskrit. Sodium, pure calcium carbonates, and alkaline chlorides. Arjuna is known for his superb skills in archery that requires the use of bow and arrow. It has been specifically brought into this Thinai to describe the activities around the male-female union. The male procreative organ, through its contraction and release of muscles, forcefully rejects the tightly packed, non-motile bunches of sperms through ejaculation. This situation is equated to archery, where arrows shoot out of the bow with force. The landscape mentioned here is agricultural land, situated in the plains or valley, which reminds us that the areas are very fertile and crops will grow green, healthy, and prosperous. Water buffaloes go into ponds to cool themselves and do not leave the pond quickly. Water buffaloes are famous for rubbing each other vigorously, rolling on each other, and fighting inside the pond, scattering the freshwater fish helter-skelter. The main occupation of farmers in the region is pastoral, meaning that they are experts in milking cattle, cows, sheep, or goats. Milk is known as lactose, or shira, or dugda, or doodh, and its constituents are very important for the well-being of bones, nerves, muscles, and tissues. The soil in the region is alluvial, containing fine particles of silt and clay deposited by a river or running water. Alluvial soil is very fertile. Similarly, when the seminal fluid is released into the vaginal canal, the sperms, freshwater fish, move helter-skelter through vaginal passage. The god of the region is Devendra or Vendin, Indran, known for savoring entertainment in the form of dance and music. In Tamil, Indriyam means seminal fluid, is the god of heaven or Swarga, Su plus Vargam, meaning pleasure. Even though Swargam is heaven, the bigger heaven, begetting children and descendants, is Vargam. Buffalo is the vehicle or Vahana of Yamadharma Raja. It refers to the human heart, which pumps blood into circulation. During intercourse, pumping of blood in both males and females is vigorous. penis erection is achieved through increased flow of blood into the soft blood vessels around it. Medical books offer a detailed description of the human anatomical areas affected by the great flow of blood, Mahakala, during an orgasm. The buffalo is brought into this thri scenario to remind one of the heart's functions. Buffalo's milk is a cardiac stimulant. Nathal Thinai. In Nathal Thinai, the region described is a seashore, seaside fishing, and sandy beaches. The mood is grief over separation expressed by the heroine, and the time is sunset. The flower available in the region is water lily. The region is occupied by punnai trees, water wells, and the sea. The people around are fisher folk. The soil is sandy and saline. Animals available in the region are crocodiles and sharks. The god of the region is Neidhirman or Kandolan Varunan. Nathal Thinai relates to the later part of the male-female reunion, the ejaculation stage. The god of the region, Varuna, the rain god, controls rain and natural water. Vaginal secretions occur to facilitate the movement of sperms to their destination. The normal environment of a vaginal passage is hostile to sperm cells, very acidic, viscous, and petrol by T cells. Normally, Varuna is shown or described together with Mitra, always called Varuna Mitra. They both refer to the dorsal ventral spinal nerve. This assumption is confirmed by the fact that crocodiles and sharks are brought in to show hostilities and facilities. Crocodile is the vehicle or Vahana of Ganga, who is considered a depiction of the human spinal cord or vertebrae. Spinal nerves control the movement and functions of organs. However, the components of seminal plasma, metal, salt ions, sugar, lipids, steroid hormones, enzymes, amino acids, etc. tend to protect sperm. Thus, the soil of the region is imagined as sandy and saline. The mood or situation is grief over separation, which is correct, and both parties have parted with something, secretions and ejaculation. The punnai tree, Calophyllum inophyllum, is a large evergreen tree native to southern coastal India. It grows on coastal sand or even degraded soil. The seeds yield oil for medicinal purposes believed to regenerate tissues. The wood is strong and used in the construction of keels for canoes and boats. The flower of the region, water lily, Nymphaceae or Nymphaea lotus, grows on muddy soil. Water lily is also known as Indravacham. In Sanskrit, where Indra always refers to sexual pleasure or procreative organs, Vacham or Vasam means smell. Thus, Indravacham may mean the smell of seminal fluid. Vacha, a medicinal plant, is also known as Sugantha Vacha, and its botanical names are Alpinia galanga or Kempferia galanga. Kempferia galanga is known as Chandra Mulliga, where Chandra refers to moon, and in turn, the female menstrual cycle. Thus, Nathal Thinai explains or brings out the atmospheric conditions in the vaginal passage. Varuna is the name of a plant which is also known as Pashugandha, Asmarigna, and Marilinga, Linga. Its botanical name is Creta eva religiosa. Pashu in Tamil refers to cow and is known as Gaumada or Gomada, which refers to the female genitals. Normally, this plant is found in the vicinity of Hindu temples. The medicinal usages of Creta eva religiosa and its relevance to female genitals is not known. The story of Sagarmanthan describes the Varuni or Sura coming out of a milky ocean while the Devas and Asuras were churning it. Orgasms in both men and women are often associated with other involuntary actions, including vocalizations and muscular spasms in other areas of body. Also, In general, a euphoric sensation is associated with orgasms, attributed to the release of prolactin. Prolactin is a typical neuroendocrinal response in depressed mood and irritation. Does this plant Varuna Crita eva religiosa have anything to do with prolactin? Palai Thinai. In Palai Thinai, the region is parched wasteland or desert. The mood or situation is the longest separation and dangerous journey undertaken by the hero. The time period is noon. Noon represents scorching sun and thirst. The flower in the region is Palai. The region abounds in cactus plants, dry wells, and stagnant water. The people around are travelers and bandits.
The region is filled with salt affected soil.
The animals in the region are tired elephants, tigers, and wolves. The god is Kotravai or Durga, another name of Parvati. Palai Thinai is a continuation of the previous Nathal Thinai, where the sperm swims or moves deep into the vagina
And uterus in search of the female egg. The sperms, heroes, the travelers undertake a dangerous journey through the wasteland.
uterus and fallopian tube are considered wasteland since no conception has taken place. And they may be killed by bandits, T-cells, or other hostiles on their way. We see dry wells, stagnant water, since bodily secretions would have reduced or stopped. The soil's condition has not changed from the previous Nathal Thinai and continues to be salt infused. We also see fatigued elephants and tigers. Elephant refers to Ganesha, and the tubular conduit which transfers seminal fluid during ejaculation, the penis and testes. An erect penis resembles an elephant raising its trunk above its head. The tiger refers to Shiva and in turn the phallus. Tiger is an agile swimmer and attacker of its prey. Fatigue is natural in men and women post-orgasm. The Palai flower, Rhytia tomentosa, is native to tropical Asia, Africa, and Australia. This is presently used as an antidote for snake bites and scorpion stings. It is also called Kutaja, Holarena antidysenterica, in Ayurveda and has many medicinal properties. The word Kuta can be found in Kalakuta, Kala, blood, Kutta, pool. The poison that came out while churning milky ocean or Sagar Mantana. This poison, Kalakuta, was drunk by Shiva. Thus, Kala refers to Shiva and Yama, and it is a name for human blood. Kutta means kutte or pool, and thus Kalakuta means pool of blood. This blood pool occurs at the time of male or female sexual stimulation. In case orgasm or ejaculation does not occur, the blood pool turns blue due to lack of oxygen and is called blue ball. Thus, the flower Kutaja, Holarena antidysenterica, may be useful in this situation. The cactus plant has hundreds of thorns. When hundreds of sperms,
Wagging their tails,
try to break into the round-shaped female egg, the ovum will resemble a cactus with hundreds of thorns. All sperms attack with the single aim of penetrating the ovum. Menstruation will happen if fertilization has not taken place. The presence of Durga, Dur means bad, Ga means go, tells us about the forming of the endometrium, the uterus lining, soon after the release of the ovum from the ovaries. If conception takes place, the uterus lining will not be shed. Hence, there will be no menstrual cycle. If conception does not take place, then the menstrual cycle will be activated after a wait of 2 weeks from the day the ovum has been expelled from the ovary. Nearly 400 million sperms are ejected into a vagina during intercourse. Very small numbers survive to swim into the uterus and only one will succeed in entering the ovum and fertilizing it. Incidentally, the Palai flower is known as Kalinga, which reminds us of Emperor Asoka and his great war at Kalinga. Female genitals are also known as Kalinga, while the male genital is known as Linga. Ka would have been added to the name to refer to periodic flow of blood during menstruation. After the war, King Asoka is said to have followed Buddhism, considered a branch of Hinduism. Bu means birth. There is a striking similarity between these two incidents, Kalinga War and human intercourse. Millions of soldiers called sperms perish, and consumption takes place, which result in birth, Bu. In the Great Kalinga War also, there were innumerable deaths. The war was won by Asoka, and he follows the teachings of Buddha. Buddha attained enlightenment at Gaya under a Bodhi tree. Yaga is a religious ritual which refers to the metabolic activities in the human body. Kalinga is a medicinal plant. Asoka is also a medicinal plant, and its botanical name is Saraka indica. It is also known as Vichitra and Gandapushpa and is found in many temples. The Bodhi tree, known as Aswada, sacred fig, and people tree, is a medicinal plant and its botanical name is Piscus religiosa. Thus, the stories of Kalinga and Buddha also seem to be anthropomorphic stories about human birth or fertilization from the ancient medical texts of the Vedas. Buddhist scripture also contains elaborate details about human anatomy and its functions. Buddha and Buddhism relate to functions of fertilization, development of organs inside the uterus, birth, and to spiritual, as is presently assumed. Kaikilai Thinai. Kaikilai Thinai is a non-geographical composition, and no region is described in ancient literature. The mood or situation described in this Thinai is one-sided love. Kaikilai Thinai is a stage where no union takes place between male and female. The female egg and male ejaculation will go waste without an actual union. The female egg is wasted if sexual union does not take place. The menstrual cycle is a natural phenomenon of the female anatomy. In other words, it explains the degeneration of the female egg if it does not meet with the male sperms. Since no union has taken place, the situation is called one-sided. The same situation is also applicable to male sperm not used for union and fertilization. Perundinai. Perundinai is also a non-geographical composition, and no region is described in ancient Tamil literature. The mood or situation described in this Thinai is an unnatural one and contrary to tradition. It is traditional for a female to have a regular cycle, her ovary releasing the ovum at monthly intervals for conception. If a menstrual cycle is not regular but abnormal, the situation may be perundinai. Another instance may be a union where one of the parties does not consent. Yet, another situation may be a separation due to breach of promise by any one of the parties, hero or heroines. Under these conditions, the union may take place at a time when either ovum or sperm is not released, or the released ovum may be defective, or the sperm may not be motile, when either party experiences infertility, impotence, or sterility. Literally, it was felt that the union of a man with a woman much older than him was to be discouraged, as the resulting offspring may not be healthy. The practice of Shashtiyapta Purti, marriage at the 60th year of a male, expects a male to refrain from active procreation
even though it does not prohibit the person from pursuing a normal sexual life.
Thus, ancient Tamil literature has not created and divided Thinais to inform us of geographical or non-geographical areas of land, but to give us medical knowledge. Ancient Tamil literature must be called the Siddha form of health literature. It is an alter ego of the anthropomorphic work of Vedic texts, which also record medical or health information. Vedic Sanskrit was used to produce Vedic texts. Likewise, Sangha Tamil, chaste Tamil, was used to produce Tamil literary texts. The parallels between Vedic texts and Sangha Tamil texts lead us to believe that a common body of knowledge, ancient medical texts, were recorded in their own literary style. This resulted in later Vedic and Tamil scholars blaming each other for copying each other's work. The same principle applies to Egyptian, Greek, and Latin stories of gods. Scholars from those regions would have worked together at the time of the Indus Valley civilization. The Thinai kind of poetry in Tamil literature is called Chitrinba or Sitrinba poetry, meaning poetry of sexual pleasure. Chit or Sit comes from the root Chirya or Syria, meaning small. Inba meaning pleasure in Tamil language. The same can be found in the word Chitrambalam for the present city of Chitrambalam, where the Shiva's temple has Nataraj as its chief deity. Chit means small and Ambalam means place. But Chitrambalam does not mean small place, but pleasure place. Why is it called a pleasure place? Nataraj's Ananda Tandavam is considered the cosmic dance related to the male orgasm, stimulated by the pituitary gland in the thalamus. Thus, Chitrambalam refers to Shiva's residence, which is the pituitary, the sexual stimulant and master regulator. Churning of Milky Ocean or Sagar Manthan. Sagar Manthan or churning of the Milky Ocean is a very familiar and popular story. It is one of the most famous episodes narrated in the Puranas and is celebrated in a major way every 12 years as the Kumbh Mela. The story is said to represent the spiritual endeavor of a person striving for immortality. To achieve self-realization through concentration of mind, withdrawal of senses, control of desires, practice of austerities, and asceticism. Like the Thinai, romantic stories of Tamil literature, this story anthropomorphically narrates the natural developments in the human body at puberty. It talks about puberty in males and females, procreative activities of human beings, its abuses, need to procreate, simple, natural sexual feeling or arousal, intercourse or union, male-female ejaculation and orgasms, bodily adaptations, sexually related reactions, and problems connected with orgasms and their remedies, and the ultimate result of the union, fertilization. Because sexual topics are often uncomfortable to discuss, many kinds of stories have been invented during olden days to describe them, and this story of churning the Milky Ocean is one such anthropomorphic story. Once, while Indra, chief of Indraloka and Swargaloka, was riding on his elephant, he came across a powerful sage. Sage Durvasa, carrying a special garland, mala, on his head, had been wandering around the world for a long time. Durvasa decided to give the garland to Indra, who accepted the garland and put it on the trunk of the elephant which he was riding. The elephant threw the garland on the floor, showing disrespect to the sage. The sage, enraged by Indra's action, explained to him that the garland was the dwelling of Thri, fortune, and was therefore to be treated as prasad, something to be revered. Durvasa cursed that all the devas, Indra's subjects, would be deprived of their strength, energy, and fortune. In Tamil language, Dur means bad or dirty. Normally, Dur is prefixed to show badness or dirtiness of anything. For example, Dur Buddhi means dirty mind or beliefs. Vasa in Tamil mean smell or odor, and thus Durvasa means bad odor or dirty smell. Vasava is another name for Indra. Vas deferens and Vasa efferentia are some terms relating to the male testicle and its tubular path. As per the Puranas, Indra is not a person, but a position or title. His position is equated to the continuous flows of ants, chitti, out of their burrows, which means that so many persons have occupied the position of Indra. This flow is called seminal fluid and has relevance to the tubular path. Indra is from Indiriyam, seminal fluid, which also confirms this connection to human testicles. Indrani, wife of Indra, refers to the feminine gender and plays the same role in female anatomy that Indra plays for the male anatomy. Chitti or Chinti is another name for ant. The Puranas refer to Chitti Mukha, which is the face of an ant. Why the face of an ant? The face of an ant resembles a Sertoli cell that produces sperm in male anatomy. There are thousands of Sertoli cells in males that produce sperm continuously. The flow of sperm cells is equated to the marching of ants from their burrows. Mala, la, means garland, and it refers to the tubular path where sperm cells are produced. Ma also refers to origin of beginning. La refers to lavana, which is a salty region. The human body is blessed with many glands to produce odors or vasa. Since many of these glands are associated with sexual attraction, they start operating during puberty. It is exactly the reason why Durvasa carried the special mala on his head till he met Indra. When girls and boys approach puberty, many changes take place in their bodies. They may start to have body odor, vasa, which is pungent. Thus, sage Durvasa meets Indra and initiates body odor, vasa, when they reach puberty. Puberty in boys begins at about 11 to 15 years of age with the release of hormones by the pituitary gland, the master regulator. Testosterone, the male sex hormone, is produced by the testis, which is responsible for sexual development. The testicles and scrotums of boys get bigger and are ready to produce more hormones for changes to take effect. The penis grows longer and may get erections. Erection. Linga is achieved through increased flow of blood, known as Shiva, into spongy tissues at the genitals. Please refer to the 60-year cycle of the Tamil calendar, wherein 11th year is mentioned as Ishwaran, which is the status of the seminal fluid. Young boys may experience wet dreams, which may result in ejaculation. This situation is referred to as the elephant throwing the garland on the floor. They may also feel an impulse to masturbate, which is normal. Erect penis looks like an elephant raising its trunk above its head. Sperm and ovum, germ cells, are considered thri, fortune, since they can produce offspring, which were considered fortune in the olden days and even today. Mala also resembles Kala, a name for Yama, and Mahakala for Shiva. It is considered that both Yama and Shiva are related to human blood or blood circulation in the human body. Vedic texts use Ma for big or origin. Puberty is stimulated with an increased level of sex hormones in the bloodstream. Thus, Mala and Kala come together. Green gram is known as Ma and is also called Mada or Mudga in Sanskrit. Its botanical name is Phaseolus mungo. It is a very good food supplement. Sprouted gram is considered very nutritious. Mada contains Ma, Da, where Ma means origin and Da means flow. Devas are always connected to Indra, who is known to be sperm with seminal fluid. Thus, Devas must represent the constituents of sperm and the seminal fluid, which are chromosomes and genes. Considering the number of Devas mentioned in Puranic stories, they must relate to gene bases of chromosomes. There are about 330 million Devas that exist according to the Puranas. Approximate numbers of known gene bases are 310 million as per English medicine. The balance 20 million must have been found by English medicine. Madness or lunacy is known as Mada or Madam in Tamil. Thus, when an elephant is enraged, it is known as mad elephant or afflicted with Mada. Mada, Ma, Ta, being big flow, refers to sprouting or germination that happens in grain, which is the origin for every growth. Madam in Tamil is the name adopted for religion. Thus, religion must mean human germination or human growth, and it cannot mean spiritualism. Incidentally, an elephant is enraged when it's sexually excited. When a male is sexually excited, it results in an erection, which is equated to an elephant's raised trunk. A sexually aroused male is known as a person afflicted with madam. Elephant god, Ganesha, represents the male scrotum and testis. Puberty in girls is controlled by the pituitary gland, releasing luteinizing hormone and follicle stimulating hormone. Luteinizing hormone stimulates the ovaries to produce progesterone, which is responsible for breast development, cows or surabhi, and menstruation. Follicle stimulating hormone is responsible for the release of estrogen, which initiates development of female sexual characteristics. The developmental process leads to menarche and then to a regular menstrual cycle over a period. Purana story continues. Due to the sage Durvasa's curse, the Devas were defeated in the next battle and lost their kingdom. Indra approached Lord Vishnu, who advised him to seek the help of demons to churn the ocean of milk so that he and the Devas could partake of Amrit, nectar, which would make them immortal and help them regain their lost kingdom. The above paragraph brings out the process of development in sexual organs from the onset of puberty. Vishnu, hormonal functions, is approached to further accelerate the development process. Vishnu is considered the liver and or part of endocrine and digestive system of human body. The endocrine and exocrine system of the human body secrete many hormones which are necessary for development. The hormones, glucagon, and insulin of the pancreas control blood sugar levels, increase proteins, and regulate the storage of fat in the human body. This increases the energy available to the body. Indra rightly approached Lord Vishnu for help. The immortality talked about here is not about defeating death, but continuing humanity through procreation. Continuation of life through generations of descendants. This is achieved through the transfer of chromosomes or genes from a parent to their descendants and so on. Vedas never talk about no death, as they are very aware that death is imminent, but they talk about continuity and a healthy society. Churning of the ocean simply means the process of sexual arousal and its follow-up. Purana story continues. As per Vishnu's advice, the Devas, referring here to gene bases, approached the Asuras or demons and they agreed to churn the ocean of milk together. They sought the help of Mount Mandara and the great snake Vasuki for this purpose. Vasuki, the snake god, was used as a rope and Mandara, the mountain, as a churning rod. While they were churning the great ocean, Lord Vishnu assumed the form of a tortoise and held the mountain Mandara up during the churning. While the churning was going on, several wonderful objects came out of the Milky Ocean. Sura means surabhi or secretion, whereas asura means non-secreting stage of a particular portion of an organ. Thus, the non-secreting organ or gland was invited to play a role to secrete so that the developmental process would be smoother and natural. Puranic texts consider non-secreting organs or glands as asura, symbolized as a demon which should be fought to achieve the required results. Mandra and Vasuki are nothing but various parts of the penis or phallus and the brute force attached to it at the time of sexual arousal and erection. Mandra refers to arka or alarka or erika flower, botanically known as Calotropis gigantea and Calotropis procera. There is another plant known as arka pushpi, botanically known as Holostema annularis caesium. The mandara flower resembles the head of a penis, which is known as glans. Incidentally, this mandara flower is a favorite of Ganesha, the elephant god, and is used in a garland for the deity. The flower has medicinal properties. Christianity also refers to the snake as a phallic symbol, named Satan. Vishnu, assuming the form of a tortoise, is nothing but foreskin movement of a penis. White tortoise. The head of the tortoise slides in and out of its shell smoothly like the foreskin movement of the penis head. Roots of the mandara plant are a known snake repellent. The roots drive away poisonous snakes, and hence, many people keep a Ganesha statue made of the roots of the mandara plant in their houses for worship. Does this plant have anything to do with sexual organs? An orgasm, known as a sexual climax, is a pleasurable physical, psychological, and emotional response to prolonged sexual stimulation. It is often accompanied by physiological reactions such as ejaculation or spasms, followed by aftershocks. This is how many things came out of churning the Milky Ocean. The developmental process of procreative systems in both males and females creates lots of new things. The story continues. First to come out of the churning was halahal, a deadly poison, which threatened to engulf the worlds and destroy them. While no one was willing to accept the poison, Lord Shiva came forward. He swallowed it. Parvati, who was standing beside him, pressed his neck and prevented it from going down his stomach. Thus, the poison remained there, stuck forever in his neck, neither going up into his mouth nor going down into his stomach. There are stories to say that Adam's apple has come into existence only because of Parvati's pressing of Shiva's neck. Does this situation want us to notice the hyoid bone at the neck which allows saliva and food into the stomach and prevents it from going into the lungs? The poison was so potent that it changed the color of Shiva's neck to blue. Hence, Shiva is also called Neelakandan, blue-necked one. Medically, this kind of situation is called blue balls. The term is used to identify temporary fluid congestions in the testicles and prostate region caused by prolonged sexual arousal in males. It is often accompanied by a cramp-like ache of prostatic congestion and pain in the testicles. The main cause is prolonged sexual stimulation of the erect penis that does not result in an orgasm and ejaculation. During sexual arousal, it is said that the sympathetic nervous system decreases its inputs to the genital tissues, resulting in increased blood flow to the testicles and prostate areas. As this happens, other muscles constrict, causing more bodily fluid to enter the area than leave, ensuring a high regional blood pressure to allow a sustained erection of penis for the penetration during sexual intercourse. If orgasm is not achieved within the required time, the blood and lymphatic fluid tend to pool, and the blood becomes oxygen starved. At times, this pooling of oxygen starved blood may result in a bluish tint to the scrotum. This blood pool is called Kalakuta by Puranic texts. There is a flower called Kutaja, Holarena antidysenterica, in Ayurveda, which has medicinal properties. It is also called as Pale, Raitia tomentosa, and is used for snake bite and scorpion sting. It is also called Kalinga, Vatsika, and Giri Mallika. In Sanskrit, the medicinal properties of these plants must be useful in these situations. This is how Shiva, referred to by the phallic symbol of Lingam, came to the churning side and became Neelakandan, blue-necked one. The easiest way to believe blue balls is through an orgasm, either by sexual intercourse or by masturbation. This explains why Parvati, wife of Shiva, also came to the churning side. Women can also experience discomfort due to unrelieved vasocongestion, as their genitals also become engorged with blood during sexual arousal. They can experience pelvic heaviness and aching if they do not reach orgasm. The general term, pelvic congestion, refers to such pain as it occurs in either gender. The story continues. The process of churning continued. Then came Kamadhenu, the wish-fulfilling cow, Uchaisrava, the white horse, Airavada, the white elephant, Kaustubhamani, a rare diamond, Kalpavriksha, the wish-fulfilling tree, Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth, and Sura or Varuni, the goddess of wine. Then emerged Apsaras, beautiful dancing girls. A host of other wonderful things also appeared from the milk of ocean. At last, Dhanvantri, the divine physician, appeared with the vessel of Amrit, nectar of immortality, in his hands. These objects, except Amrit, were divided between the Devas and the Asuras. Orgasms in both men and women are often associated with other involuntary actions, including vocalizations and muscular spasms in other areas of body. Also, in general, a euphoric sensation is associated with orgasms. The orgasm generally causes perceived tiredness in both males and females. This is attributed to the release of prolactin. Sura or Varuni, the goddess of wine, would have visited them. The emergence of Sura means that the respective organs have started the secretion processes. Male orgasm results in contractions of the prostate, urethra, and muscles at the base of the penis, which forces semen to be expelled in ejaculation. During ejaculation, sperm passes through ejaculatory ducts and is mixed with fluids from seminal vesicles, prostate, and bulbourethral glands to form semen. Airavata, the white elephant, may be the result. It becomes the vehicle or vahana of Indra, who is known as Indriyam, the seminal fluid. Enragement or madness or mada is always associated with the elephant and its sexual stimulation. Vada, part of Airavata, means reflex or movement and is one of the three major divisions of Ayurvedic treatment. Vayu, god of wind, is also known as Vata. Vayu also refers to the movement and thus he is called the god of direction. Female ejaculation refers to the expulsion of noticeable amounts of fluid from the urethra or vagina during sexual stimulation or closer to orgasm. The expelled fluid is a clear or milky emerging sometimes with force. It has a composition like the fluid generated by males in the prostate gland and is generated by Skene's glands. This may be Uchaisrava, the white horse, the bitter god, Momadica charanthia. Plant is known as Uche or Caravella. Vella means white or Sushavi. The constituents are bitter glucoside, soluble in water and insoluble in ether. Does this plant have any medicinal usage in this situation? During sexual arousal, breasts swell as blood rushes into veins and tissues become engorged. There exists a neurological link between the breast and female sexual and reproductive organs. This is where Kamadhenu, the wish-fulfilling cow, enters the story. Kama means sexual stimulation or pleasure. There is a plant called Kamaduti, Stereospermum sauffolens, which is also known as Patala and Madanakamapu. The flowers of the plant contain albuminous, saccharine, mucilaginous matters, and wax. The name of the plant refers to sexual stimulation or pleasure. Does this plant have any medicinal usage under this situation? The female orgasm is preceded by the moistening of vaginal walls and enlargement of the clitoris due to increased blood flow, which is called a sex flush, and is accompanied by reddening of the skin. As a woman comes closer to orgasm, the clitoris moves inward under clitoral hood, and the labia minora, minor lips, become darker. As the orgasm becomes imminent, the vagina decreases in size by about 30% and becomes congested from engorged soft tissue. The uterus then experiences muscular contractions. A woman experiences full orgasm when her uterus, vagina, and pelvic muscles undergo a series of rhythmic contractions. The uterus, along with the ovaries, are Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth, always pink, which is the birthplace of fortune or Thri. In some places, Thri refers to the ovum, female egg. Lakshmi moves into the site of churning. The uterus is the place where the sperm pierced ovum or fertilized ovum grows into a fetus, a fully grown baby. After orgasm, the clitoris re-emerges from under the clitoral hood and returns to its normal size in less than 10 minutes. This is how Kastubhamani, a rare diamond, emerged. The fact that women tend to attain orgasm easier when they are ovulating suggests that it is tied to increasing fertility. The clitoris relates to Balarama, brother of Krishna, discussed under chapter Purushottama Kshetra. Bala refers to child as well as strength. Kalpavriksha, the wish-fulfilling tree, must represent the uterus in which the fertilized egg is deposited and attaching itself to the wall, grows like a tree. Just as a tree gets many branches, all organs of a fetus grow at this site in the uterus. It might also represent the bodily response from head to toe to this orgasm or sexual stimulation in men and women. Vrikashapa, Cedrus deodara, is a medicinal plant which is also known as Devadaru, Bhadradaru, and Suradaru. Does this plant have any medicinal applications? Finally came Dhanvantri, Dana plus Vana plus Thri, divine physician, with a vessel of Amrit in his skillful hands. Dana or Dana refers to seed, whereas Danya or Danya refers to food grains. Danya or Danya comes out of Dana or Dana, the seeds. Vana means forest. Tree or Thri, Thiridal in Tamil means wander or move, may mean move around. Thus, Dhanvantri may mean movement or flow of seeds that can make or produce a big forest, which must refer to the bundle of sperm being ejaculated. Dhanvantri may also refer to the chromosomes and genes packed inside a sperm. The sperms that are deposited into the vaginal cavity will swim past to reach the ovum, female egg. Fertilization will bring in growth and development which is equated to the growth of a forest. Hence, Dhanvantri is known as divine physician who can create wonders. Amrit was taken or drunk by the Devas only and not shared with the Asuras who are non-secreting organs. Sura refers to secreting organs or secretions. Devas are the gene basis of chromosomes and are closely associated with sperm or ovum or seed. Asuras have no part in sperm except doing for their job of providing lubrication as required. Rahu or Raghu, head portion of the demon snake, is said to have drunk some portion of the Amrit while being slayed. Raghu is considered the sperm head which contains the nucleus of a germ cell. Amrit is a medicinal plant, also known as Nirjara, Somavalli, Gulochi, Gudichi, Pitagni, and Bishapriya. Its botanical name is Cocculus cordifolius or Tinospora cordifolia or Terminalia scibula. Soma is described as a drink consumed by Indra during his fight with Vrithra. This drink may represent the cytoplasm present in the nucleus of a germ cell. The Purana story continues. The nectar of immortality was, of course, eventually denied to the Asuras and was distributed among the Devas alone through a fine act of trickery performed by Vishnu, who assumed the form of Mohini, female seductress, to divert the Asuras and make them temporarily forget Amrit. The Devas not only became immortal but also defeated the Asuras summarily. The same Mohini also is said to have given birth to Ayyappan during uniting with Shiva. Ayyappan is a representation of neither men nor women but the third gender. The Devas regained their kingdom and achieved immortality. Once sperms are motile, they can swim past the vaginal terrains. Immortality does not mean life without death, but the continuation of life through generations through continuous chain procreation. Vishnu assuming the form Mohini may represent the X and Y chromosomes. Purana story continues. To save it from the Asuras, the Devas hid the Amrit in 4 places: Prayag, Allahabad, Haridwar, Ujjain, and Nasik. At each of the hiding places, a drop of nectar spilled from the pot. These 4 places are believed to have acquired mystical power since then. The Puranic stories are sometimes a little too vague to interpret in medical terms. The 4 places referred to here are the places of the blood barriers in the human body. They are blood-brain barrier, blood-testis barrier, blood-retinal barrier or blood-ocular barrier, and blood-air barrier or alveolar capillary barrier. Blood barrier means a metabolic or cellular structure that restricts the passage of various unwanted substances and objects between bloodstream and the tissues while allowing essential substances that are needed for metabolic functions. This restriction is highly important for better functioning, which cannot be compromised. Do the medical properties of Amrit benefit these 4 places? One of the 4 places is Prayag, Allahabad. Prayag is situated at the confluence of the rivers Ganga and Yamuna. Many believe that a third river, Saraswati, also joins here. Prayag comes from Prayag, meaning place of sacrifice, and is believed to be the place where Brahma received his first sacrifice. Brahma is the human cell and is an embryo, the first organ to develop in the skull, head, out of neural cord. The blood barrier in the skull is located at the eyes, which is called blood retinal barrier or blood ocular barrier, otherwise called Prayag. River Yamuna refers to the eye humor, Ganga refers to cerebro-brain fluid, and Saraswati refers to the brain cortex. The second place where the Amrit was hidden is Haridwar. Its ancient name was Gangadwara. It is the place where the river Ganges enters the Indo-Gangetic plain from the glacier. As per the Puranic story, Bhagirath brought Ganga down from heaven. Shiva used his hair to absorb the impact of Ganga hitting the earth. The Himalayas are considered the head of a human body, and the spinal cord runs from the head to the sacral portion of the human body. Ganga is equated to the cerebrospinal fluid in the spinal cord. Dwara means passage or hole. Ganga Dwara is the passage between the brain and spinal cord. The barrier at this place is called blood-brain barrier or blood cerebrospinal fluid barrier, which is the central nervous system. Regarding Haridwar, Hari refers to Krishna in turn, referring to the urinary organs. Thus, Haridwar and Gangadwara are certainly different places. And the third place where the Amrit was hidden is Ujjain. It is situated on the banks of the Kshipra river. Its ancient name was Ujjaini, and according to the Mahabharata, it was the capital of the Avanti kingdom. Today, Ujjain is the home of many Linga shrines dedicated to Shiva. All this information takes Ujjaini to male reproductive organs and is the place where the blood testis barrier is situated. This barrier is a physical barrier between the blood vessels and the seminiferous tubules. It is formed by tight connections between the Sertoli cells of the seminiferous tubules and nourishes the spermatogenia. The fourth place where the Amrit was hidden is Nasik, situated in the Western Ghats on the banks of the Godavari river. The city enjoys a very pleasant climate because of its situation. Nasi or Nashika means nose. The cutting of Surapanaka's, sister of Ravana nose by Lakshmana, brother of Rama, is attached or connected to this ancient city. The nose is used by all humans to breathe. The location of Nasik in the Western Ghats also reminds us of good, pleasant wind. Godavari River reminds us of liquid. Breathing is very important as it enables the carbon dioxide in the blood to be exhaled into the air and the oxygen from the air to be absorbed by the blood. Thus, the alveolar capillaries in the lungs play a bigger role in this regard. It is where the blood-air barrier or alveolar capillary barrier exists. The Puranic story continues. The Devas hid the nectar at different places: Swargaloka, Mrityaloka, and Patalaloka. Devas were on Mrityaloka, earth, for 12 days. 12 days of Devas equals 12 years for humans on Mrityaloka. Thus, Devas were on earth for 12 years with the Amrit. Hence, every 12 years, Kumbh Mela is celebrated at the 4 places. The story talks about 12 days and 12 years. Each female child will attain puberty around 12 years, average of age, and blossoms into a woman capable of reproduction shortly afterwards. 12 days refers to the periodical ovulation, releasing of the female egg into the fallopian tube, and its possible fertilization every month. Medically, fertilization takes place approximately after 12 days in a menstrual cycle. Swargaloka is related to Indra and thus it refers to the human procreative organs. Mrityaloka refers to the blood and its circulation, perhaps the fetal circulation which comes into existence during pregnancy. Patalaloka may refer to the human spinal cord and nervous system. There exists a neurological link between the breast and female sexual and reproductive organs. Medicinal properties of Amrit must benefit these places also. There exists a plant called Kamaduti, Stereospermum saufolens, also known as Patala or Matanakamapu. Does this also have anything to do with these organs? Brahman or Paraman. Hinduism and the Hindu culture consider Brahman as the supreme spirit, Atman or God, and the divine energy that unifies and sustains all life in this universe. Brahman is considered identical to Ishvara, who is identified by many as Shiva, one of the Trinity gods. Some consider Ishvara as Vishnu, yet another group considers Brahman as Brahma. To avoid confusion, let us call the Supreme Spirit Brahman or Paraman for our discussion. He is completely different from the Trinity gods, namely Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. Paraman and Brahma may sound similar, yet they are different in their respective functions. There are certain similarities in their creative functions, but their areas of operation are entirely different and very clearly demarcated. Since the term Paraman refers to the Supreme Spirit, it must have evolved from the word para in Tamil, meaning everywhere or all over. Thus, only the Supreme Spirit should be called Paraman. This term should not be used to refer to the Trinity god Brahma. The term Paraman, possibly Paramanu, is the combination of two words, para and anu. Anu or manu means minute cell or atom or organism. Thus, Paraman is called the Supreme Spirit in every atom. As mentioned elsewhere, the human body is considered the universe by Vedic and Puranic texts. Every limb or portion of the human body or the whole universe, whole human body, exists or stems from the Paraman. Manu is considered the first man or the progenitor of humanity, and as such could be associated with the reproductive system. Cells are considered the building blocks of life. There are two major classifications of cells in the human body: reproductive cells and somatic cells. Reproductive cells are known as gametes or germ cells. They contain 23 unpaired chromosomes. Somatic cells are known as body cells and contain 46 chromosomes organized into 23 pairs. The supreme spirit or Paraman is none other than the human germ cells, ovum, female egg, and sperm, male cell. They are the reasons or basis for the existence of the universe, human body. Paraman is linked to Hiranyagarbha. Garbha means uterus, thus gives birth to the universe, human body. The uterus is the place where both male and female germ cells meet and develop into a fully grown baby. This is called an act of creation at a superior or first level. Brahma, one of the Trinity gods, created Paraman, undertakes or continues the creative function such as multiplication of somatic body cells and germ cells along with his other duties. Brahma, considered the brain, is the controlling tower of the human body. This kind of creation is a secondary level function within the human body. The question of which comes first from which arises. Did germ cells, gametes, come first, or did the human body comes first? The question and the answer are cyclical. The human embryos are created out of germ cells, gametes, and the germ cells are created inside the human body. Hindu philosophy considers that Paraman, being the Hiranyagarbha, takes many forms and manifests as thousands of gods. Human organs are, therefore, manifestations of fertilization that has taken place, and they are anthropomorphically mentioned as gods. There is a high possibility that the word god has come out of gonad, another word for the male sex organ, testis, and the female sex organ, ovary. There is another English word, goad, which means spear or thorn, something which urges or stimulates action. Goad also refers to a pointed rod used to prod an animal. The pronunciation of goad also sounds like God. Considering the above meaning, human gonads, sperm and ovum prod fetal growth. The male sperm is shaped as spear, veil, which penetrates the ovum and sets human growth into motion. The Trinity gods, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, come into the limelight only when the germ cell, Paraman, is fertilized and grows into an embryo. The human body is divided into three parts. On the lines of modern medicine classification, ectoderm, endoderm, and mesoderm, which are made up of different kinds of cells, and each Trinity god is allocated to each segment of the human body. Brain and nervous system, etc. to Brahma, digestive and endocrine areas, etc. to Vishnu, procreative aspects, etc. to Shiva. These are discussed in their respective chapters. These distinctions are necessary to understand Vedic Puranic texts correctly. Atharva Veda says, "Great indeed are the Devas, who have sprung out of Paraman." Hindu scripts say that there are 330 million Devas, likened to the human gene basis, estimated to be around 310 to 320 million. Genes come with chromosomes. On fertilization, male haploid chromosomes fuse with female haploid chromosomes and create full chromosomes, the embryo. Hindu script translation does mention Devas as gods, gods as Devas in many places. This transposition is understandable under the light of the misunderstanding of Puranic scripts. Devas, Devaloka, Devendra are related to Indra, who is Indriyam, seminal fluid of the human body. Indriyam is a broader term consisting of chromosomes, germ cells, and other secretions. Hindu philosophy accepts that Paraman and Brahma are different and independent, even though at many places it considers both the same. Paraman is referred to as Atman or soul and is correct in relation to germ cell. The germ cell creates the human body. Brahma was born to Paraman and his wife Maya. Ma denotes big or beginning. Ya means yagna, referring to fusion or metabolic activities. Maya normally means illusion or unexplained creation. Even though we are aware that fertilization takes place when a female egg and male sperm merge, we are still not knowledgeable about how it happens. That is Maya. Ma is the name for green gram, also called Mada or Mudga in Sanskrit. Its botanical name is Phaseolus mungo. It is a nutritious food supplement. Closely related to the word Maya is Yama, and he is the god of death. Yama is considered the human heart, and it is the first organ to develop in a human embryo. According to Puranic stories, water was everywhere, and there emerged a golden egg, Anda, and Paraman was born inside. Fertilization in human beings takes place only in a female egg called ovum with the help of male sperm that penetrates the female egg. We, human beings, are multicellular, and our cells are called eukaryotic. The cells contain membrane bound compartments in which specific metabolic activities take place. This process was referred to by the Puranic texts as Yagna at Naimisharanya. Neithal in Tamil is a geographical reference to areas near the sea. The word Naimi may be derived from Neithal to mean salty. There exists a cell nucleus which houses the cell's DNA. The cell is filled with salty cytoplasm and covered by a membrane which protects it from its external environment. In fact, human chromosomes are made up of nucleic acid called deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA. The golden egg must be the cell nucleus, which in turn is called paraman. When a sperm, male germ cell, enters the female egg, ovum, fertilization takes place. It produces a cell called zygote. Paraman is called Swayambhu since he can create himself. How does he create himself? Each cell is self-contained and self-sustaining. It can take in nutrients and convert it into energy, carry out specialized functions, and is capable of reproducing if necessary. A cell's function is called metabolism, and it is of two types, catabolism and anabolism. Catabolism is a process by which a cell breaks down complex molecules to produce energy. Anabolism is a process by which a cell uses the produced energy to construct complex molecules and perform biological functions. Thus, cell is self-contained to act on its own and is capable of many functions. It is called Swayambhu by Vedic or Hindu or Hindu texts. Swayambhu, Swayam plus Bhu. Suyam in Tamil means self. Bhu means born and totally means self-born. Paraman is said to have created heaven, Svarga, and earth, Prithvi, by splitting the golden egg into two halves. The chieftain of heaven or Svarga Loga is Indiran. Hence it is called Indraloga. Another name for Indraloga is Devaloka. Since the main occupants are called Devas, who are in fact human genes. Varga and Svarga means lineal descendants of human generation, which comes from procreation only. Thus, one half of the egg represents human germ cell or sex cell. Earth or Prithvi is another half representing the body cell or somatic cell. These cells are responsible for the construction of the whole human body and, in fact, come under the purview of Brahma, who acts as an agent of Paraman. Human skin, bones, blood, muscles, internal organs, and all tissues are made up of somatic or body cells. Puranic texts are very clear and have never interpreted Devas as gods who are other than Devas and vice versa. After creating heaven, germ cell, and earth, body or somatic cell, Brahma gave birth to a man called Swayambhu Manu and a woman called Satarupa. Brahma is considered the ectoderm, germ layer. Swayambhu Manu may represent epithelial tissue that creates skin, linings of mouth, anus, nostrils, sweat glands, hair, nails, tooth enamel, etc. Manu comes from Anu, which means atom, and is a base for the word Manus, meaning human. Under Hinduism, Manu is known as legendary king who has laid down rules for human society and is responsible for the creation of the Indian caste system. It is easily understandable that Manu and his rules are about cell structure. Rupa means figure, outline, or body representing neural tissues that result in the spinal cord, peripheral nerves, brain, etc. Puranic texts have taken pains to explain a single subject, topic, or incident in many ways to make people understand the subject correctly. How do followers understand it today? Their understanding of the contents are far from the spirit of the text. Swayambhu Manu and Satyarupa had three sons named Uttanapada, Priyavrata, and Veera. Who and what are they? These three sons can be compared with three divisions, namely germ layers at gastrula in modern medicine. After zygote, the next stages in the process of cell development are blastula and gastrula. During blastula, a fluid-filled cavity is created, surrounded by sheets of cells. During gastrulation, cells undergo the process of cell division, invasion, migration, etc. to form three germ layers, which are called triploblastic. This is the trinity referred to in the Puranic texts. The uterus is also referred to as trisanga, meaning tri-junction, where there are three parts, two leading to fallopian tubes and one to the cervix. These three germ layers are called endoderm, ectoderm, and mesoderm. In other words, the three sons of Manu and Satyarupa are the three germ layers. These layers later become the areas of the rule of the Trinity gods. The descendants of these three sons, germ or tissue layers, rule over the universe. The human body. The entire human body is made up of cells which stem from these three germ layers. Uttanapada can be comfortably compared to ectoderm areas which come under the purview of Brahma, to brain, nervous system and peripheral nervous system, spinal cord, skin, retina, lens and cornea of eye, dentin, facial cartilage, mouth and nasal cavity and posterior pituitary. Uttar and Uttarayana refers to the north, and the head of the human body, which houses the brain, is equated to the Himalayas in northern India. Priyavrata can be compared to endoderm, areas under the purview of Vishnu, gastrointestinal tract, respiratory tract, endocrine glands, and organs such as liver and pancreas. Vrata relates to food consumption, which preserves the body, the domain of Vishnu. Veera can be compared to the mesoderm, areas under the purview of Shiva, bones, circulatory system, connective tissues, excretory tract, muscles, reproductive system, and urinary system. Daksha, father of Parvati and father-in-law of Shiva, used to insult Shiva, calling him a lunatic for wearing a garland of skulls and bones while wandering around cemeteries. Of course, there are overlaps at times over these areas, and those are sorted out by the Trinity gods in their various encounters. The relationships mentioned in the Puranic stories have some relevance to these. There are some deviations between the classifications in Puranic texts and modern medical texts, but both are valid considering their conceptualization. There are many Puranic stories to explain the process of balastula and gastrula during embryo cell development. Uttanapada's son was Dhruva, who is considered the pole star. A king, Prachina Varahi, in Dhruva's line had 10 sons called Prachitas. They went to perform tapasya for many years instead of looking after their subjects. The kingdom had no ruler and was suffering. People were dying, and thick forests had sprung up. Prachayas grew angry when they heard the bad news about their kingdom's plight, and they held the forest responsible for their sufferings. They created wind, Vayu, and fire, Agni, from their mouths and started burning down the forest. Vayu represents gas exchange or movement, and Agni represents the metabolism within the human body. These two activities happen quite often in the human body as a developmental process. To cool down the Prachayas, the moon god Soma or Chandra brought a beautiful girl called Marisha and requested the Prachitas to marry her. Marisha means deer. Maricha means Moringa oleifera, lamb, also known as Murunga. It was predicted that she would bear a son named Daksha who would rule the world. By now, we know that soma is somatic cell, body or tissue cell. The embryonic developmental process brings in the development of body tissues. Why should the son, tissue, be called Daksha? How can he rule over the world? Fertilization of germ cells, ovum and sperm, undergo lots of changes in creating human beings. During the process, it also creates germ cells within the body for further reproduction. This germ cell is called Daksha. Daksha sounds like Dasa, which means tissue. Daksha also sounds like Dakshin, which means south. Why south? Dhruva, who is considered the pole star, North Star, occupies a place in the brain which is considered the northern side of the human body. The reproductive organs, which can produce germ cells, occupy the southern side of the body. Hence, Prachita's son is called Daksha. He is known as Prajapati, Praja meaning subjects, and Pati meaning master. Daksha is the father of Parvati, wife of Shiva. Daksha creates or owns body developments through Shiva and Parvati, who are the pituitary and pineal glands. Daksha is also mentioned as the son of Brahma in many scripts, the female germ cell. Even though he is the son of Prachitas originally, he comes out of first stage germ cell only. The fertilization of two germ cells, ovum and sperm, result in the production of a second stage germ cell, maybe ovum or sperm and a somatic cell. Some Hindu texts consider Prachitas and Daksha one and the same. Thus, Uttanapada will not come in between, and it matches with the triploblastic concept. The birth or evolution of the somatic cell, body cell, and the germ cell, sex cell, out of Paraman was referred to by the Puranic texts in a different way. Paraman gave birth to 7 great sages, and they are Marichi, Atri, Angirasa, Pulastya, Pulaha, Kratu, and Vasishta. They are considered body cells relating to skin, bones, blood, nerves, muscle, internal organs, and connective tissues. Paraman is also called Rudra. Rut is sexual roar, and sage Sanat Kumara both refer to sex cells. Rudra refers to the ovum, and Sanat Kumara refers to sperm. The shape of Rudraksha, Eliocarpus ganitris, resembles the jasmine flower and ovum. Sanat Kumara is explained under the chapter Kartikeyan. Paraman also created sages, Brigu and Narada. Narada was also said to have been born to Daksha's daughter Priya and her husband Brahma. Priya is the Sanskrit name for Katu Mallika, Jasminum angustifolium, whose other names are Supuja, Malati, and Vanamalti. Priya in Tamil means inseparable and is related to Narada, who is considered to be neuron, a chemical messenger. Both Brahma and Paraman are always depicted with 4 heads. Brahman created a female called Satarupa, somatic or body cell, during the process of his creation of the universe, human body. He was infatuated by her beauty. Satarupa moved in different directions to avoid his gaze, but Brahma developed a head for each direction in addition to his existing head, which makes 5 heads. Shiva cut off the original head to teach him a lesson for growing infatuated with his own daughter. Shiva also directed that there will be no worshipping of unholy Brahma. Shiva and Vishnu continue to be worshipped, ignoring Brahma. Only 2 temples are available in the whole of India for Brahma. Why this partiality? Shiva refers to human blood, related to reproductive activities, and is attached to many important organs of the human body. Vishnu refers to preservative activities and is attached to many related organs of the human body. Both these groups of organs and their functions are visible, and maintaining them is of utmost importance for a healthy lifestyle. Thus, people are advised to take care of those related organs through worship and related rituals. Rituals and worship are nothing but a way for a certain part of the human body to be maintained or cared for. Are we following the rituals correctly as prescribed? No. Mainly because we do not understand the spirit behind Hindu or Hindu scriptures. We are inclined just to chant the mantras instead of understanding and practicing them. Why is Brahma shown with 4 heads? What does the Indus Valley civilization want to convey through this? They are trying to tell us about human chromosomes, chromosomes in germ cells, and chromosomes in somatic body cells. If we look at Hindu swastika symbol and the human chromosome, we can see the similarities. Initially, the chromosome is in the form of a thread, and the single chromosome called chromatid will look like straight line or thread duplication process. On duplication, the single chromosome doubles and there is a knot-like portion in the middle which is called centromere. These four arms, chromatid of double chromosomes with centromere, are possibly referred to as the four faces of Brahman, god of creation, in turn, germ cells or somatic body cells. Swastika, Su plus Asti plus Ka, consists of Su, meaning good or well in Greek, and thus Swasti means well-being. Ka in Vedic texts mostly refers to and is associated with human blood and go. The words Kala, Kali, Kalayuda, etc. refer to blood-related functions only. Thus, swastika refers to the well-being of human blood. The symbol also resembles a four-bladed propeller which pushes forward an ocean-going vessel. This is precisely what is done by human chromosomes, pushing forward generation after generation. This process is widely known as immortality or rebirth or reincarnation without understanding the basic concepts of a cell cycle, which is the human cycle. During the cell division process, the centromere of the chromosome will split or break away from the chromosome. This process of splitting is referred to as Shiva's cutting or slaying of the fifth head of Brahma. According to Puranic stories, the place where Shiva cuts off Brahma's fifth head is called Rudra Tirtha, which happens during sexual excitement or union. These incidents of cutting will recur every time there is cell replication and division. Rudra Bhava shows the sign of ferociousness, and it also includes roar. According to Webster's dictionary, Rut means roar or an annually recurrent state of sexual excitement in male deer. Tirtha, Ti plus Ir plus Ta, is a holy place or water. Ti means fire or metabolic activity. Ra means come. Ta means flow. Thus, Tirtha is a place where metabolic activity takes place or flows. After losing his fifth head, Brahma was called Chaturmukha. When a Puranic story mentions something with mukha, face, it refers to the face of some animal, bird, etc. Chatur means four. Mukha means face. Thus, Chaturmukha means four faces. This may seem correct in normal parlance, but according to convention, number 4 cannot have a face since it is not a living being. Then what is it? Is it a cat's face? The word cat comes from the Latin word catus or cata, Webster's dictionary, meaning a carnivorous mammal. Chatur must be catus, meaning the animal cat. Look at the eyes of a cat. Each eye will have a single line. When the centromere of a chromosome is split, the severed chromosome will look like a single line of a cat's eye. The single line is the haploid cell which are split in the process of cell division. Vedic texts mention that Brahman has given birth to 4 Kumaras, and they are called Katursana. The 4 sons are Sanaka, Sanatana, Sanadana, and Sanat Kumara. Kumara refers to baby or child and directly relates to the germ cells which are capable of reproduction. They refer to 4 haploid cells split under the meiosis process. The turning of the Brahma's head based on Shatarupa's movements refer to the coiling of chromosomes. Sanatana Dharma must be read as Sanatana Dharma since it refers to birth. Many believe that Hindu philosophy is based on Sanatana Dharma, but no one can explain what Sanatana Dharma is. It is nothing but childbirth, as Sanatana means children. Brahma is a human germ cell, is the foundation or basis for human creation and human cycle. The process is cyclical. Germ cells result in human beings. Human beings create germ cells, and creation goes on and on. Brahma as a human somatic or body cell acts as a building block of the human body. The swastika symbol resembles a person who is on the run. It is important for us to understand the cell cycle. The cell cycle, eukaryotic cells in the human body, takes place through two types of cell division, mitosis and meiosis. Mitosis takes place in somatic or body cells. Mitosis is a process by which a cell is separated into two identical daughter cells. Each daughter cell will be a duplicate of the original cell in all respects and contain the genome of the original cell. Individual daughter cells will again divide into two daughter cells through repetition of the same process. This process is referred to as Sagara and Pratisagara in Vedic and Puranic texts. In the word Saga plus Ra, Saga in Tamil means not dead. Ra means come. Thus, Sa, Ga, Ra refers to creation. Prati Sagara means copying or replication. Some Puranic texts mention Sagara as Sarga and Pratisarga as Pratisarga. Mitosis comes from the Greek mitos, meaning thread. The pronunciation sound of the word mitosis resembles the sound of the word cut, which is exactly the process that is taking place. Under mitosis, cells replicate and then cut, replicate and then cut. Meisen is a root from Old High German for the word mite, which means cut. A mite is a small acarid that infests animals, plants, etc. Meiosis happens in germ, sex cells only and is the basis for sexual reproduction. Meiosis is a process by which one diploid, full chromosome cell transforms into four haploid, half chromosome cells. In other words, a diploid cell's genome is replicated once and separated twice, producing or transforming into four sets of haploid cells. The resultant haploid cells will fertilize with other haploid cells of the opposite sex to form a diploid cell again. The cyclical process of separation by meiosis and genetic recombination through fertilization is called life cycle. In other words, Brahman's activities are also called life cycle. Hence, Brahman is depicted with four heads. Mitosis and meiosis clearly spell out the difference between Paraman and Brahma. On this basis, Brahma is called an agent of Paraman. The haploid cell out of meiotic process are known as Chaturmukha or Catus Mukha, cat's face. The sound of the word meiosis, myo, resembles the sound that is made by a cat, meow. Under modern medical science, meiosis was discovered and described for the first time in sea urchin eggs in 1876 by the noted German biologist Oscar Hertwig, 1849 to 1922. It was described again in 1883 by Belgian zoologist Edouard van Beneden, 1846 to 1910, in Acaris worms' eggs. The significance of meiosis for reproduction and inheritance, however, was described only in 1890 by German biologist August Weismann, 1834 to 1914, who noted that two cell divisions were necessary to transform one diploid cell into four haploid cells if the number of chromosomes had to be maintained. In 1911, the American geneticist Thomas Hunt Morgan, 1866 to 1945, observed a crossover in Drosophila melanogaster and provided the first true genetic interpretation of meiosis. But Vedic texts have mentioned these processes 5000 years ago. Hindu texts have stopped with mentioning Brahman as Atman or soul. According to them, all other aspects relate to Brahma, the Trinity God. We can summarize saying Brahman or Paraman refers to human germ, sex cell, and Brahma refers to human somatic, body cell, which proliferates along with the growth of the human body. Humans have an estimated 100 trillion or 10 to the power 14 cells. It is called a Mahayuga, 10 to the power 14, under the Hindu unit of measurements. Mahayuga is the total of Sathya or Krita Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dvapara Yuga, and Kali Yuga. Thus, each yuga refers to the stages of human cell development and its condition. Yugas do not refer to the period of time as described by Hinduism. Indian caste system and Varna. Indian society was divided into four social classes, Varnas. based on Dharma Shastra texts. They are Brahmin, white, Kshatriya, red, Vaishya, yellow, and Sudra, blue or black. It is said that anyone who does not belong to these four varnas is an outcast. Dalits, also known as Harijans, a section of people not covered by the existing four varnas, are considered outcasts. Outcasts are treated as untouchables in India. Varna means color. How does color differentiate humans? There are three colors for people, namely fair, brown, and dark or black. How does white fit Brahmins only, yellow fit Vaishyas only, and so on? How can four colors cover all groups of people? Hence, Varna means something other than caste. As per Vedic texts and as per general understanding, Brahmins came from the mouth to serve the intellectual and spiritual needs of the community. Kshatriyas, warriors and rulers, were created from arms, needed to rule and protect others. Vaishyas, landowners and merchants, sprang from the thighs, needed to trade and to take care of agriculture. Sudras, artisans and servants, were from the feet, to do all manual work. Megasthenes, an ancient Greek who was an ambassador of Chandragupta Maurya's court, attempted to classify the people of India into 7 classes: philosophers, peasants, herdsmen, craftsmen and traders, soldiers, government officials, and councillors, as against the Varna system. It was not successful for obvious reasons. Varna is referred to as caste in English. The Indian caste system was exposed during Portuguese occupation of some parts of India. Presently, there exist several thousand castes, subcastes, and caste-like groups in India. Some castes are based on profession and occupation. Independent India officially documented castes and subcastes primarily to determine who deserved reservation. The list consists of scheduled castes, SC, consisting of untouchables; scheduled tribes, ST, consisting of village tribes; and other backward castes, OBC. The reservation policies and the economic freebies have also accelerated further creation of castes and casteism. It is believed that the Indian caste system began with the arrival of Aryans in India, but I categorically dispute that there was an Aryan race or Aryan invasion in ancient history. The caste system in India was established from misunderstanding the word Varna in Vedic texts. Before and during the Indus Valley civilization, there were different groups of people who were natives of different regions. Most important of these were Egyptians, Romans, Greeks, Latinas, ancient Indians, including Dravidians, and other tribes. They all grew up together during the Indus Valley civilization and were learned, cultured, and belonged to a sophisticated society. All ancient Indians would have compiled Vedas, knowledge and not religion, and passed them down orally over generations. Somewhere down the line, these Vedas were interpreted wrongly as religious texts, and this changed the course of human life in India. The creation of Nataraj during 10th and 11th century AD, Chola's golden age, and linking it to Shiva may be the first step in this religious saga. The subsequent migration, invasion, occupation by outsiders would have been one of many causes for such misinterpretation. The present Indian generation is nowhere near ancient Indus Valley civilization's cultural sophistication and knowledge. The Indus Valley civilization was a gateway for ancient India to the outside world. It was the place from which all commercial and other activities were carried out. It was where Indians from the interior met and mingled with people of other cultures, especially Mesopotamian and Egyptian. It is understandable that the Indus Valley Civilization Indians were cosmopolitan and different from interior Indians because of their exposure to other cultures, etc. When they were ultimately forced to relocate to interior India, they looked different and behaved differently from interior Indians. Those people were elite and they were called Aryans. Their coming back or traveling into interior India should not be construed as an invasion of Aryans. Communities that sprang or existed during the later period, perhaps 8 to 10 AD, would have organized themselves into four groups according to their understanding of Vedic texts, by which time it is believed the existence of the Indus Valley civilization had been forgotten. Southern Indians, called Dravidians, who are part and parcel of Indus Valley civilization, were darker skinned people, integrated under Sudra Varna, and were made outcast depending on the professions of their communities. Communities who pursued non-polluting jobs were integrated under Sudra Varna. Communities who pursued polluting professions were made outcasts or untouchables. Untouchability would have stemmed from uncleanliness of the people because of their professions and applied to the entire group or community. Ultimately, untouchables were considered unfit for physical or social contact with the so-called non-polluted, pure sections of society. Untouchables suffered extreme social restrictions. They were not allowed to enter temples, shrines, or any religious areas. They were not allowed to use water from the same sources. No person of a higher caste would interact with them. Many great personalities like Sri Adi Shankaracharya, 8th century, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, 15th century, Sri Kanakadasa, Sri Annam Acharya, and Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa denounced caste and casteism. They also did not recognize the reasons for caste distinctions. Today's liberals also criticize the caste system and recognize it as a form of racial discrimination and apartheid. Despite these powerful messages, the caste system exists because its root was not properly exposed and proved false. Today, many Indian states are dominated by caste-based politics. Many Indians have converted to other religions such as Christianity and Islam to escape the onslaught of the caste system. Yet, they retain their caste identity, perhaps due to the economic benefits that it carries, and to retain ties with their community for social reasons. People who advocate the Varna system of four classes always refer to a chapter of the Rig Veda 10.90, Purusa, or Manusmriti or Dharma Shastra to support their claim. Manusmriti or Dharma Shastra texts have not been properly understood and interpreted. Sir William Jones, who translated the text during 1794, wrongly understood and mistakenly exaggerated both its antiquity and its importance. Dharma Shastra is said to be a group of Hindu treatises and no specific documents are attached to it. Yet, everyone refers to the Dharma Shastra. Dharma, in the name of Yama Dharma, a Vedic character. Dharma is also an important character in the Mahabharata, which is considered a part of Vedic texts. Yama is a personification of the human heart, blood, and its related functions. Thus, Dharma Shastras must refer to and relate to the human heart and its constituents. It does not refer to sundry Hindu scripture. One of the main contents of the human heart is blood. There are two kinds of blood, oxygenated and carrying carbon dioxide. The main function of the human heart is to purify deoxygenated blood or clean, sudh, the blood and supply pure blood to all parts of the human body. Some also interpret Manu as the legendary king who has written the code for Indian society. Manu, Anu, as in Paramanu, means a cell or atom. There exists no Mano. Manusmriti refers to human blood cells. Let us examine another word, Manusmritiyu, which means human blood. The difference in meaning and relativity are very wide, and it is wrong to construe that they are of different origin. Mrityu is another name for Dharma. Hence, he is also related to blood. Thus, Dharma and Mrityu cannot be equated to righteous king. If righteousness comes from purity, then the blood must be pure or clean, free from toxins to be healthier. When they divided Purusa, how many portions did they make? What do they call his mouth, his arms? What do they call his thighs and feet? The Brahman was his mouth. Of both his arms was the Rajanya made. His thighs became Vaisya. From his feet, the Sudra was produced. Some scholars have felt that Varna means classes or kinds only and not colors as generally meant. They also said that Varna wrongly acquired the meaning of color. Sanskrit is not a language which is short of words to express the meaning of color and classes separately. Varna in Tamil also means color, but not classes. Manusmriti must be Manusmrityu, meaning the color of blood cells. The human body is composed of many cells, Anu or Manu, that need a constant supply of nutrients to survive. All cells produce waste matter which must be removed periodically. Every cell gets nutrients, oxygen, glucose through blood, brought by blood vessels pumped by the heart, Dharma or Yamadharma. Blood also carries away waste, such as carbon dioxide and lactic acid. Blood is personified as Shiva. Sivapu means red in Tamil. Blood is a circulating tissue composed of fluid plasma, red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets. Red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets together are called corpuscles or simply cells. All blood cells are produced in the bone marrow. Blood plasma, a fluid, an aqueous solution containing 96% water, 4% blood plasma proteins, in blood's liquid medium, appearing yellow in color. Red blood cells are called erythrocytes. They contain blood's hemoglobin and distributive oxygen to tissues. Red blood cells live for around 120 days and are constantly being replaced by new cells. White blood cells, leukocytes, are also a component of blood. They are produced in the bone marrow and help to defend the human body against infectious disease and foreign materials as part of the immune system. There are many different types of white blood cells. Lymphocytes are one such cell. The blood has three types of lymphocytes: B cells, T cells, and natural killer cells. B cells make antibodies that bind to pathogens to enable their destruction. T cells coordinate the immune response. They are what becomes defective in a HIV infection. T cells and natural killer cells can kill cells of body that are infected by a virus. T cells are crucial for immune response because they possess a unique memory system which allows them to remember past invaders and prevent diseases by deploying the correct antibody when a similar invader is encountered again. Platelets are called thrombocytes and are responsible for blood clotting. Like red blood cells, platelets are nucleated and discoid. The human body has a very limited reserve of platelets, so they can be rapidly depleted. Platelets are also produced in the bone marrow. Arteries carry oxygenated blood away from the heart and deliver it to the body via arterioles and capillaries. The oxygen is consumed by tissues and toxins are absorbed from tissues. Afterwards, veins carry deoxygenated blood back to the heart. In the human body, oxygenated blood is bright red in color. Deoxygenated blood is a darker shade of red. However, due to an optical effect caused by the way in which light penetrates skin, the veins typically appear blue in color. This has led to a common misconception that venous blood is blue. Simple translation of Rig Veda hymn 10.90 is as follows: what comes out of, products of, his face or mouth? What comes out of, products of, his two arms? What comes out of, products of, his two thighs? What comes out of, products of, the 2 feet? The answers as available at present are: Brahmins, white, came from the mouth or face. Kshatriyas, red, came from the arms. Vaishyas, yellow, came from thighs. Sudras, blue or black, came from the feet. Are these answers correct or not? Let us investigate the immune system of the human body called the lymphatic system. Many parts of the human body play a role in this system, such as lymphoid organs, lymph nodes, lymph ducts, lymph tissues, capillaries, vessels, etc. These networks produce and transport lymph fluid from tissues to the circulatory system. One of the main functions of the system is the production of immune cells like lymphocytes, monocytes, and plasma cells, which produce antibodies. The lymphatic system, as a circulatory system, collaborates with white blood cells in lymph nodes to protect the body from infection. When a foreign material invades the human body, it is transported from tissue to lymph. The lymph is carried through lymph vessels into regional lymph nodes. The lymph nodes filter the lymph fluid and remove the foreign material. Lymph nodes are classified into 3 categories. 1. Lymph nodes of the human head and neck, throat, pharynx, tonsils, and thyroid gland. 2. Lymph nodes of the arm, armpits. 3. Inguinal lymph nodes, lower limbs, groin area. Let us read the Vedic text again. When they divided Purusha, how many portions did they make? What do they call his mouth, his arms? What do they call his thighs and feet? Mouth refers to the head and neck of the human body. Arms refers to the arms or armpit. Thighs refer to the groin area or the lower limbs. What about feet? Let us go a little further to find the answer. The supporters of Varna and the Aryan theory say that Aryans organize themselves into 3 groups: Brahmin, white blood cells; Kshatriya, red blood cells; Vaisya, plasma or platelets. And of course, the head and neck, arms and thighs are grouped together. The feet are left alone. Dravidians, southerners of India, were designated as the 4th group, Sudra, from the feet. In the human body, at times, something happens to obstruct the lymphatic vessels. The result is a thickening of the skin and enlargement of underlying tissues, especially in the legs and genitals. It is called elephantiasis. Now we see how uncleanly feet came to be called Sutra or Sudra. As per the Merriam-Webster dictionary, the root of elephantiasis is from the Latin word elephantus and from the Greek word elephas, which means enormous growth, enlargement, or overdevelopment. The animal elephant also got its name because of its enormous growth. By coincidence, the grouping is true to some extent because all 3 blood cells, red blood cell, white blood cell, and platelets, are produced by the bone marrow. Then what is blue or black? It is deoxygenated blood or blood with carbon dioxide, which is said to be not pure, unclean. Brahmins are white blood cells. Kshatriyas are red blood cells. Vaishyas are plasma, which is yellow in color. and Sudras are deoxygenated blood, which is blue or black when seen through the skin. There is no Varna or four classes of society in Vedic texts since the texts don't relate to society but to the human body and health. Varna does appear in Vedic texts as construed by religious modernists or rationalists, since neither of them are not aware of the real content of Vedic texts. Why and how did they bring in Dravidians as fourth group? Vedic texts use the word Dakshin to refer the south. The people living in the south of India were called Dravidians, and many reasons were given for that. In human body, the head is considered northern and accordingly compared to the Himalayas, as the Himalayas lie in the northernmost part of India. The hips and legs are considered the southern side of the human body. Accordingly, translators of the Vedic texts compared Dravidians, southerners, to Sudra or Sutra of leg. The reasons why southerners are considered Dravidians are mentioned in the chapter Siddhas. Sutra also means formulae, as in mathematics. It also means poetic lines. Sudh or Sudh means cleanliness. What we are witnessing now in India are the results of misinterpretation, and we have a long way to go to undo the effects that have been created. Brahma. Brahma is the Hindu god of creation and one of the Hindu trinity, Trimurti. Others are Vishnu and Shiva. Brahma must not be confused with Brahman or Paraman, the supreme cosmic spirit of Hindu philosophy. Brahma is just an agent of Brahman. Brahma is called Prajapati. Praja means human. Pati means owner or head. Thus, Brahma is the owner or head or controller of the human body once it comes into existence. But Brahman is the creator of the human body, and his function ends there. But Brahma continues the functions of creation. According to the Puranas, he is self-born, without mother, on a lotus which grew from the navel of Vishnu at the beginning of the universe and is named Nabija, born from navel. A baby grows or develops in a mother's womb, and the main bridge is the umbilical cord, which is called Nabi. Why Vishnu's Nabi? Vishnu, liver, is the preserver of the human body, and one of its main functions is preserving or maintaining the human fetus in the womb. When a woman conceives, fetal circulation is established in her body for the growth of the fetus. Blood circulation first passes through the liver for removal of toxins before it goes to the heart for further purification. This is one of the main reasons for Vishnu, liver, or Krishna, kidneys, being called as preserver or maternal uncle of the Kumara or child, childhood name for Kartikeya. The embryo gets nourishment from the liver, which refers to Vishnu. Vishnu is the brother of Parvati, who is the mother of Kartikeyan and wife of Shiva. In Indian culture, the maternal uncle, mother's brother, holds an important position in the family, and his duty is to protect the children of his sisters. Nabi is known as Mriganabi or Kasturi. It is a musk deer, Moschus moschiferus, and produces musk. Musk is a dried secretion, testicular extract, from the preputial follicles of the male musk deer. This is found during rutting season, periodical sexual excitement. Vishnu's Nabi may mean the ovary follicles. Can this Moschus moschiferus and its medicinal properties have anything to do with ovaries? Nabi is also known as Adavi Nabi. Its other names are Sukrapushpika, Garbhagidini, Lankalika, Agnishika, and Kaligari. Its botanical name is Gloriosa superba. Is it beneficial to the uterus and related conditions? Sukra or Shukla always refers to female seminal secretion, and Shukracharya is known as the guru of Asuras, who controls the functions of secretion. Garva refers to the uterus and the fetus in it. Langa or Lanka refers to Lavana, is considered a cytoplasm which is salty. Agni refers to sheep, which in turn refers to the female reproductive system. Agni Mukha, sheep face, is a pictorial depiction of a stage in the female reproductive system, which may be the one before Menarche.
Nabi is also known as Vatsanabi.
And Visha. Its botanical name is Aconitum ferex. Solanum trilobatum is known as Alarka, Nabi Anguri, Tuduvalai, and Uchinta. Is it good for the uterus and related conditions? While the Devas and Asuras were churning the milky ocean, we noticed that Uchaisrava, white horse, emerged from it. The Uchaisrava, white horse, refers to the female seminal secretions. Is there any relationship between Uchinta and Uchaisrava? Nabija or Nabija can be split as Na plus Bija or Bija, where Na means blood or liquid and Bija or Bija means seed. A seed is the beginning of all growth, and it contains all nutrients and energy for growth. Is this a reference to the yolk sac of the fertilized human egg? Another legend says that Brahma created himself by first creating water. In this water, he deposited a seed that later became a golden egg. From this golden egg, Brahma the creator was born as Hiranyagarbha. The remaining materials of this golden egg expanded into Brahmananda or the universe. Being born in water, Brahma is also called Ganja. Brahman, the human germ cell, and Brahma, the somatic or body cell, were both created at the zygote level, out of a fusion of germ cells from the male and female. The fertilized egg may mean golden egg in water, which is a reference to the amniotic fluid. It may also mean the water cavity created by the gastrulation process. Vishnu, being the liver and digestive system of human body, takes care of the fetus's growth. All nutrients for the fetus are supplied through the umbilical cord. Thus, Brahma was said to have been born from Vishnu's navel. The whole of the human body or the fully grown fetus is considered the universe. Kanavi is also known as Ganja in Tamil. Ganja is a variety of cannabis. Ka plus Navi or Ka plus Navi. Cannabis indica and Cannabis sativa are the botanical names known as Vijaya, Siddhapatri, Ganjiga, Banga, and Harshini in Sanskrit.
Vijaya and Jaya are companions of Parvati,
representing femininity. Siddha refers to the human brain, which controls all hormonal secretions. Kanjan in Tamil means a miserly person who will spend as little as possible to get big returns or reward. Murariya Lagapoids is known as Ranaganja, Presniparni, Adigupta, and Nabialbone. According to Sushruta, medicine from this plant is given to induce abortions in the 7th month of pregnancy. Pistacia terebinthus is known as Busaganja, Kabuli Mustaki, and Gals. Is it good for the uterus, pregnancy, and related conditions? Brahma's vehicle is the swan, same as that of Saraswati, his wife, goddess of learning. There is no mention of any vehicle for Brahman and his wife, Maya, which indicates the difference between Brahma and Brahman. This divine bird is said to be bestowed with the virtue called Nira Shira Viveka, which is the ability to separate milk and water from a mixture of two. Viveka means intelligence or understanding good and bad correctly and taking decisions righteously. Viveka cannot be construed as the mechanical ability of swan to separate milk and water. We saw this bird in the Himalayas and left it there unattended for some time. Let us return to look at it again. The swan mentioned in Vedic texts is nothing but a human brain that has viveka or intelligence. Cell theory developed in 1839 by Schleiden and Schwann states that all organisms are composed of one or more cells. All cells come from pre-existing cells. All the vital functions of an organism occur within cells. Cells contain hereditary information necessary for regulating cell function and for transmitting information to the next generation of cells. Each cell is self-contained and self-maintaining. It can take in nutrients, convert these nutrients into energy, carry out specialized functions, and reproduce if necessary. The divine qualities of the swan are called Nira Shira Viveka and can be compared to the capabilities of a cell. At this juncture, the swan is also the vehicle of Brahman, who is a germ cell, and their capabilities match. When it is a vehicle of Brahma, agent of Brahman, let us examine its qualities. While the universe, human body, is being created, fertilization, Brahman gave birth to a man called Swayambhu Manu, germ cell, and a woman called Satarupa, body cell. Brahma comes out of body cell and adopts a position as the brain and the nervous system of the human body, which controls the universe, the entire human body. He becomes an agent of Brahman, who has created germ cell and body cells. Saraswati is associated with the veena, a string musical instrument representing the nervous system of the body, and she becomes the wife of Brahma. The nervous system and the brain are close-knit and inseparable. Thus, Brahma and Saraswati become husband and wife. The brain is floating in cerebrospinal fluid, CSF, which is capable of converting nutrients from blood. Thus, the sacred swan has been brought in and endowed with the ability to separate milk and water from a mixture of the two. Brahma is traditionally depicted with 4 heads and 4 faces and 4 arms. Each head is said to have recited one of the 4 Vedas. He is usually depicted with a white beard to match the eternal nature of his existence. He is shown as having 4 arms, none holding a weapon unlike most other Hindu gods. One of his hands is shown holding a scepter in the form of a spoon, associated with the pouring of holy ghee or oil into sacrificial pyre, indicating that Brahma is the lord of sacrifices. Another of his hands holds a water pot, sometimes depicted as a coconut shell containing water. The significance of the water is that it is the initial, all-encompassing ether in which the first element of creation evolved. Brahma also holds a string of rosary beads that he uses to keep track of time in the universe. He is also shown holding the Vedas and sometimes a lotus. The above description is likely to match both Brahman and Brahma. The term 4 represents the 4 haploid cells which are divided through the meiosis process of germ cell division. It may also represent the 4 chromatids of a chromosome. Normally, ghee or oil is poured to keep the fire burning, and this represents metabolic activity within the cell cycle. The poured ghee or oil may aptly represent secretion of the cerebrospinal fluid, CSF, by the brain cells. This secretion replenishes the fluid required by the human body. The excess cerebrospinal fluid drains into the spinal cord or into blood circulation. This situation is equated to the Ganga falling on the head of Shiva before touching the earth, where Shiva relates to blood. At the time of gastrulation, fluid accumulates in the germ cell and it is referred to as the water pot. The cells also form neatly in a row, which is referred to as a string of rosary beads. There are two types of cells, eukaryotic and prokaryotic. Prokaryotic cells are usually singletons. Eukaryotic cells are usually found in multicellular organisms, and human beings are multicellular. Eukaryotic cells contain membrane-bound compartments in which specific metabolic activities take place. Puranas call this yagna. Cell nucleus, a membrane-delineated compartment that houses the eukaryotic cell's DNA, is also present inside the eukaryotic cell. The growth in multicellular organisms, human being, happens through the growth of tissues through the process of cell division. The cell cycle is a series of events in a eukaryotic cell between one cell division and the next. Cell division involves a single cell, mother cell, dividing into two daughter cells. Cell divisions is a constant process that takes place in every organism. Brahma, cell, the creator, performs his function constantly in the universe, human body. Eukaryotic cells usually undergo a process of nuclear division called mitosis, followed by a division of the cell called cytokinesis. Firstly, in mitosis, the cell's chromosomes are divided between the two daughter cells. Secondly, in cytokinesis, the cell cytoplasm physically divides. A diploid cell may also undergo meiosis to produce haploid cells, usually 4. Haploid cells serve as gametes in multicellular organisms, fusing to form new diploid cells on fertilization. Each process occurs in a sequential fashion, and it is impossible to reverse the cycle. There are also 4 stages of mitosis: prophase, metaphase, anaphase, and telophase. The 4 heads of Brahma, Chaturmukha, do not mean the actual number of heads or phases, but Brahma, Chaturmukha, refers to the haploid cell concept, 4 chromosomes in each cell. The actual work of Brahma is cell growth, otherwise called cell reproduction. During cell reproduction, one cell divides into 2 daughter cells. Through this doubling process, the cell population achieves exponential growth. This means that each generation of cells will be twice as numerous as the previous generation, but it is not so, because not all cells survive in each generation. Brahma creates only mortals and not immortals, as once done by Shiva when he was asked to do the job of creation. Brahma took back the job of creation from Shiva when he found out that Shiva had created immortals, babies bestowed with germ cells, which can further procreate or create another human being. Here, the creation of mortals refers to the non-survival of cells in each generation. The body cells created by Brahma are incapable of producing another human being, as this immortality can be achieved only by germ cells. Brahma very occasionally interferes in the affairs of other gods. Human organs are considered godly, and each organ is allocated to individual gods in the Vedic texts. That is the reason for having such a large number of gods in Hinduism. Brahma's job is only to create or replicate cells, and he has no control over the relationship between each other in the different organs. Once, Brahma forced the moon god Chandra to give Tara. Tara, wife of sage Brihaspati, was abducted by Chandra back to her husband. Brihaspati is the son of Angirasa, known as planet Jupiter. He resides in Devaloka, and his vehicle is the elephant and white horses. These vehicles are closely related to Indra, hence, Brihaspati must be very closely related to germ cells. He is a guru to the Devas, where Devas refers to genes. There is a saying, Mata, Pita, Guru, Deva. Many believe that this is the list of priorities: mother, father, teacher, God. Why do children today refuse to respect their parents as gods? Is it because they make mistakes? Are those who worshipped as gods today without mistakes? To me, Mata refers to the pineal gland, Pitta to the pituitary gland, Guru refers to the process of creating germ cells, and Deva refers to germ cells. In short, secretions from the Mata, pineal gland, and Pitta, pituitary gland, activate Guru, Agni, metabolism, to make Deva, genes in germ cells. Daksha, female germ cell, holds a yagna named Brihaspati Tapa. Siva was not invited. Dakshayani attends uninvited and on being insulted commits suicide. This represents puberty or menarche. The story of Tara is as follows. Chandra, the moon god, was born out of the energy generated by sage Atri's tapseya. Herbs were also born out of the remaining energy. Brahma appointed Chandra, moon god, as the lord of seeds, herbs, oceans, etc. This went to his head, and Chandra began to think that he was superior to everyone. Sage Brihaspati, guru to the gods, had a wife called Tara. Chandra abducted Tara. Chandra did not return Sage Brihaspati's wife even after repeated requests from all the gods. A war was fought over Tara. Shiva and the other gods fought on behalf of Sage Brihaspati. Sage Shukracharya, guru to the Asuras, fought for Chandra with an army of Asuras. This war was called Tarakamaya Samgram. Sage Atri had a son known as Anga, who did tapsya to get a powerful son called Veena. Veena's mother was Sunita, daughter of Yamadharma, who is also known as Mrityu, and thus Mrityu was Veena's grandfather. All these relationships establish the relevance of the human heart and blood, since Yama is the personification of human heart. Thus, Chandra must relate to specific blood circulation at the uterus level, namely fetal circulation. Brahma had to finally intervene in the Tarakamaya war and brought about a truce. By that time, Chandra and Tara, Sage Brihaspati's wife, had a son called Buddha. Sage Brihaspati refused to accept Buddha. Later, Buddha married Ila, named for creeper plant, and they had a son called Pururava. Ila is considered the umbilical cord. This is the only occasion where Brahma interfered in the affairs of other gods, according to the Vedic texts. When an ovum is fertilized, it is deposited on the walls of the uterus. The fetus develops inside the uterus till it is fully grown and is delivered. Till that happens, nothing can stop the fetus's development. This is known as Tarakamaya. At the time of delivery, the baby comes out along with the umbilical cord. This story of Tarakamaya Samgram is all about the normal bodily functions that takes place in the uterus, ovary, and the hormonal secretions during pregnancy. All the powerful gods and demons, including Shiva, fought the war, but none could win the war. This is a natural phenomenon whose results cannot be altered by anybody, however powerful. Is the lesson conveyed through this story. Pregnancy will take its own course and end with the delivery of a baby. Mother's body will return to normal till she conceives again. Tarakamaya Samgram can be split as Ta plus Ra plus Ka plus Ma plus Ya, Sank plus Ra plus Ma, and Ta plus Ra. May mean tissue or membrane flow. Ka may mean go. Maya refers to and may mean birth or born. Maya is the wife or energy of Brahma. Swayambhu Manu and Satarupa were born to Brahma and Maya. Maya may also mean big yagna or metabolic activity. Sank or Sanka refers to the uterus. Rama or Rami refers to the branches or chromosomes. Pururava, son of Buddha and Ila, is related to sex determination during fertilization. This is detailed under the chapter Indradyumna and Markandeya, where Purushottam Kshetra is established. Sage Shukracharya, guru to the demons, is a reference to female anatomy. Shukracharya can be written as Sukra plus Acharya. Sukra refers to Shukla and leads to Shukla Paksha, which means brighter fortnight ending on a full moon day. Vedic texts use or adopt the lunar calendar for females and their menstrual cycle. Full moon day is termed the day of ovulation, and new moon day is termed for starting day of menstrual cycle. Shukla and Sukra mean the same. Shukracharya may mean surprise happenings. At the uterus and related female reproductive organs, Acharya means surprise. The main function of the ovary is releasing of the ovum every month regularly, and this is always correlates to the menstrual cycle. The menstrual cycle is interrupted through the fertilization of the ovum at any time, barring abnormal medical situations. On fertilization, the female egg slowly moves into the uterus and implants itself in the uterine lining. In successful pregnancies, the inner cell mass of the female eggs forms the embryo, while the outer cell layers form the membranes and placenta. The important outcome of this process is that the ovary will not release any more ova till the delivery of the fully grown baby or the ejection or rejection of the fertilized egg for any reason. The ovum will be released only when the uterus resumes its normal condition. The above process of bodily adaptation, especially the formation of membranes and placenta on implantation, has been termed the abduction of Tara and Taraka Maya Samgram by Vedic texts. Buddha, Ila, and Pururava are the results of this physical transformation and adaptation. This Buddha has become the foundation for the birth of Buddhism, just as other gods, organs, are the basis for respective divisions of Hinduism. As only the brain, Brahma, can reset normal body conditions after delivery, Buddha or Buddha came to be known as Siddhartha. Metal silver, argentum, is known as Tara, Rajata, Rupiah, Rupa, and Chandi. The silver leaf or powder is used in medicinal preparations. Paspalum sanguinale is a variety of grass also known as Tara, presently used as cattle feed. Its medicinal properties are mostly unknown. Is rupiah for silver the reason for naming Indian currency rupees? Brahma is not worshipped widely for the following reason. Once, Vishnu and Brahma approached Shiva and requested that they wanted a darshan of where he began and ended. Shiva gave them permission. Vishnu was appointed to search for the tail end or leg of Shiva, and Brahma elected to search for the beginning or head of Shiva. Each embarked on their journey, but neither could find their anticipated destination. Vishnu, satisfied that the destination could not be found, came to Shiva and accepted his defeat. Brahma, the creator, did not give up so easily. When he was ascending to find Shiva's head, he saw a Ketaki flower, which is a favorite of Shiva. Brahma's ego urged him to ask the flower to be a false witness to his finding Shiva's beginning. Normally, flowers are worn on the head or hair, and Brahma decided to claim that Ketaki was seen on the head of Shiva. When Brahma told Shiva of his finding, Shiva, all knowing, was angered by Brahma's ego and his false pretext. Shiva thus cursed him that no being, including all human beings in the three worlds, would worship him. Shiva is considered human blood and is always in circulation. Hence, his beginning and ending cannot be determined. Brahma's ego and his non worship curse were brought in to inform us that no human in this world needs to worry about the cell cycle or cell division in human bodies. Instead, they should concern themselves with the maintenance of other organs of the body that keep them going. Thus, somatic or body cells are not considered a separate part of the human body and thus are not worshipped. Worship and rituals of God refer only to the healthy maintenance of the organs and body. Since Kita, Ketaki flower, was a party to false witness, it was also banned from being used for Shiva's worship, even though he is very fond of it. Its botanical name is Pandanus tectorius or Pandanus fascicularis. The flower is used for aromatic oil extraction, fragrant distillation, and as perfume. It is a stimulant and antispasmodic. The Ketaki flower, is closely associated with Radha Krishna, kidneys in the human body. There is another legend that relates Brahma's non-worship to a curse by the great Brahma Rishi Bhrigu, who was created by Brahma. Once, a great fire sacrifice, yagna, was being organized on earth with Bhrigu as the head priest. It was decided that the greatest among all gods would be made the presiding deity. Bhrigu then set off to find the greatest among the Trinity gods. When he went to Brahma, Brahma was so immersed in the music played by Saraswati, his wife, that he ignored Bhrigu's calls. Angered Bhrigu cursed Brahma that no person on earth would ever invoke him or worship him again. The brain acts and reacts according to their input received through the nervous system, which is the domain of Saraswati, his wife. India today has two temples dedicated to Brahma, as opposed to thousands of temples dedicated to other deities in the Trinity, Shiva and Vishnu. The most famous Brahma temple is at Pushkar in Rajasthan, India. Since Brahma was cursed by Shiva and Bhrigu that he would not be worshipped by devotees for his sins, he went to his father, Vishnu. Vishnu is known as Brahma's father since he was born out of Vishnu's Navi. For redressal, Vishnu and Narayana gave a lotus flower, Tamara, to him and asked Brahma to throw it on the earth and to perform a yagna, sacred fire ritual, for 60,000 years at the place where the lotus flower touched the earth. Brahma was assured that on successful completion of the yagna, a temple would come into existence where people would worship him. Pushkar is the place where the flower is said to have fallen on earth. Thus, the Brahma temple in Pushkar, Rajasthan, came into existence. A plant called Push Karu, Costus speciosus, also known as Kashmira, is a climber found in Bengal and Kashmir. There also exists another plant by the name Pushkar Amula or Padma Pushkara, Iris florentina. Both the plants are known for their stimulant properties, but many of their properties may be unknown. Padma refers to female reproductive systems, and the reference to Vishnu implies that the plant may also be beneficial for the female reproductive system. The mention of 60 years relates to Shashtiyapta Purti, completion of 60 years of a male in marriage, which takes us to the male reproductive systems. Thus, the plant may also be useful for male reproductive systems. The solar calendar of 60-year cycle may refer to the male sperm or seminal fluid and its vitality. Tamara is also a name for the metal, copper, which may be useful for reproductive systems. In the Hindu tradition, most yagnas or rituals are performed along with the wife of the yagna performer to obtain the full benefit of the rituals. Accordingly, Brahma was expecting his wife Saraswati to come and take part in the final phase. But her arrival was delayed. Hence, Brahma created Gayatri, made her his wife, completed his yagna, and, and obtained the benefit of a temple for his worship. The temple appeared on the banks of the Pushkar during Purnima Tithi in the months of Kartika. Brahma is the presiding deity of this temple, with Gayatri by his side. Saraswati missed the opportunity of being seated with her husband in the temple at Pushkar, and this angered her. Paurnami, full moon day, brighter moon, is a representation of ovulation when the ovum is released from ovary for possible fertilization. Kartikeyan, the son of Shiva Parvati, was said to have been brought up by 6 Kartikai women, known as Kartikai Nakshatras, star cluster. This situation indicates the involvement of the male reproductive system and the nexus between the brain and the reproductive system. Saraswati, being the representative of the nervous system, though not directly involved in the stimulation, may contribute indirectly to the happenings. The fertilized ovum results in birth or boo. Boo or birth is the result of Brahma's presence with Gayatri, Gaya plus Thri. Boo or birth is personified as Buddha, the chieftain of Buddhism, who is said to have obtained his enlightenment as Gaya or Bodh Gaya under the Bodhi tree. The Bodhi tree is known as Aswatha, sacred fig, and people tree, is a medicinal plant. Its botanical name is Piscus religiosa, tree or thri, a wick used for ignition, may refer to metabolic activities. Tamara, lotus seeds are capable of germination even after a very long period if they are properly preserved. Puranic stories use Tamara, lotus, to represent human reproductive organs, more specifically, the ovaries or germ cells which are capable of reproduction. Brahman or Brahma are used interchangeably in most of the Puranic stories. Even though Vedic texts clearly delineate their roles, Brahman refers to the germ cell and Brahma, who is an agent of Brahman, refers to the body cell. The Brahma at Pushkar, first temple, and Khed Brahma, second temple, is in fact Brahman and refers to the germ cell. Brahman at Pushkar must refer to male germ cells. Pushkar is a pond and not a river. Kartikeyan is connected to Kartika, who has been brought up by the Kartikai women. He is born at a place called Saravana Poigai. Sara plus Vana. Continuous flow at a forest. Fluid flow in a seminiferous tubules. A pond, and it refers to the Sertoli cells where sperm is continuously produced. Kartikeyan is the personification of male sperm. Ovulation is known as Paurnami in Puranic texts, and it happens only in the female anatomy. Everything put together takes Puskara Brahman to the place where male germ cells are produced. This place is also known as Raghu or Rahu in Puranic stories, and the term Raghu Vamsa is born from it. Raghu Vamsa, Kula, refers to the male lineage and Y chromosome. Raghu Vamsa is also known as the Surya Vamsa, Sun dynasty. Ishvaku, Dilipan, Raghu, Bhagirath, and Dasharatha are part of the Sun dynasty, and their names are used to tell us about certain functions of male cell development. Rama is born into this Sun dynasty, or Raghuvamsa, Kula, referring to Y chromosome or genes. I, or head of the spermatozoon, is known as Surya in Puranic stories. Surya, the sun god, also refers to the human eye. Refer chapter on Surya. According to Puranic texts, the color attached to the sun or Surya is copper, Tamara, and the gender is male. Another temple for Brahma is situated at Keth Brahma, a city in Sabarkantha district, Gujarat. There is a Sangam, merger there of three small rivers, Hinakshi, Bimakshi, and Kosambi. They merge into a single river called Harnav, which meets the Sabarmati River. In contrast to Pushkar, this place has rivers and Sangam. Sanka, joining or place of union, refers to the uterus, and it is the tri-junction, Tri-Sankusvarga. Thus, Khed Brahma refers to female reproductive organs, more specifically, the ovaries where the ova are produced. Ketu, the counterpart of Raghu, is attached to this place. Puranic stories refer to the female reproductive areas as Ketumana. These are the two places where germ cells are produced in a human body. Accordingly, Brahman has only two temples of worship, Raghu Ketu. Raghu or Rahu is known as one of the Grahams, planet, and is the head portion of a demon, referred to in the churning of Sagar Manthan. Rahu, the demon snake's head, was served by Mohini, Vishnu's woman avatar, while it was drinking the Amrit obtained out of the churning. Raghu or Rahu's head alone is called a Deva, as it became immortal after drinking the Amrit. Amrit is considered the membrane barrier or liquids to be filled at Sertoli cells and some other reproductive cells. The spermatozoon's head alone is developed first at Sertoli cells, and the tail is attached later to facilitate its motility. During fertilization, only the sperm head enters the ovum and not the tail portion. The tail, with its energy pack, helps the head or eye to break the wall of the ovum to enter it. Once the head has made its entry, the tail has no purpose, and it will disengage from the head. Removal of the tail portion during fertilization was imagined as cutting the head by Mohini while Raghu was drinking Amrit. Amrit is an immortal drink, and fertilization creates new life, and life continuity is not lost. Amrit and Devas are closely associated, where the Devas are chromosomes of germ cells. Ketu or Ketu is the companion of Rahu, being the tail portion of the demon, whose head is Raghu or Rahu. Ketu is referred to as a shadow planet. It is believed to have a tremendous impact on human lives and the whole of creation. Ketu is considered as the tail portion of the spermatozoon, which helps to propel it, while the head or eye of the spermatozoon is Rahu. Under special circumstances, Ketu helps someone achieve the zenith of fame. Ketu is depicted with a germ or star on his head, which signifies a mystery light. Behind the head of a sperm, beginning of the tail, there lies the stack of mitochondria, sperm's energy. This helps the sperm propel forward. A comet is known as Dhumaketu or Thumaketu in the Tamil language. Comet is a bright star with a tail which orbits the sun. There is a general belief that something bad will happen if a comet appears and disappears into the sky. The sperm head, Raghu or Rahu, or eye of the sperm, Surya, is produced at the Sertoli cell and is without tail. Such a sperm lacks motility and is infertile. Later, the tail is added, and the sperm is stored as a full piece before being ejaculated during intercourse. Thus, the sperm travels through the long tube from the testicles before ejaculation. This may be regarded as the orbit of a comet. Suppose the sperm head does not contain or sheds its tail for any reason before or at the time of ejaculation, it becomes impossible for the sperm to swim into the vaginal uterus passage to reach the ovum. In such cases, It is a bad omen because it is incapable of fertilizing the ovum. Hindus do not like to venture out during Rahu Kalam, duration or period of Rahu, due to its inauspicious timing. It is the Rahu, head alone, who should not move out, and it is inauspicious because it is infertile without Ketu, the tail. Sperm cannot swim into the vaginal passage to reach the fallopian tubes through the uterus without the tail. The very purpose of its going out is defeated, hence the belief that Rahu Kalam is inauspicious. Puranic stories refer to the 9 grahams and Jyotisha in many places. Many directly translate grahams as planets and Jyoshita as astrology. Planets and astrology are modern terminology which may or may not have relevance to astronomy, but have no basis in Puranic stories where grahams relate to ancient medicinal knowledge. Planets are moving objects in the solar system, and the grahams must also be moving objects inside the human body, capable of traveling from place to place, and hence, grahams were mistaken for astronomical planets. Rahu and Ketu, the head and tail of a sperm, is a moving object within the human body, which is considered a universe. Jyotisha is not astrology, just because grahams are called planets. Jyotisha is a kind of clinical procedure or diagnostic prediction based on the functions of various organs of the human body, which are termed grahams. This has nothing to do with the astronomical planets and their alignments. The word graha can be found in grahastha, which means the householder face. It can also be seen in garbha graha, uterus, a house of fetus. Sanctum sanctorum of a temple is called garbhagraha, house of the deity. Thus, graha must mean home, house, or mana or mane, veedu or place. Hence, all 9 grahams, navagrahas, are the products which makes a house or complete a household. In a human body, these grahams are the products which make or create a fetus and complete the household in the garbhagraha, uterus. Many consider astrology fraudulent because it uses graham as planets. Grahas in the Vedic texts and Puranic are relevant only for the purpose of Jyotisha, diagnosis, and not for astrology. What is Jyotisha? Jyotisha is Jyoti plus Sha, where Jyoti refers to Makara, the spinal cord, and Isha or Sha refers to Sankha or Ishvara. Procreative organs or activities in males and females. The procreative organs are triggered by the nerves of spinal cord according to the positions or functions of the grahas, organs of the human body. Astronomically, Rahu and Ketu denote the 2 points of intersection of the paths of the sun, Surya, and the moon, Chandra. When the sun and the moon are at one of these points, an eclipse occurs. This incident is mythically considered as Rahu, the demon snake, swallowing the sun and releasing it. There is nothing mythical about it. It is conveying instead the correct concept of anatomical behavior. The uterus or the fallopian tubes are the meeting point for the sperm and the ovum for possible fertilization. These eclipses are brought in to explain a certain process within the function of fertilization. First, we have to understand the eclipse. There are 2 kinds of eclipse: solar eclipse and lunar eclipse. During a solar eclipse, the moon comes in between the sun and earth, whereby the visibility of the sun from the earth is affected. The moon will be dark since the sun rays will fall on the other, dark side of the moon, which is not visible from the earth. The sun rays falling on earth are blocked by the moon. Thus, the Earth's atmosphere tends to be darker with less light. How does this situation play a role in fertilization? By this time, we all know that new moon day, dark day, is also known as the day of menstruation according to Puranic texts. Fertilization cannot take place on this day. Fertilization can only take place or happen on a full moon day, bright day, which is known as the day of ovulation in Puranic texts. Let us consider fertilization in a solar eclipse. In a solar eclipse, the sun is shadowed. Sperm is known as Surya or sun in Puranic texts. Thus, the sperm is shadowed or blocked. This shadowing is known as the Rahu, sperm head, the snake swallowing the sun. There are two possible results of this happening. First, the sperm, Surya, is blocked in meeting the ovum. Female is equal to Chandra or moon, and thereby fertilization is thwarted. During menstruation, which is known as Amavasya, dark day, fertilization will not take place as there is no ovulation. This may be known as a total solar eclipse. The second possibility may be called a partial solar eclipse. During ovulation, full moon day, bright day, the sun or Surya, sperm, is not fully blocked. Thus, fertilization may take place. On fertilization, the male chromosomes and female chromosomes merge to make the child's chromosomes. Males have XY chromosomes and females have XX chromosomes. The child's chromosomes will consist of one chromosome, X or Y, from father, male, and another chromosome, X or X, from the mother, female. Since the sun or Surya is shadowed or blocked by the moon, it means that Y portion of male chromosome, which is known as Surya, is also blocked. As a result, X portion of male chromosome will merge with the X portion of female chromosome and make a baby with XX chromosomes, a female baby. Sun or Surya represents male and the Y portion of the male chromosome. Thus, Rahu has eaten the sun or Surya, the Y portion of the male chromosome. During a lunar eclipse, the earth comes between the sun and moon. The sun can be seen brightly from the earth. The moon goes behind the earth and the sun rays do not fall on the moon since they are blocked by earth. Earth's atmosphere will not be darker, but it will be brighter with sunlight. The moon will not be totally darker since sun rays will be reflected on it from the earth, and its color will appear copper because of an optical illusion. Let us consider fertilization under the lunar eclipse. This can happen on a full moon day, bright day, known as the day of ovulation in Puranic text. In a lunar eclipse, the moon is in shadow. Male chromosomes and female chromosomes merge to make a child's chromosomes. Since the sun or Surya is bright and is not shadowed or blocked by moon, it means that the Y portion of male chromosome is very active. Since the moon is shadowed, the X portion of male chromosome is removed from the arena. Thus, the Y portion of the male chromosome will merge with the X portion of the female chromosome and make a baby with XY chromosomes, a male baby. This shadowing is known as the Surya or Rahu, sperm head, the snake swallowing the moon, referring to the X portion of the male chromosome being swallowed. The gender of the sun is male, and the color of the sun is copper. Copper is known as Tamara. The gender of the moon is said to be male, but it should be female, and the color of the moon is white, which is known as Shukla. There is a fish called Rahu, or Rohi, or Rohu, Labia Rohu, which is understood to increase sexual vitality. It is also known as Rohita, Lobio Rohita, Rui Mach, and Eramino. It is said that some derivatives of the fish check Vayu, gas or wind. Saraswati. Saraswati is one among the three wives of Trinity gods, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, other two being Lakshmi and Parvati. Saraswati is the wife of Brahma, the creator. Saraswati is considered a goddess of knowledge and all literary arts, including music, arts, and speech. She is also worshipped as a goddess of thought and judgment. Her name in Sanskrit means she who has lakes or pools. Rasa means divine fluid or syrup or extract. She is associated with the musical instrument called veena, a stringed instrument. Swan is a vehicle. She is none other than the nervous system attached to the brain of the human body, where Brahma has a part to play. While the brain is the central control tower of the body, the nervous system supplements the activities of carrying in and out messages or commands from the brain. Thus, while Brahma is the brain, he is also related to human cells. Saraswati takes the place of the nervous system because she is the owner of the string instrument veena. As a true wife, she is instrumental in helping her husband Brahma in his day-to-day activities of human body control. The brain is suspended in cerebrospinal fluid, CSF, and it floats like a swan in the liquid. The fluid, cerebrospinal fluid, represents lakes or pools. To give the true Sanskrit meaning for Saraswati, the veena, being a stringed instrument, represents the central and peripheral nervous systems. Saraswati is considered feminine energy and Shakti, power of Brahma. She is also referred to as Shona Punya, a Sanskrit word meaning one purified of blood. This refers to the blood-brain barrier and cerebral blood flow. Blood circulation in the brain is called cerebral circulation and has many safeguards in place since the brain is very vulnerable and cannot be compromised, especially its blood supply. The quantum of blood that the circulation carries is called cerebral blood flow. The flow is tightly regulated to meet the brain's metabolic demands. The average blood flow must be maintained at 50 milliliters per 100 grams of brain tissue per minute in adult humans. Too much blood flow and too little blood flow in or out of the brain damages the brain tissues. The regulatory mechanism of blood flow may be referred to as Gayatri. The blood-brain barrier is a membrane structure of the central nervous system that restricts the passage of alien substances such as bacteria between the bloodstream and the neural tissue. It allows the passage of substances like oxygen, essential for metabolic functions. The brain converts or gets its nutrients from the blood. There is a flower called Sona Pushpi or Davani or Vrihat Pushpi, whose botanical name is Crotalaria angulosa. Its relevance is not known. The word Sona or Swarna, Su plus Varna is equal to gold is equal to ovum, also refers to Lakshmi, who oversees female reproductive systems. Thus, it establishes the relationships between Saraswati and Lakshmi, which is the relationship between the brain and the female reproductive systems through the nervous system. Sona or Swarna means gold, and the reference to gold and its color yellow regarding the human body always points to the ovum and ovary. Ovary is the gold mine or chest, and Kubera is in charge. As a water goddess, Saraswati symbolizes fertility and prosperity. She is associated with purity, creativity, in the context of literary and verbal skills. She is associated with literature, arts, music, etc. Literally, her name means one who flows, which can be applied to thoughts, words, or the flow of a river. In Sanskrit, Dara Prabha, the brain and spinal cord are bathed in a layer of nourishing and cushioning cerebrospinal fluid. In the Rig Veda 6:61-7, Saraswati is credited with the killing of an asura, demon. A plus sura refers to non-secreting function, vritra, who represents drought, darkness, and chaos. Vritra is closely associated with Indra, and this is discussed under the chapter Indra. Saraswati is considered a sister of Indra, Indrium, related to the reproductive system. She is often seen as equivalent to other Vedic goddesses like Vag, Savitri, Sa plus Vidithu plus 3, and Gayatri, Gaya plus 3. Saraswati represents intelligence, consciousness, and cosmic knowledge. Gayatri is the wife who helped Brahma in his yagna to get a temple at Pushkar. Pushkar here refers to the male procreative organs, the place where male germ cells are produced. Gayatri mantras may be texts relating to germ cells, their nature, and control functions. Savitri is the icon of a devoted wife who rescues her husband from Yama, god of death. The story of Sathyavan Savitri is a very important episode in the life of Yama. Savitri is said to have brought back the life of her husband, Sathyavan, from the clutches of death, Yama. Yama is meant to take away life and not give it back under any circumstances. There is a general belief that when Yama takes away the life of a human dead, the soul goes to Naraka, hell, or Swarga, heaven, according to the deeds done during their lifetime. Naraka, hell, is the representation of the lungs where impurities in the blood are separated and expelled, carrying oxygen into the blood cells. Contrary to the belief, dead humans, deoxygenated blood cells, are not taken to Naraka, hell, or Swarga, heaven, by Yama. The Sathyavan Savitri story delineates fetal blood circulation in the human body. Varka or Varka in Su plus Varka, heaven, means humanity. This human race survives due to births even though a lot of death happens. Birth, or to be born, is the center of fetal blood circulation. This blood circulation happens in the fetus, inside the womb of the mother. Savitri is another name for Saraswati, who is the wife of Brahma. Sathyavan must be read as Satyavana, the implanted forest on the walls of the uterus. The word Satya is also found in Satya Yuga, one of the 4 yugas mentioned in the Puranas. Satya Yuga must always be Sathya plus Yuga, which is related to the fetal period from the time of fertilization to the delivery of a child. Yuga means and refers to a particular stage in a developmental biology. The germ cell is called Brahman, and the body or somatic cell is called Brahma, who is a part of Brahman. Thus, Savitri, Saraswati, wife of Brahma, is brought into the story. Many readers of Vedic texts wonder how it is possible for Savitri to be wife of Brahma and the wife of Sathyavan. Hope this explanation gives them some clarity. Under normal circulation, blood is pumped into the lungs from the heart and is purified. But under fetal circulation, blood is not purified in the lungs of a fetus, but in the placenta, since the lungs will not be activated in a fetus till it is born. As soon as the baby is born, the lungs are activated with a loud cry from the baby. Sathyavan, who is the representative of deoxygenated blood cells, will not be taken by Yama into Naraka, hell, in a fetus. Thus, Savitri saves her husband from Yama. Savitri is the representation of placenta along with the umbilical cord, which purifies or removes the carbon dioxide or other waste from the fetal blood. Savitri can be split as Sa plus Viththu plus thri, where Viththu means seed and thri means rope or thread. The fetus grows under the care of placenta and the umbilical cord. Viththu, as in Sa plus Viththu plus thri, may specifically mean placenta, and thri as in sa plus viththu plus thri, may mean umbilical cord. Umbilical veins supply the fetus with oxygenated, nutrient-rich blood from the placenta. Saraswati Stuti states that she is the only goddess to be revered by all three Trinity gods, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. She is the only goddess to be worshipped equally by all gods, Asuras, demons, Gandharvas, divine musicians, and Nagas, divine serpents. Of course, the human brain and nervous system are important organs for all other parts or organs in the human body. Almost all organs are connected to the central nervous system directly or through the peripheral nervous system. Brahma, cells and brain related. Vishnu, digestive system. Shiva, blood and procreative system. Asuras, demons, non-secreting. Gandharva, divine musicians, senses or stimulants. And Nagas, divine serpents, nerves, are all considered organs of the body. Goddess Saraswati is often depicted as a beautiful, fair-skinned woman dressed in pure white, seated on a white lotus. Although her actual Vahana is a swan, she is mainly associated with white, the color signifying purity of true knowledge. Occasionally, she is also associated with yellow, the color of mustard flowers which bloom at the time of a festival in spring. She is not adorned heavily with jewels and golds, like goddess Lakshmi, but is dressed austerely. The brain does not have any other organ with it inside the skull, hence the austerity. The skull is called Kamandal. The color of the human brain is neither white nor yellow, but somewhere in between, a creamy color. The lotus is known as Nelambo nucifera, and its medicinal properties may be useful to the brain. Lotus flowers come in two colors, white and pink. The white lotus is associated with Saraswati and the pink lotus with Lakshmi. Saraswati is generally shown to have 4 arms meant to represent 4 aspects of human personality in learning: mind, intellect, alertness, and ego. These aspects are on par with the aspects of her husband, Brahma's 4 hands. She is holding in one of her hands a book, which is meant to be the sacred Vedas, representing the universal, divine, eternal, true knowledge and a perfection of all sciences and scriptures. The human brain, being the regulator or controller of the body, is responsible for speech, thought, memory, emotion, pleasure, pain, dreams, and creativity. A second hand is holding a mala of white pearls, representing the power of meditation and spirituality. It may represent the various divisions or groups of cells of the brain which control different activities and parts of the body. The third hand is holding a pot of sacred water, representing creative and purificatory powers. It must be the cerebrospinal fluid, CSF, in which the brain floats. The fourth hand is holding the veena, representing her perfection in all arts and sciences. It depicts the central and peripheral nervous systems which pass through the spinal vertebrae and control all the activities of the human body. Veena, the string musical instrument, represents and resembles the human spinal cord, vertebrae. Saraswati is always depicted as playing the instrument or plucking its strings. It is true that Saraswati, being the personification of human central and peripheral nervous system, always pulls or plucks the strings of human activities. No human movements can happen without the use of central nervous system. This concept of the human body has given birth to this divine musical instrument. In the same way that Bharatanatyam was born out of Shiva's Ananda Tandavam, the personification of a sexual orgasm. In the olden days, the veena was called Makarayal. Yal means stringed instrument, and the present veena is the modification of ancient Yal. Makara means crocodile, and it is the Vahana or vehicle of Ganga. Thus, Ganga is also related to the human spinal column, vertebrae. This explained in the chapter Ganga. Ganga is the spinal fluid which fills the spinal column. When the brain pulls the string, the message or sound, swara, passes through the spinal fluid, Ganga, and reaches the destination organs. Veena has 24 metal frets. On top of those frets, 4 metal strings run, through which melody, swaras are created when they are plucked by hand. These 24 metal frets can be compared to the 24 vertebrae, vertebral column, that run along the 3 regions of spinal column. 7 cervical vertebrae plus 12 thoracic vertebrae plus 5 lumbar vertebrae. Out of each vertebra, 4 roots come out to form spinal nerves. 2 dorsal roots and 2 ventral roots on either side of each vertebra. These roots can be compared to the 4 strings which run on the Veena's 24 metal frets to create melodies. The spinal nerves are attached to all parts of the human body which control its activities. Researching and developing Veenas was undertaken in Tanjore, the capital city of the Chola kingdom, just as the Nataraj statue was sculpted by the artisans of the Chola kingdom. Bharatanatyam and the Veena were products of the Chola kingdom of South India. This is another reason to believe that the people of the Chola kingdom or ancient interior India were aware of and must have been a part of the Indus Valley civilization. Narada, Na plus Ra plus Da, is another person closely associated with the Veena. He is a traveling monk traversing various planets and habitats of gods in the universe. Hence, he is called Trilok Sanchari, meaning traveler of 3 worlds, Swargaloka, Mrityuloka, and Patalaloka. He is considered the son of Brahma and called Manasaputra. Narada is known as Kalagapriya, quarrel lover, since he always stirs up quarrels between gods. Wherever he visits, conflicts emerge, bringing all related parties to the scene to settle their conflicts one way or the other. He is none other than the chemical messengers, neurons, or nerve senses or nerve stimulators, closely connected to central nervous system and peripheral nervous system. The sacred white swan, which stays beside Saraswati's feet if offered a mixture of milk and water, is said to be able to drink the milk alone, leaving the water aside. The swan thus symbolizes discrimination between good and bad. It is a very general understanding that the knowledge contained in Vedic texts is to help us differentiate between good and bad. It is not necessary to create so many Vedic texts just to deliver the single concept: good triumphs over bad. Due to her association with the swan, goddess Saraswati is also referred to as Hamsavahini, meaning she who has a swan as a vehicle. There is a striking resemblance between the shape of the brain and the body of a swan. She is usually depicted in white near a flowing river, which points to floating of the brain in cerebrospinal fluid and its white color. The river represents movement of the cerebrospinal fluid around the brain within the thin layers of tissue called meninges. The lotus, Padma, represents the senses, feelings, and sexual stimulation. Lotus seeds are equated to ova, which is capable of germination. The botanical name for lotus is Nelumbium speciosum, and its medicinal properties must be beneficial to the brain and the ovaries. Saraswati is worshipped during the Navaratri festival. In South India, Saraswati Puja is a very important festival. The last 3 days of Navaratri, which start from Mahalaya Amavasya, New Moon Day, are dedicated to Saraswati. On the 9th day of Navaratri, Mahanavami, books and all musical instruments are ceremoniously kept near the pictures of gods early at dawn and worshipped with special prayers. No studies or any performance of arts is carried out on that day, as it is considered that The goddess herself is blessing the books and instruments. The puja concludes on the 10th day of Navaratri, Vijayadashami, and the goddess is worshipped again before the books and the musical instruments are removed. It is customary to study on this day, which is called Vidya Arambam, literally, commencement of studies. What is the significance of the above festival? Why is this festival attached to a goddess? It tells us about the menstrual cycle and the significance of ovulation. The first day of the menstrual cycle is considered new moon day or Amavasya. Please note that the menstrual cycle does not actually always begin on a new moon day or Amavasya for all women, but always the first day of menstrual cycle is referred to as new moon day or Amavasya. From Amavasya till Paurnami or full moon day, the 14 days or the intervening period is called Shukla Paksha, brighter period. Full moon day or Paurnami refers to the day of ovulation. From Paurnami or full moon day till Amavasya or new moon day, the 14 days at the intervening period is called Krishna Paksha, darker period. Menstrual cycle is a physiological change in women, essential to reproduction and is controlled by hormone system of the human body. The first 4 or 5 days, starting from the day of menstrual bleeding, Amavasya or Chaturthi, is called menstrual phase. From the 5th or 6th day till 13th day, Panchami to Trayodashi, is called follicular phase or proliferative phase. During this phase, the uterus lining thickens, stimulated by an increased amount of estrogen. Due to an interplay of hormones, follicle stimulating hormone, luteinizing hormone, follicles, 1 or 2 in ovary begin developing. The brain plays an important role in releasing these hormones. Hence, Saraswati comes into the picture. The menstrual cycle affects the nervous system also. The dominant follicle will release an ovum or egg for ovulation to take place. The release takes place near the 11th to 14th day. In other words, the female egg is made ready to meet the sperm, male sex cell. The released ovum or female egg will travel through the fallopian tube, seeking a rendezvous with the sperm. A meeting may or may not take place, but the stage is set. Till the 10th day of the cycle, the day of Vijayadashami, Saraswati is worshipped, or rather, people are advised to abstain and enter into sexual activity only from the 11th day, Vidya Arambam, which is considered as the day of the ovum is released. Currently, 11th to 14th day of the menstrual cycle is considered good days for conceiving. Vijaya is a Sanskrit name for the cannabis plant that has medicinal uses. Its botanical name is Cannabis indica. The plant is also known as Siddhapatri, Ganchika, and Harshini. Does this plant influence the release of follicles? Even though Saraswati was misunderstood, the misunderstanding brought two great arts into the world: the musical instrument veena and vocal classical music. Bharatanatyam is another gift of the Ananda Tandavam, orgasm. These great arts originated in South India, considered Dravidian land, a place where Drava, water, is available. Dravida equals the places where the human brain, human urinary, and procreative organs are situated. Thus, South India is not only Dravida, but also North India. Saraswati is worshipped in China and Japan as Benzaidin, and in Myanmar as Tuyadadi, pure lady. Hydrocotyle asiatica is known as Saraswati, Brahmi, Mandukaparni, and Chekkaparni. It is also known as Indian pennywort and Vallare. Vallare is used as a leafy vegetable in Indian kitchens and is known to increase memory power. Mandu in Tamil means a person of low or less intelligence. Mandu plus ka means less intelligence, to go, or to increase intelligence. Since ka normally used in Vedic texts to mean to go out. The Indian crane, found in freshwater marshes in central India and Gangetic plains, is known as sarus. Grus antigone. It is also pronounced as saras. Mostly, cranes stand on one leg, which looks like a stem. The sight resembles that of a human brain mounted on its stem, brain stem, connecting to the spinal cord. The word Saraswati comes from Saras, Indian crane, and Sarasa, flirtation, to mean human brain. Vati refers to feminine, where Vatu means female and Ti means flow, as found in Nadi, river, in Tamil language. Thus, Saraswati is the combination of Sa plus Rasa plus Va plus Ti, tu, meaning flow like a perennial river. The brain is constantly in touch with other parts of the human body and interacts with it. The sacred swan of Himalaya, brain, which is capable of separating milk and water, judgment, is floating in the waters, cerebrospinal fluid, of this river. Cerebrospinal fluid is produced daily in the brain. Rasa means a kind of soup with many ingredients. It also means taste or liking. Rasayan, rasa plus yan, means chemistry, which deals with chemicals and its reactions with each other or other components. Sarasa means flirtation or pleasure pursuits. Navarasa refers to 9 kinds of expressions. All these functions are the outcomes of the human brain, and hence it is called Saraswati, personification of brain, in Puranic texts. Crane is known as kokku in Tamil. There is an old Tamil adage which says, Odu mean oda, uru mean varumalavu, kathirukkumam kokku. Odu or oda is equal to each flow. Mean is equal to fish. Uru is equal to big. Kathirukkumam is equal to waiting. Kokku is equal to crane. It means leaving small fish to flow past. The crane waits for the big fish, referring to opportunities who let small opportunities go by, waiting for the big payoff. In practice, no crane will allow small fish to go past. It will eat first whatever fish comes its way. Then, why did this fish adage come into existence? The adage refers to certain functions at the brain and female procreative organs. The brain is known as Saras or Sarus, which translates to kokku in Tamil. Fish refers to spermatozoa because of its shape and ability to swim. Some fishes, Eramina, can enhance their vitality. During ovulation, the female egg waits for a sperm to penetrate it to complete the fertilization. Once one sperm out of the million competing enters the female egg by penetrating the ovum wall, it is a signal to the brain, kokku, to activate the closure or seal the egg wall and make it impenetrable for other sperms. The word uru in the adage is believed to mean big, but it means body or creates. Uru can be found in the word uruvam, meaning body, and can also be found in uruvakku, means create or creation. Thus, when a sperm enters the egg, it is there to create something called a fetus. Hence, the brain, kokku, will wait for the creative fish. Sperm is equal to urumin or fish, while other fishes' sperm swim past the female egg. Vidhi or Talaividi. Vidhi and Talaividi are the two Tamil words which are very commonly uttered in the daily life of Indians, whatever be their age, gender, status, and language. These words mean fate or destiny. They believe their lives are predetermined by some mythical force which cannot be changed. Thus, most of them want to know about their future or destiny. Ultimately, they rely on Jyotisha, commonly known as astrology, believing that these two words mean the same. However, they don't. Astrology depends upon the astronomical planets, whereas Jyotisha is based on the grahams. which referred to the organ of the human body wrongly interpreted as astronomical planets. Some people have offered a solatium based on an adage, Vidiyai Madiyal Vellalam, meaning fate can be conquered by wisdom. Vidhi is equal to fate. Madi is equal to brain or wisdom. But they do not know how Madi is equal to brain or wisdom works. So they flock towards gurus and astrologers who prescribe rituals of repentance or rectification. Parikara is equal to repent. These prescriptions sometimes solve the problem. It's one way of keeping the people calm for a short period during which the problem may resolve itself. The real problems start when nothing happens. Most people do not understand the real meaning of Vidhi and Talai Vidhi, which they think of as fate or destiny. The word Vidhi also means rules and regulations in Tamil. Human cells are the building blocks of human anatomy. The human brain is a cluster of such cells. These brain cells are specialized cells which control every function of the human body. These cells prescribe many rules and regulations as controlling measures for the functions of the human body. The fundamental foundation of all cells is the genes acquired at the time of fertilization. They are the basis for these Vidhi and Talai Vidhi. Vidhi is equal to rule, Talai is equal to head or brain. Talai Vidhi is equal to rule of brain. Therefore, anyone who wants to know their fate should first investigate their genes instead of visiting astrologers. Madi, Ma plus Thi, is known as moon or Chandra or Soma, which refers to the female germ cell. Ma is origin or birthplace. Thus, Madi means the product at the origin, which is the human genome. It unequivocally and loudly says, sow a better seed to get a better product. It is so important for everybody, male or female, to keep this mind while choosing a life partner. Saptaswara. Saptaswara means musical notes, where Sapta means sound and Swara means notes, musical. There exist 7 musical notes. Many believe Sapta means 7 and thus Saptaswara refers to the 7 musical notes. It does not specify the number of musical notes but refers to the kind of musical sound only. Saptami refers to the 7th day under the lunar and solar calendars. The 7 musical notes are Sa, Shaja, Ri, Rishab, Ga, Gandhar, Ma, Madhyama, Pa, Panchama, Da, Daivat, Ni, Nishad. Music is created by composing these 7 notes in various permutations and combinations. Saraswati, wife of Brahma, is the goddess of knowledge, music, and arts. Saraswati is the personification of the human brain and the central nervous system. Veena is a replica of the spinal cord. The spinal cord is the very basic organ or instrument which activates bodily functions through its strings called nerves. Veena also produces music or sounds through its strings. The person who pulls or manipulates the strings of the instrument is Saraswati or the brain. Since the brain, Saraswati, is the controller of the human body, many activities originate from it, and those activities are identified using the above 7 notes in various permutations and combinations. Examples are Sara, Rasa, Sarasa, Narada, Naraka, etc. The list is very long. If any activity contains alphabets other than these 7, it means that the activities stem from organs other than the brain and central nervous system. For example, Vasara, Yadu, Yoga, and Yuga, etc. If an activity does not contain any of these 7 notes, it purely stems from other organs and has little connection to the brain and central nervous system. Examples are Vayu, Yuva, etc. Great music has been composed using these 7 notes. Likewise, Vedic texts have created many names out of these 7 notes for human body functions. Recently, I had a chance to visit Sithannavasal, a rock-cut temple in Pudukottai, Tamil Nadu. It is an ancient Jain monastery belonging to the 6th century or earlier. It is famous for the frescoes on its ceilings and pillars. These paintings are the same type as those in the Ajanta painting of 2 BC. Thus, Sithannavasal's paintings can also be dated to 2 BC or 3 BC. The cave temple has been cut out of rock in the mountain. It has a corridor and a sanctum inside. The Garbhagriha, as sanctums of temples are called. I saw paintings on the pillars, beams, and on ceilings which were impressive but vandalized. Currently, the Archaeological Survey of India has stepped in to maintain and preserve the site. I went into the Garbhagriha and noticed some sculpture on the wall and a chakra on the ceiling. I was told that the chakra is called Dharma Chakra. The ASI staff asked me to stand below the chakra while he moved towards a corner of the room. There, he started making a low noise in his throat without opening his mouth. What I witnessed thereafter was astonishing. Noise waves hit the chakra on the ceiling, and an echo slowly descended on me and passed through my body from head to toe. I could feel its vibrations in my spinal cord and deep in my bones. The sensation was pleasant and soothing. The volume of the sound echo at the chakra was highly amplified. Even people standing outside the room could hear it. Then it dawned on me that the room had been carved with acoustics in mind. Normal conversation inside the room is not amplified. Only sound from below deflected by the chakra on the ceiling. The chakra on the ceiling resembles a Chinese gong, a sound instrument used to capture attention. A gong is a flat metal disc, a kind of musical instrument. There are different kinds of gongs. A bossed gong has an elevated or protruding stem in the middle. Raised center is equal to boss. The drummer hits it with a mallet, making an enormous echoing sound. Normally, the bossed gong is suspended horizontally, whereas other gongs are suspended vertically. The chakra in the temple resembles the bossed gong suspended horizontally in the ceiling. The sound inside the room is amplified when it strikes the bossed gong. Swara, musical note, and swasa, breath, have a very thin line of difference, but their purpose is same. Swaras, musical notes, are the lifeline of music. Swasa, breath, is the lifeline of human beings. To me, the basic 7 swaras, musical notes, are the classified fundamental functions of the human body. Various combinations of these swaras must be indicative of different functions of the human body. Ancient people would have created or laid down the basics for human body functions using these swaras, which were possibly interpreted as musical notes at a later period. This could probably be the basis for some classical musicians claiming that music has therapeutic properties. It is not music that cures, but the bodily functions masked in musical notes that cure the body. How and when do you find the hidden meaning? Vishnu. Vishnu is one of the Hindu trinity gods like Brahma and Shiva. Vishnu is known as the preserver. He is mostly identified with his avatars or incarnations. He is often referred to as Narayana, Nara plus Ayana, reminding us of his reclining position on a bed over a milky ocean. Hindus who specifically worship Vishnu are called Vaishnavites, and they worship him in an abstract form as a Salagrama stone, which is something like the lingam for Shiva. Vishnu's wife is Lakshmi, and his Vagana or vehicle is Garuda. He is said to have conquered the universe with 3 steps or strides. He is said to be the center of all forces and can manifest in any form. His qualities are innumerable. Anatomically, Vishnu is none other than the digestive and endocrine system of the human body. More specifically, he represents the liver of the human body. He is the preserver of the human body, quoted as the universe in Vedas. The liver plays a major role in body metabolism and balancing. It has several functions such as glycogen storage, plasma protein synthesis, and drug detoxification. Liver also produces bile, which is important for digestion. Liver is the second largest organ and the largest gland in the human body, a source for hormonal secretions and enzymes. Garuda, because of its prying nature and sharp eyesight, represents these secretions which are released when certain developments take place in the body or cells. We can understand the importance of Vishnu, hormonal secretions, in the universe, human body. Vishnu, hormonal secretions, is said to have created three gunas, meaning qualities: Sattvic, Rajas, and Tamas. Sattvic guna means composed and soft. Rajas guna means active and high energy. Tamas guna means romantic and sexual. Vishnu is always depicted in a reclining posture on a coiled, thousand-hooded Shishnaga serpent along with his wife Lakshmi. The Shishnaga must refer to the ducts in the liver that carry bile and other secretions. The liver lies on the right side of stomach, which is in a slight reclining position, making a kind of bed for the liver and gallbladder. Nara in Tamil means wild or bloodhound. Thus, it represents blood and flesh. Hence, all wild animals which eat flesh are called naramamisa, blood raw flesh. Ayana means bed. Thus, Narayana means bed of blood and flesh. It refers to the liver since that is very closely related or associated with blood and flesh. Liver is an important component in portal circulation and during pregnancy where fetal blood is circulated. The liver is also important to muscles, their energy, function, and development. Puranic characters like Prahalad, Dhruva, etc. are closely associated with Narayana, since they are all children or babies, meaning fetus, in the mother's womb. They used to chant the name Narayana and not Vishnu. Nara can be found in the words Naraka and Narada. Naraka is a place, lungs, where blood is purified. Nara plus da or Nara plus ta and Nara plus Ayana are closely associated words where ta refers to flow and Ayana refers to bed. Thus, Nara is lying at some place and it flows when required. It may refer to hormones or neurons where the liver is the main source for hormones. Narada, neuron, must be the chemical messenger or signal that is transported through the blood or blood vessels. He can also be called the messenger of the senses of the body since he is associated with Brahma, Saraswati, and the Veena. Vishnu is the lord of seven hills. The seven hills inside the human body are liver, stomach, spleen, pancreas, kidneys, intestines, and bladder. These organs are interrelated and preserve the human body in a stable, healthy condition. The liver relates to two main blood vessels, hepatic artery and portal vein. The portal vein brings blood from the spleen, pancreas, and small intestines into the liver so that it can process the nutrients and byproducts of food digestion. The Vishnu avatars or incarnations are the functions of these related organs in the preservation process of the body. Avali means row or line, and Ava plus Tar. Tar or Tar means flow, may mean organ flow or flows from the organ. In other words, Vishnu assumes the position as each of these organs and performs his duties as preserver. In fact, they are all different organs doing the same function of preservation in different capacities. Many believe that there are Dashavatars or 10 avatars of Vishnu based on the meaning of the word Dasa as 10. Bhagavata Purana mentions that Vishnu has taken 24 avatars but mentions only 22 avatars. Every organ or function would have been considered an avatar. Tissue or muscle is also another meaning for the word dasa or dasai. Dasi means slave, and it also means prostitute or concubine. The word dasi is found in Ekadasi, Duvadasi, Triyodasi, and Chaturdasi, and it represents some day to day functions in the body. Eka means single, and Ekadasi means single or one way function. Duva means double, and Duvadasi means two way or double function. Thus, Trayodasi means three way function, and Chaturdasi means four way function. As per the Puranas, select or blessed devotees of Vishnu are said to have seen his Vishwarupa. The internal organs of a human body collectively are often called viscera. The Vishwarupa shows Vishnu as having seven heads to the left and right. Vishwarupa could be a collective reference to all the endocrine glands meant for the proper maintenance of the human body. Vishnu is known as Tayumanavar, meaning mother-like person. Every fetus or unborn child starts out looking female. Sex organs become visible only after a certain period of development, even though the sex of a child is determined at the time of fusion between the ovum and sperm. The growth of the fetus mainly depends on the digestive and endocrine system of the body. In other words, on Vishnu. Vishnu is also known as Krishna, an avatar, and he is the maternal uncle of Kumara, meaning the child or the baby. Kumara is the son of Parvati, and Krishna is the brother of Parvati. Who is Krishna? What is Krishna? Krishna is a representation of the human kidneys, and he acts together with Radha, since there are two kidneys. Together, they are called Radha Krishna, and there are lots of stories based on them, which explain the functions of kidneys. The functions of Shiva, Indra, Ganesha, Kartikeya, and others as sexual or related organs come to an end, or rather, are of less importance when a female egg or ovum is fertilized. This is when the job of Vishnu, along with his avatars, as the digestive and endocrine system of the human body begins. Of course, Shiva will play his role as blood circulation. In this case, fetal blood circulation. Fetal circulation is closely associated with Swarga, which is the opposite of Naraka. Gas exchanges normally takes place in the lungs or Naraka for a normal human being, whereas for a fetus, gas exchange does not take place in the lungs. Since all organs are immersed in amniotic fluid, gas exchanges take place in the umbilical cord known as Swarga, where Varga or descendants are created. Lakshmi, who represents the uterus and other female reproductive organs, has aptly become the wife of Vishnu. Some Puranic stories mention that Parvati and Saraswati were also wives of Vishnu, and that Vishnu gave them to Shiva and Brahma as their wives. This is utterly misleading and demeaning. Anatomically, Brahma and Saraswati, brain and nervous system, Shiva and Parvati, male and female reproductive systems, and Vishnu and Lakshmi, digestive and endocrine systems, are coupled inseparably because of their strategic importance. The Salagrama stone is sacred to Vaishnavites, followers of Vishnu. Shiva himself declared that worshipping one Salagrama stone is equivalent to worshipping 1,000 lingams, which highlights the importance of the stone. Its shape is wheel-like or chakra. The stones are formed by worms called Vajrakeet, which drill through the stone and live inside. The chakra formation is found both inside and outside the stone. The word Vajra is associated with Indra, and it must refer to the membranes in the procreative organs, especially Sertoli cells. The Salagrama stone is not man-made and is available in the river Gandaki or Muktishetra. Gandham in Tamil means magnet and may refer to some magnetic properties that exist in the human body. Gandha or Gandhagam in Tamil means sulfur, which is used for many ailments. What is the relationship between sulfur and the liver? Sulfur is said to increase bile, acts as a stimulant, and stimulate the secreting organs. Liver is one of the biggest secreting organs in the human body. Liver plays a major role in body metabolism. Sulfur is a non-metallic chemical element, yellow in color, whose atomic number is 16. It is an essential element for all living cells and is found in amino acids like cysteine and methionine. Amino acids are found in proteins and enzymes which are critical to life and have a variety of roles to play in metabolism. It is commercially used in fertilizers, gunpowder, matches, insecticides, and fungicides. Sulfur has a faint odor that turns into a suffocating odor when it burns. Sulfur dioxide is used as a food additive which is sufficiently safe in small quantities but may turn sulfurous in higher concentration and harm lungs, eyes, and other tissues. Puranic stories refer to Gandharvas as the celestial musicians and singers, always associated with Apsaras, the celestial dancers, all of whom are seen in the court of Indra, who is associated with seminal fluid and its secretion. Thus, the term Gandharva, Gandhaki, Gandha, and Gandhakam may refer to stimulants or stimulation. Gandharva Vivaha is a kind of marriage recognized in ancient texts that specifies that the consent of both parties, bride and groom only, is sufficient for the marriage, excluding parents and relatives. Stimulation by one tissue or organ is reciprocated by another tissue or organ, and it is the very basic principle of initiation and reception or receptor. The term Gandha is found in many medicinal plants. Some of them are Durgandha, Ugragandha, Angustagandha, Asagandha or Ashwagandha, Ikshugandha, Rajanigandha, Polyanthus tuberosa, Rasagandha, Sarpagandha, Rava wolfia serpentina, Shrikandha, and Shrigandha damara. Durgandha, Allium cepa, is a vegetable called onion, commonly used in Indian curries. Volatile oil in onion bulbs contains sulfur, a stimulant with antiseptic value. Dur can be found in Durvasa, bad smell, which reminds us of raw onion bad breath. It is said that onions eaten with jaggery, ikshu is equal to sugar, stimulates growth in children. The story of sage Durvasa is all about puberty and child growth. Ugragandha, Allium sativum, is garlic. It is also known as Mlechagandha, Butagna, and Madhusudan. Does this sound like Puttagana and Madhusudana? Its volatile oil contains sulfides and sulfur compounds and is a stimulant. Rasagandha, Balsamodendron myrrh, also contains volatile oil. It is a stimulant with a bitter taste. It is known that the tincture of myrrh, tree gum resin, is useful for menstrual disorders in young girls and chlorosis, anemia. Angustagandha, Thula astaphotida, also contains organic sulfur content. It is also known as Butnasan, Sulanasan, Perungayam. Nasan means destroy or destroyer. What does it destroy? Angusha refers to a ceremonial stick that is used for elephant control, which in turn refers to the ducts for seminal fluid, especially in males. The oil acts on the organs of circulation and secretion and stimulates sexual appetite. Ikshugandha, Hygrofolia cypnosa, Atribulus territoris, is also known as Kolista, Kokilaksha, Trikanth, and Goksura. Ikshu refers to sugar or jaggery or madura or fructose. Shrikantha, Santalum album, is also known as Chandan, Chandana, sandalwood tree, and Bhadrashri. Sri refers to procreative organs, especially female. Asagantha or Ashwagandha, Vidania coagulans or Vidania somnifera, is widely used in Ayurveda. Asva or Ashva refers to the horse and points to the brain cortex. Some of its medicinal properties relate to hypnotics since the plant contains the alkaloid somniferin. Abelmoschus esculentus or Hibiscus esculentus is known as Gandhamulla or Tindisha or Pitali, commonly known as lady's finger or bindi in Indian kitchens. This vegetable is good for certain diseases of the genitourinary organs. The words bindi and pitali takes us to the forehead, Bindi, pituitary gland, Pitali, and the third eye of Shiva,
which is considered as the stimulant of development or orgasm.
The story of the Salagrama stone narrates that Vishnu has taken 4 avatars: Salagrama stone, Kusha grass, peepal tree, Piscus religiosa, and Tulasi plant, all of which are considered sacred and worshipped. Even though Salagrama stones are available in many colors, yellow and blue are considered the most auspicious since these colors represents prosperity and wealth. Salagrama stones are normally equated to ammonites, which have spiral shapes both inside and outside. The cross section of an ammonite resembles the cross section of a human kidney. The Salagrama stone is also considered the Sudarshan Chakra of Vishnu. In other words, Sudarshan Chakra is the human kidney and the avatar is Krishna, first part of Su plus Darshan. Su refers urinary tract, etc. Sukha or Sudha meaning relief or cleanliness. The second part of Sudarshan, Darshan, refers to meeting or facing a person, attaining cleanliness. The functions of kidneys are to remove waste in the human body and keep it healthy. Sana or Karasana or sun is the name for the medicinal plant, Protolaria gentiana. There is also another plant known as Sana or Machika or Famla or Nali called Hibiscus cannabinus. There exists a plant called Sudarshan or Vishamandala, which is known as Prinam asiaticum. Are these plants beneficial for the human kidneys? Many people in Puranic stories have been killed by Krishna using the Sudarshan chakra. The killing is an act of the kidney, Krishna, through failure or malfunction, etc. There are so many reasons for kidney malfunction, and all of them are the stories of Krishna's killing. Each of the stories explain a situation in which a person dies through kidney failure. In other words, it teaches us the causes for kidney failure. Padma Purana states that donating a salagrama to others is equal to donating the entire earth with all its wealth. Kidney donations have approved, and renal transplant operations seem to have been done during the Vedic period or earlier. Garuda Purana states that residences, human organs, of all gods are to be worshipped, but among those, Salagrama, kidney, which is the residence of Vishnu, is the most sacred of all. Skanda Purana states that Shiva told his son Kumara, Kartikeyan, that he will not accept worship unless a person first worships Salagrama. The liver and kidneys are very important organs in the human body, which must be revered and cared for by individuals for a healthy life. If they are neglected, the first person to be affected will be Shiva, blood of the human body. Blood purification mainly depends upon the functioning of these organs, kidneys and liver. In Brahma Purana, Vishnu himself states that even though a salagrama stone is cracked, chipped, split, or broken, it will still be auspicious. Humans can live their lives even with one kidney. An infected liver can heal itself. According to Vedic texts, salagrama has references relating to both liver and kidneys. The liver is also capable of regenerating lost tissue and turning into a whole liver again. Vishnu is always depicted with 4 hands. Traditional anatomy divides the liver into 4 lobes based on the surface features. They are the left anatomical lobe, right anatomical lobe, caudate lobe, and quadrate lobe. Krishna, Vishnu, is born on Ashtami, 8th day, a Rohini Nakshatra, which is celebrated as Janmashtami, Krishna's birthday. Janma means being human, and Janana means birth. Medically, the fertilized egg is called by different names depending upon the stages of development. It is called fetus when it reaches the 8th week of development, which means the child exists as a human being inside the womb. This is celebrated as Janmashtami, as if Krishna has really come out of the womb. Rohini Nakshatra, Na is equal to secretion plus Shatra is equal to warrior cell, must refer to a particular state of the body. Another avatar related to the salagram stone, kidney, is Kusha grass. Kusha grass is called Darba grass, a piped grass which is capable of being used as a conduit for water. Kusha grass
may refer to the ureters that carry urine from the kidneys to the urinary bladder. The word kusha is found in angusha. Kusha, a stick which is used to control an elephant by its caretaker. Ang means body and kusha means tube. Thus, angusha may also mean a kind of body tube. Elsewhere, I have mentioned that elephant relates to the male sex organ which is used to discharge urinary collection from the bladder. Normally, angusha, elephant stick, is used to control an enraged elephant. The enragement is called mada. Ma means something big or origin. Da means dara or flow. Thus, angusha, elephant stick, is meant to control the flow of the procreative organ. Darba grass is also known as turva or argampul in Tamil, and its botanical name is Cynodon dactylon. Dar plus va means bad smell. Vasa in Tamil may refer to the smell of urine. Vasava is the name for Indra, who is considered Indrium, the seminal fluid. Cynodon dactylon is a perennial grass which helps to enhance immunity in the body. It is commonly used as a laxative, expectorant, and analgesic, etc. It is also used for the treatment of cough, cramps, diabetes, diarrhea, dropsy, epilepsy, hypertension, syphilis, urogenital disorders, etc. Yet, another related avatar is the peepal tree, Ficus religiosa, which refers to the urinary bladder. The muscular layer of the urinary bladder enables it to bulge when urine accumulates and contract when urine is discharged. The transitional epithelium tissue facilitates bladder stretching without rupturing tissues. Normally, the bladder is sterile, which means it is free of infectious microorganisms. Does this sterility have anything to do with the fig tree? The shape of its leaf looks like the shape of the urinary bladder. The peepal tree is also called aswath. Aswada means relief and may refer to the excretory function of the digestive system as it relieves waste from the human body. Aswath or Ashwatthama is the son of Dronacharya and is discussed in the chapter Balaram. The peepal tree is also called Plaksha, Ficus infectoria, and Ficus talboti in Sanskrit. Skanda Purana states that the river Saraswati, Sara means duct or continuous flow or secretion, originates from the water pot of Brahma, which means something is stimulated or activated from the brain at the thalamus. It also says that the river flows from Plaksha Prasaravana on Himalayas. Sra means head, Vana means forest, meaning that the secretions originate in the brain since Himalaya is considered the human head. Kandan and Saravana always refers to Kumara or Kartikeyan, son of Shiva and Parvati. Sravan refers to head, whereas Saravana refers to or is related to the sexual organs and human urinary systems. Sara means ducts, Vana means forest, and thus Saravana means forest of ducts, which are seminiferous tubules. The fourth avatar related to the Salagrama stone, kidney, is the Tulasi plant. The plant is none other than the adrenal glands sitting right on top of the human kidneys. The word Tula is found in Tulabaram, which means weighing scale or balancing scale. Devotees of Vishnu or Krishna use the Tulabaram to make offerings, equivalent to the weight of the devotees, to the Lord. This practice can be seen in most Krishna temples. There is a story in relation to this offering. Once, Krishna was weighed against gold. The scale would not tilt even after putting all the gold ornaments of his wife. Krishna's wife Lakshmi is the god of wealth on the other plate. The scale tilted only after placing a single leaf of tulasi, which tell us of its importance. The botanical name of tulasi is Ocimum tenifolium. It is called holy basil or Krishna tulasi. It has great medicinal properties. It is well known and used by Hindus in their daily worship. It is also used widely in Ayurvedic medicinal preparations. According to Puranic texts, chanting the name Ganga, personified as the spinal cord, refer to chapter Ganga, will free one from all kinds of sins. It further says that chanting the name of Tulasi will have the same effect. all diseases will be removed. If one waters her as a plant or makes her wet, fear of death will also be destroyed. Tulasi is dearest to Krishna, and that is the reason for Radha's envy. All these references prove Tulasi's medicinal value and its importance to human health. The above information conveys that the secretions of the adrenal glands are very important for the healthy functioning of the body, especially female, and that the body should not be allowed to go dry or become a sura, non-secreting. Stories of Tulasi should be read as information on the adrenal glands. Many Hindu families have a Tulasi plant on a high-rise structure or platform in their courtyards. A house is said to be incomplete without this plant. This structure is customarily called Tulasi Madam. Madam means tree house or a mounting above ground level. Adrenal glands are personified as Tulasi in the same way that the spinal cord is personified as Ganga. Tulasi Madam refers to the position of the adrenal glands on the kidneys. Adrenal glands are one of the constituents of the endocrine system. The adrenal gland is separated into two distinct structures, adrenal medulla and adrenal cortex. Both receive regulatory inputs from the nervous system, an area belonging to Ganga, and the reason why Tulasi is revered along with her. The adrenal medulla is a ganglion of the sympathetic nervous system. The story of Tulasi appears in Brahma Vaivarta Purana. Brahma Vai Varta, shaping or making of Brahma. Tulasi is the daughter of Kushadvaja and Madhavi. Kusha means duck or vessel, as found in Kusha grass or Angusha. She started her meditation while still a newborn baby with the purpose of being united with Krishna or Narayana. This reference tells us about the development of adrenal glands in a fetus. Brahma appeared and asked her to marry Shankachuda in her present life. He also told her that she would be born as the Tulasi shrub in her next birth and would be united with Krishna or Narayana. The present birth was her second one. She was born earlier as a gopi in Goloka and had fallen in love with Krishna. Tulasi was a Jati Mara who could remember her earlier life. Jati means class, which refers to the kind of human cell, and Mara means unchanged. Thus, when a character is known as Jati Mara, it must refer to the kind of cell which is adopted in many places of the human body. Shankachuda was a Gopa in Goloka when Tulasi was a Gopi there and had fallen in love with Tulasi. Shankachuda could not marry Tulasi because of Radha's, Krishna's lover, restriction, and was cursed to be born as a demon in his second life. Shankachuda also continued to remember his earlier life. He prayed to Brahma to be united with Tulasi. Brahma wanted to grant his boon and get them both married in their second life. Tulasi was afraid of Radha's anger and Brahma taught her a mantra to pacify Radha. It is apt to mention that Radha Krishna was created in Vedic texts to refer to the human kidneys. Brahma appears here because of his connection to human body cells, and the above story relates to the cell development in the adrenal gland. Let us examine the birth of Tulasi or creation of the adrenal gland. Medullary cells of adrenal medulla, central core of the gland, are derived from the embryonic neural crest and they are simply modified neurons. Jatimara is unchanged class of cells. Because of the reference of embryonic neural crest, which is very early stage of human development, Tulasi is said to have gone into meditation soon after birth. It is also apt to recall that Dhruva, descendant of Uttanapada, also went into tapasya at a young age. That story too is related to the embryonic neural crest. The word Sanka appears in the story of Dhruva, pole star, which is in fact connected to the development of the neural crest in an embryo. Now, Shankachuda is brought in here to tell us of the relationship between the embryonic neural crest. These cells are modified postganglionic cells of the sympathetic nervous system, which have lost their axons and dendrites. They are what Jati Mara refers to, where Jati means classes and Mara means unchanged, meaning modification without change in their original structure. Tulasi got Radha's approval with the help of mantra given to her by Brahma and married Shankachyuda. Shankachyuda was given a talisman by Brahma to save his life. As per Vedic texts, Shankachyuda had to be killed by Shiva as he was robbing other gods. To facilitate this killing, Krishna obtained the talisman from him by playing a trick. This killing refers to the cutting of axons and dendrites from the original neuron cells. In short, Shankachyuda refers to neuron cells without axons and dendrites. There is a plant called Talisha, Placotia catapracta, which is also known as Prachi Amalaga or Talispatram or Talispatri, which is useful for coughing, asthma, and hemoptysis. The fruit of the plant is recommended for bilious conditions and liver complaints. Yet another plant is also called Talispatra or Brahmi or Birmi or Manduparani, and its botanical name is Taxus baccata. Leaves of this plant are said to be useful for hysteria, epilepsy, and nervousness. Tulasi was furious on learning of her husband's death after being tricked by Krishna. Krishna had to comfort her by anointing her as a divine personality and letting her ascend to Vaikuntha Loka. This is how she happens to sit on Krishna, the kidneys. Basically, Vaikuntham refers to the uterus. The ascension of Tulasi may mean her connections to procreative organs, especially female. The body of Shankachyuda was thrown into the sea, and from the skeleton, various Shankas, conch shells, were created. They are sacred. Water in Shankas, conch shells, or containers made of Shankas are used to worship all gods except Shiva. All human body cells will have axons and dendrites, but not the blood cells. Shiva is equal to blood. While some consider Tulasi as Vishnu's avatar, others consider Tulasi as the gopi who fell in love with Krishna and was cursed by Radha. Based on this concept, Tulasi Vivaha is conducted by her devotees. Tulasi is married to Vishnu, Krishna, annually on the 11th day during Shukla Paksha, bright fortnight of the Kartika month. The festival continues for 5 days, ending on a full moon day, Kartika Shukla Dvadashi, the 14th day. A day before full moon day is celebrated by adorning Tulasi plants with the sugarcane, mango leaves, and flowers. Adrenal glands are triangle shaped and are also called suprarenal glands. They are responsible for regulating the stress response in the human body. Full moon day is considered as the ovulation day and brings out the importance of hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, which is a major player in acute stress response. The axis regulates various body processes like digestion, immune system, mood, sexuality, energy usage, etc. Worshipping Tulasi these days highlights the importance of the adrenal glands and their secretions. In other words, these secretions are to be taken care of to achieve better results in ovulation and fertilization. Adrenal glands and thyroid glands are the organs that have the greatest blood supply per gram of tissue. Tulasi is dearest to Krishna. Krishna, being human kidneys, purifies blood to a greater level. Adrenal medulla, the central core of the adrenal gland surrounded by the adrenal cortex, converts amino acid into catecholamines, adrenaline, noradrenaline, and dopamine. These are water-soluble hormones and are referred to in the saying, "Make Tulasi wet to get her blessings." These are released into the bloodstream directly upon stress responses such as exercise, imminent danger, etc. These releases are stimulated by nerve impulses and the receptors are distributed throughout the human body. Adrenal cortex, outer layer of the adrenal medulla, mediates stress response to production of aldosterone, cortisol, etc. Some hormones are synthesized from cholesterol. The cortex is regulated by neuroendocrine hormones secreted by the pituitary gland and the hypothalamus, as well as the renin-angiotensin system. It explains Brahma's intervention in Tulasi's case. Tulabharam, weighing scale or balancing scale, also refers to the adrenal glands for its balancing activities in relation to stress management. Tulasi is called Vrindadevi, the goddess of Vrindavan. Vrindavan is the place where Krishna spent his childhood days along with his brother Balarama. It is the same place where he danced and spent happy times with Gopikas, the local girls. One of the androgens produced by the adrenal cortex is testosterone, which stimulates cell growth for the development of secondary sex characteristics. Vriddhi means enlarging or improving or developing. If this word is applied to a family, it may refer to material improvement, an increase in the number of family members done through procreative activities only. Hence, Tulasi, personification of adrenal glands, is called Vrindadevi. Tulasi is considered an adaptogen, balancing different processes in the human body and is helpful for adapting to stress. Hitherto, Tulasi was used for common colds, headaches, stomach disorders, etc. Many of its properties are yet to be researched. Studies are being conducted to find its effectiveness for diabetes, cholesterol level, glucose level, protection from radiation poisoning, and cataracts. 8 objects are worshipped during the ritual consecration of Kalasha, container of holy water. Tulasi is one of them. Does this container of holy water mean the human body and its hormonal secretions? There are 8 major endocrine glands in the human body. They are the pineal gland, pituitary gland, thyroid gland, thymus, adrenal gland, pancreas, ovary, and testis. Are the rituals of consecration of Kalasha referring to these endocrine glands? Interestingly, there is a place called Kalasa in Karnataka, India, which has a mythological story about its existence. The place is surrounded by the Bhadra river on 3 sides. Bhadra is Shiva's attender and refers to ducks. The wedding ceremony of Shiva and Parvati is said to have caused a shift in the earth's rotation since all gods and goddesses assembled at the venue in Varanasi, northern side of India, to witness the marriage. To stabilize the earth, Shiva requested sage Agastya to travel to the southern side of India. Sage Agastya traveled to the south and stayed at the place called Kalasa and was able to witness the marriage from that place through a special boon granted to him by Shiva. Marriage refers to the activities at the hypothalamic pituitary level in relation to procreative sexual stimulation. Agastya or Vaka is the Sanskrit name for Agathi grandiflora, a medicinal plant. Presently, this plant is mainly used to feed cattle. It is known to reduce pitta and kapha, but induces vayu, which is related to muscle movement. Bhava Prakash, where Bhava means expression and Prakash means brightness. Varaha is considered one of the avatars of Vishnu to resurrect the earth from the bottom of the ocean, where it was taken by Hiranyaksha. According to the Puranas, Varaha, boar, brought back the earth out of the ocean between his tusks and restored it to its place. Varaha or boar belongs to the pig family. It is the anthropomorphic representation of the fetus in the womb. Human fertilized eggs grow into fetuses and are born as children. Thus, growth as a human being commences from the fetal stage, which is described in the Puranas through the Varaha avatar. Avatar is made up of 2 words, Avaya and Tara, where Avaya means organ and Tara means flow. Varaha avatar may mean fetal flow or development. Pigs are mammalian species like humans. Fetal pigs or unborn pigs are being used as objects for classroom dissection or as specimens for human physiological studies. We have been discussing Gopikas and Gopas. They are very important constituents of the Radha Krishna clan at Gokula. Incidentally, Gopi or Gobi is the vegetable known as cauliflower, Brassica oleracea. The head of the flower is eaten, which is a white flesh and is called curd. Krishna, as a baby, was taken from the Madura to Gokula and raised there with his foster parents, who were heads of a cowherd community. Milk, curd, butter, girls to churn butter were many in the community. We see a striking resemblance between the kidney, its cross-section, and the cauliflower. The kidney is a bean-shaped organ which receives blood purification. It extracts toxins from the blood and sends it as urine into the ureter. Many parts such as cortex, medulla, calyces, etc. play a part in this toxin extraction. Kidney is mentioned as Gokula in Vedic texts. Gopi Chandan, Suganthameti, is a kind of clay which contains magnesium, iron, aluminium oxide, and yellow earth, taken from a lake called Gopi near Dwaraka. It smells like Multani Mitti. Gopi Chandan and Multani Mitti are varieties of Bol Armeniac. Do they have a connection to the kidneys? Gopi Mulam, Suganthi, Nannari, etc. Hemidesmus indicus is another plant to be reckoned in relation to the kidneys. Whatever is happening in the kidneys has been construed as all that has happened in Gokula. Lakshmi. Lakshmi or Laxmi is worshipped as the goddess of wealth, light, wisdom, fortune, luck, beauty, and fertility. Lakshmi is considered the mother of the universe and Vishnu's Shakti, power, since she is married to Vishnu. Lakshmi's son is Kama. Lakshmi is none other than the female reproductive system and related organs such as uterus, ovaries, fallopian tubes, etc. Lakshmi's origin are found in the Sri Sukta part of the Rig Veda. Sri Sukta should be read as Stri Shukta. Stri means female. Sri means noble and refers to the germ cell. Sri has a restrictive usage only for germ cells, whereas Stri refers to a woman as a whole. Sri can be found in Sridhana, which refers to the belongings or properties of a female brought at the time of a marriage. Contrary to normal usage, Sridhana refers to the female ova, since Dana means seed. Today, Sridhana has acquired the ugly name dowry, and many innocent lives are lost for not bringing enough dowry to the husband's home. For a married woman, the husband's house is called Pugunda Veedu, moving in house. Puranic texts have mentioned that Sridhana has to be brought into the Pugunda Veedu. The uterus is a Pugunda Veedu for the germ cell called ovum, since it is released from the ovary, own house, and moves into the uterus on fertilization. The fertilized ovum attaches itself to the wall of the uterus and grows into a full-sized baby. The word Sri has also been found in the story of Durvasa, which refers to the pubertal development. Mistakes would have occurred when Vedic scripts were passed down orally. Stri Sukta may relate to the well-being and healthy maintenance of female reproductive organs and their functions. Because of this, Lakshmi is considered the goddess of wealth, fortune, luck, beauty, fertility, and the mother of the universe. Kama refers to sexual desire, lust, or the simple urge to be procreative. Hence, he is depicted as the son of Lakshmi. Vishnu, liver and endocrine system, is married to Lakshmi because the endocrine system and its hormones play a big role in female anatomy, especially during pregnancy and in maintaining the fetus in utero. Lakshmi is the daughter of Bhrigu, one of the Saptashis created by Brahman, and Kyati or Yati. She left Swarga to reside in Kshira Sagara, ocean of milk, due to a curse by sage Durvasa. Swarga is a place where Varga, descendants, are being created and refers to the procreative organs. Does Kshira Sagara point to the area in the brain that controls sexual, procreative organs and their activities? The said area may be the pineal gland, which plays a role in puberty. The fusion of the female egg with the male sperm determines the sex of the offspring. The developmental process brings about lots of changes in a human anatomy, and this may be one of them. Sage Durvasa is very closely associated with Indra, who is considered a part of the male procreative system. Durvasa means bad smell or odor and is associated with puberty. Lakshmi appeared from the milky ocean when it was churned by the Devas and Asuras. demons, on the advice of Vishnu. Because of this, Lakshmi is also called the daughter of the sea, since the moon also appeared from the ocean during the churning. Moon, Chandra, is called her brother. The moon crescent, sight of moon, third to fifth day from new moon day, little brighter crescent, is worn by Shiva on his forehead. There is a famous poem in Tamil which says, Pitta Pirai Sudi. Pitta or Pitta refers to Shiva. Pirai means crescent moon, and Sudi means wearing or worn. It might also represent the pineal gland, which produces melatonin. This hormone affects the modulation of wake or sleep patterns. The production of melatonin is stimulated by darkness and inhibited by light. The pineal gland plays a major role in sexual development, metabolism, and seasonal breeding. The pineal gland is large in children but shrinks at puberty. When puberty arrives, melatonin production is reduced. Elsewhere in the book, I have mentioned that full moon or Shukla Paksha or brighter phase is related or refers to female ovulation. New moon represents menstruation or the beginning of the menstrual cycle. The crescent moon may also relate to puberty since it will emit little light, shrunken light compared to the bright full moon. The story, Churning of Milky Ocean, is all about the attainment of puberty when boys and girls come of age. Sage Durvasa's body order presence at the time gives credence to the story. The story also describes the physiology of orgasms in males and females. This is explained under the chapter Churning of Milky Ocean. Lakshmi is incorrectly linked by the current generation with money or materialistic benefits. She is also the goddess of prosperity, divine knowledge, and purity. As she is the goddess of prosperity, she is called Daridra Nashini, which means destroyer of poverty or creating purity, knowledgeable. Daridra means poverty and it also means flow because of the word Dara. She is also called Daridra Vamshini, meaning that she can create descendants of not so knowledgeable and impure generation. Hinduism considers the word Daridra Vamshini to mean one who opposes poverty, which is not correct. Vamsa means generation or family tree, and as such, she is the one who creates and maintains the family tree by giving birth to pure and knowledgeable children. In short, we can say that Lakshmi can create a pure and better generation, but at the same time, she can create an impure and worse generation. She can create both better progeny as well as a bad progeny. Goodness or badness depends upon the combination of genes at the time of fertilization. In the olden days, and even now, children are considered the true wealth of a family. Lakshmi is very closely associated with the lotus, Padma flower, and is called Padmavati. Lakshmi is always depicted as seated on a red lotus. Saraswati is always seated on a white lotus, the color of the human brain. Lotus or Padma is also known as Tamarai and is India's national flower. Its botanical names are Nelumbo nucifera, Nelumbium speciosum, wild, or Nymphia nelumbo. The attributes of this plant, lotus, have been fully discussed under the chapter Tamara, Daksha's daughter. Let us discuss here about the attributes of the red lotus with relevance to Lakshmi only. The place where Lakshmi is seated on the lotus is called seed head or seed pod. It is a flat surface with many cavities in it and it contains seeds. The surface resembles the spouts of a watering can. Some artists have depicted her as standing on the seed-headed pedestal also. But that may not be correct. The correct position is sitting, not standing. This is how deviations are created. The lotus flower is also known as Kamal. Incidentally, her son is named Kama, which means sexual pleasure. There is a plant called Kamaduti. stereospermum surveillance, which is also known as Patala, Madhudutti, and Madanakamapu. Not many of its medicinal properties are known, but it may be relevant to the ovaries. The lotus plant can be propagated from seeds or rhizomes. Do these rhizomes, stems of the lotus plant, remind us of stem cells which are taken from human tissues? The seeds of this plant may remain viable, capable of germination for several years if properly preserved. It is found that the lotus has greater ability to regulate the temperature of its flower. This temperature regulation helps insects which are useful for pollination. Considering Lakshmi's relationship with the female reproductive system, the seed head resembles the cross section of ovaries, where ova are stored and released one by one, month after month. These ova are preserved at the ovaries from puberty to menopause in a female's life. The qualities of lotus seeds, especially temperature control or relevance of temperature, can be seen in the ova and ovaries. Temperature maintenance is also greatly important for testicles to facilitate fertility level. This is discussed in the chapter Ganesha. Lakshmi's sitting position on a lotus flower can be compared to a chicken sitting on its egg for incubation. Incubation is a process by which temperature is controlled or regulated. It indirectly indicates that temperatures at the ovaries are controlled and regulated, and ovaries are also light sensitive. Normally, baskets of eggs for incubation are kept at darker, less bright places. Many studies have also pointed out that the conception and menstrual cycles of women on night shifts are heavily disturbed. Lakshmi's Vahana or vehicle is owl, a night bird which correlates to the light sensitivity of the female reproductive system. Since we are discussing lotus plants and flowers, it is pertinent to discuss pollination also. Almost all flowers engage in pollination, and it is an important step in the reproduction of seed plants. What is pollination? It is the release of pollen grains from one flower to facilitate it to encounter stigma, a female reproductive part of that or another flower, so that reproduction can take place. We are not going into much detail except for what is relevant. What we are concerned with here is the pollen grain called Makaranda, Makara plus Anda, or Makarandam in Tamil. Makara means crocodile, relating to Ganga, who in turn is related to the spinal cord and nervous system. Anda means egg, and Andam means universe. Incidentally, the crocodile lays eggs and hatches them. Similarly, Ganga, nerves of the spinal cord, plays a role in releasing the ovum from the ovary periodically. The pollen grain of a flower is a male gamete, whereas the human ovum is a female gamete. By naming pollen grain as Makaranda or Makarandam, Puranic texts attempted to show similarities in the process of spinal cord and its connected nerves in male and female anatomies with their respective releases of gametes. In the chapter Kartikeyan, we see that he has a male peacock as his vehicle and a rooster in his flag. The male peacock is a symbol of both ovum and sperms. Roosters are a symbol of fimbria in the ovaries. Padma Purana is about and is associated with Lakshmi. The placenta of a fetus can also be compared and related to the lotus. The vertical system of the lotus plant can be equated to the umbilical cord of the fetus. Lotus stems and roots bring nutrients to leaves and flowers the same way the fetus gets its nutrients from the placenta. The lotus flower and leaves float on water just like the fetus floats in amniotic fluid. Brahma is said to have been born out of the lotus, which came out of Vishnu's navel, called Nabi. The placenta develops and enlarges into a fetus as the lotus bud blossoms into a flower. Physically, Lakshmi is described as a fair lady with 4 arms seated on a lotus, dressed in fine garments and wearing many precious jewels. The 4 arms are ovaries and the fallopian tubes along with fimbria, which is on either side of the uterus. The ovaries, fallopian tubes, and fimbriae looks like jewels or ornaments around the uterus. Ovaries contain millions of follicles, and these follicles develop and release a single ovum every month for possible fertilization. Kubera, god of wealth, is the owner of all these follicles, known as gold or wealth, and he represents the ovaries. Hence, Lakshmi is always adorned with lots of jewelry, whereas Saraswati, brain and nervous system, is not depicted with any jewelry. Lakshmi's vehicle, the owl, Uluka in Sanskrit, is a bird that sleeps throughout the day and prowls at night. It stresses a connection to the pineal gland, which is sensitive to light. The bird is known for actively hunting prey only in darkness. Most owls are solitary. The ovum or female egg is also slow moving and solitary when it is released from the ovary. The ovum travels through the fallopian tube, which is known as forest, and the travel depends upon the muscle movements in the tube. Some species of owl are specialized in hunting fish. The sperms are at times called fish in the Puranas. Having understood the true nature of Lakshmi, it is natural to have the owl as a vehicle. It is believed that Lakshmi, known as gold or wealth, goes only to those houses which are clean and where people are hardworking. She does not visit places which are unclean, dirty, or where people are lazy. These statements hold good for Lakshmi being money as well as reproductive organ. If a female's organ is not clean, or if it is afflicted with diseases or is malfunctioning, reproduction is affected. Shank or conch is attached to Lakshmi, and it refers to the uterus. The shape of a conch resembles the uterus. Conches are meant to be blown when a female conceives. In certain parts of India, the conch is not blown during Diwali. Diwali is celebrated during Amavasya or New Moon Day, known as the first day of menstruation, which signifies that ovulation cannot take place on that day. Shank or Sangha also means meeting together or coming together or joining. Thus, the uterus is a place of meeting at the time of conception. Surprise happenings. Surprise means acharya. In the uterus or shank are known as Shankracharya. Shankracharya is said to be the origin of spirituality. Lakshmi is also known by 8 other names, which explains her role much better in a female human body. Adi Lakshmi. Adi or Adi means beginning or starting. Human life begins in the uterus through fertilization. Danya Lakshmi. Danya means granary. Ovary, egg bank is said to contain the granary of wealth or gold. Dhairya Lakshmi. Dhairya means courage. Courage is needed for the released egg that must travel alone from the ovary through the fallopian tube to reach the uterus. The uterus is highly protective and also courageous. By shedding its endometrial lining at the time of menstruation and safeguarding the fetus at the time of pregnancy by expanding its lining. Gaja Lakshmi. Gaja means elephant. The uterus walls are thick and elastic. The shape of the human uterus will look like the face of an elephant, and hence it is referred to as Gajamukha, elephant face, in certain Puranic stories. Refer to chapter Kartikeya. Santana Lakshmi. Santana means children or progeny. Hinduism is called Sanatana Dharma. Dharma refers to blood, and Sanatana Dharma must mean bloodline or generations. In Tamil, Sandadi means lineal descendant. Attention is invited to Vedic texts which mention that Brahman has birthed 4 Kumaras, and they are called Katursana. The 4 sons are Sanaka, Sanatana, Sanadana, and Sanat Kumara. Kumara refers to baby or child and directly relates to the germ cells which are capable of reproduction. They refer to the 4 haploid cells split through meiosis. Vijay Lakshmi. Vijaya means victory. The uterus succeeds in holding the fertilized egg within its wall and maintaining it through the full term. Vijaya is a Sanskrit name for the cannabis plant, which is used as medicine. Its botanical name is Cannabis indica. There are two varieties of cannabis, sativa and indica, strains of marijuana. Indica plants are short, bushy, can be grown indoors and mature early. Indica, good relaxant and effective for pain, nausea, muscle spasms, and tremors. Victory or Vijaya goes to the heads of many achievers and makes them behave strangely or arrogantly. Vidya Lakshmi. Vidya means knowledge and finds a place in another word, Vidyarambam, which is celebrated as Navaratri. It is also referred to as Vijayadashami, the 10th day of Navaratri. The 10th day from the new moon day, 4 days prior to the full moon day, is considered as the days near ovulation. Thus, preparation for the ovulation starts on this day and it is termed as Vidyarambam, which is connected to Vidya Lakshmi. Dana Lakshmi. Dana means monetary wealth. Dana means donation. More members are added to the family, which increases their capacity to earn. In relation to donation, Dana, it is also possible to donate ovum to another female. Is uterus transplant possible? In another context, baby or child is a donation or dana by the uterus, Lakshmi. Dana in Persian language means seeds, which is very closely related to procreation. Lakshmi is seen in two forms, Bhudevi and Sri Devi. Bhudevi is considered fertility and Sri Devi wealth, ova as gold, and knowledge. Ovary is wealth and knowledge. Fallopian tube with uterus is fertility. There are similarities between the female reproductive system and the structure of Hindu temples. The sanctum sanctorum of a temple will be situated deep in the campus, away from the entrance but aligning with the main entrance. The situation of the uterus in a human body is also similarly aligned. There are always time restrictions to opening and closing the sanctum sanctorum of a temple. It's the same with the female reproductive system. The sperm must swim along the vaginal passage, pass through the cervix and uterus to reach the fallopian tube for a possible meeting with the ovum. On fertilization, the ovum moves into the uterus and settles there. During conception, the cervix is closed by mucus and will open only at the time of delivery or expulsion. There are restrictions on people entering the sanctum sanctorum of a temple. It's the same with the reproductive system. All rituals and ceremonies that are conducted for the chief deity of a temple are supposed to be carried out for the fetus in the womb. A temple is called Kovil in Tamil. Kovil, ko plus vil, has a different meaning. Ko in Tamil means soon, korkapatta, and vil means bow. Thus, Kovil, ko plus vil means soon bow. Korkapatta vil. What is a soon bow? If female procreative organs such as vagina, uterus, fallopian tubes, fimbriae, and ovaries are sewn together, they will look like a bow. The priest or purohit performs purohidam, religious duties. Pu word is derived from the word purusha, meaning human being. Ro is derived from roham, meaning diseases. Idam means soothing or setting right. Thus, purohidam means the setting right of diseases of human beings. Thus, the person who performs purohidam is called purohit. They were the medicine men in ancient days. Nowadays, purohits only chant mantras believing that they will be effective cures. They do not understand that the mantras are to be practiced since they contain the text of medicinal cure. We have deviated a long way from the letter and spirit of Vedic texts. Ekadashi, Vaikunda, Ekadashi. Ekadashi is the 11th lunar day of both Shukla Paksha, bright fortnight, and Krishna Paksha, dark fortnight, of every lunar month. Thus, There will be 2 Ekadashis in a month and 24 Ekadashi in a year. Among these Ekadashis, Vaikunta Ekadashi is said to be the most auspicious. It is also called Mokshada Ekadashi, on which day it is believed that Vaikunta Dwaram, hole or the gate of the inner sanctum, Swargavasal, is opened. This occurs in the month of Margali or Margashirsha, December to January, Shukla Paksha, bright fortnight, and is celebrated mostly by Vaishnavites, worshippers of Vishnu. There is a general belief that worshipping on Vaikunta Ekadashi would count as if all the other 23 Ekadashi days have been worshipped. Devotees throng to Vishnu temples on this day for darshan and to get the benefit of reaching Swarga. It is said that Vishnu opened the door of his abode, Vaikuntham, for 2 demons, despite them being against him. According to Padma Purana, Ekadashi is the day in which the demon, Muran, was slayed by the energy of Vishnu, and that energy was named Ekadashi. A boon was also said to have been given to that energy that whosoever worships on Ekadashi day, they will reach Vaikuntham, Vishnu's abode. It is also believed that the conversation between Krishna and Arjuna at the beginning of the Kurukshetra war took place on the day of Ekadashi. What is so important about Ekadashi? The stories relating to Ekadashi are, in fact, all about the functions of the cervix. Cervix is the narrow portion passage or hole, dwaram, between the uterus and the vagina. This passage is unique to the female anatomy, where it opens and closes at designated times through the secretions of hormonal interactions. The human endocrine system and its hormonal secretions are personified as Vishnu in Puranic stories. Vishnu, being the preserver and savior of the female fraternity, always comes to their rescue. There exist innumerable stories of these rescues in the Puranas. The cervix is kept open throughout the menstrual period. Thereafter, the passage is blocked by mucus, which is thick and acidic. This mucus is the infertile type of mucus which prevents sperm from entering the uterus. Around the time of ovulation, fertile types of mucus are produced which have high water content and are less acidic. It's a fact that it causes vaginal secretions and guides sperms through the cervix into the uterus. The cervix is kept open twice a month to facilitate menstrual discharge during menstruation and for sperm entry during ovulation. Thus, there are 2 Ekadashis in a month. The 2 demons from whom the gates of Vaikuntham are kept open are none other than the ovum and the sperm. The 2 demons may represent the secretions that are happening at the time of menstruation and ovulation, since demons are known as asuras, non-secreting. According to Puranic stories, the ovary is considered a place of Rakshasas, where demons like Ramba were living. Since Vaikunta Ekadashi or Mokshada Ekadashi occur during Shukla Paksha, bright fortnight, they refer to ovulation time. The devotees who enter through the Swargavasal on the day and attain moksha are none other than the sperm. Swarga is the place where Varga, generations, are created, and this is none other than the uterus. During pregnancy, the cervix is blocked by a special kind of antibacterial mucus which prevents infection to the fetus. This mucus is somewhat like the infertile mucus which also prevents passage. This mucus blockage comes out or opens as the cervix dilates during labor for delivery. Estrogen plays a major role in the opening and closing of the cervix. Now, it is time for us to recall the slaying of the demon, Muran, by Ekadashi, the energy of Vishnu. Mura must have come from Latin root murus, or murum, or muralis, which means wall, or crown, or garland. Thus, Muran refers to the wall of the cervix and its natural softness or hardness during the menstruation and ovulation. Muran, Muradu, Murudan, Murandu, and Muranpadu are some closely related words in the Tamil language, meaning toughness roughness, coarseness, stiffness, contradiction, variance, etc. These qualities perfectly fit the function of the cervix. The cervix wall is coarse and stiff during periods of non-menstruation and non-ovulation. The same cervix wall is soft and pliable during menstruation and ovulation. Softness and flexibility enable passage through the cervix, whereas stiffness does not. Let us imagine a situation wherein the cervix is stiff and does not open up during menstruation. The result will be disastrous because the menstrual discharge will stay inside the body itself. If the cervix does not open up during ovulation, the result is also disastrous because the sperm cannot move into uterus for fertilization. Thus, the opening and closing of the cervix should follow the natural order and should not oppose that tradition. This is known as Muran. This tradition of cervix opening and closing can be utilized for contraception by voluntarily closing the passage during the period of ovulation. The cervix passage can be kept open voluntarily during the period of menstruation and ovulation in case the passage does not naturally open during that time. The Puranic story has validated this by giving the name of a medicinal plant. There is a plant called Mura or Murad, and its botanical name is Myrtus communis. It is also known as myrtle. In Greek mythology, the myrtle is sacred to the goddesses Aphrodite and Demeter. Aphrodite, also known as Venus in Latin, is the goddess of love and beauty. Myrtle, dove, sparrow, and swan are also sacred to the goddess Venus. Aphrodite is said to have arisen from Aphros, a kind of sea foam. The sea foam appeared from the sea in which Cronus, son of Uranus, had thrown the servant genitals from the castration of Uranus, his own father. Demeter, also known as Earth Mother, is the god of grain and fertility. Every year, April 1st is celebrated as Veneralia, the ancient Roman festival of Venus Verticoria, goddess of love and beauty. On this day, Roman women are said to have bathed in public, wearing wreaths of myrtle on their heads like crowns. The cervix, the round opening of the vaginal cavity, resembles a crown, wreath of myrtle, on the vaginal head. Venus is known as Shukra or Shukla and is related to feminine secretions. Normally, the word dasi is used to mean manual labor or bonded slave. Sometimes it is used to refer prostitutes bound to temples in some parts of India, Devadasi, which is misleading. Dasi, as found in the word Ekadashi, actually refers to the functions of certain human organs. Dasa means tissue or muscle, and dasi must mean muscle movement, which can be termed as manual labor since it requires muscle power to do the job. Eka must mean single, as found in Eka Danta, which refers to single trunk in the case of Ganesha. Thus, the cervix has only a single function, to open or close according to established anatomical convention. Thus, Ekadasi means single, one-way muscle function in human body. Accordingly, Duvadasi may mean two-way, Trayodasi may mean three-way, and Chatradasi may mean four-way function. Earlier in this chapter, it has been mentioned that the conversation between Krishna and Arjuna at the beginning of the Kurukshetra war took place on the day of Ekadashi only. What is its relevance here? Krishna relates to the functions of the human kidneys. Thus, the human urinary system is brought into the picture. Arjuna is the son of Indra, who is related to human procreative activities. Mahabharata is also an anthropomorphic story of ancient medicine. Thus, Arjuna may refer to male or female genital functions. In this present situation or story, Arjuna refers to the female genitals since the cervix is present only in female anatomy. Unlike male genitals, the female genital, called vulva, has two separate passages, urethra and vagina. Urethra is for urine discharge and vagina is for procreation. Since there exist two holes, It is known as dua, two, or duara or dwara, hole. Both the urethra and vagina, along with the clitoris, are covered by labia majora and labia minora, a kind of a lip. In female anatomy, the urethra and vagina are positioned in front of the cervix or uterus. Both the labia majora and labia minora are considered the two demons, Dwara Balakas, guarding the Vaikuntha, which is the uterus. What is the essence of a conversation? During any conversation, when the first one person speaks, the second other person must listen and should not interrupt in the middle. The second person can start talking once the first person stops. Therefore, the first person can start talking once the second person stops. This process continues till the conversation comes to an end. Interruptions in the middle of a conversation demean the purpose of a conversation. It is believed that the conversation that took place on Ekadasi between Krishna and Arjuna at the beginning of Kurukshetra war also adhered to this simple rule. In a male anatomy, there is only one single outlet for the discharge of urine and seminal fluid. Both urine and seminal fluid cannot be discharged together. Only one or the other should be discharged at a time. If urine is discharged simultaneously during intercourse, the constituents of the seminal fluid will be degraded. This will affect the possible pregnancy. Suppose seminal fluid is discharged while urinating, it will not only affect conception but general health also. Thus, the ducts carrying urine and seminal fluid in a male anatomy are two separate persons who meet at a place, junction, and must adhere to the rules of conversation. There exists a valve or lobe at the junction of the urethra and vesicle duct which regulates closure. It will allow outward flow only, and if there is any inward flow, it will close. If there is a contradiction at this place, then there exists Muran. Shiva. Shiva is one of the Trimurti called Hindu Trinity gods. He is called the destroyer, while the other two, Brahma and Vishnu, are creator and preserver respectively. Some considered Shiva both creator and destroyer. Shiva is worshipped in the form of a lingam, phallic symbol, or as a human head, with the third eye in the middle of his forehead. Yet another group worships him as a yogi in yogic posture sitting on tiger skin. And some worship the shape of a mountain as Shiva. I used to wonder about the relationship between the human head, his third eye, mountain, yogi, and lingam. Shiva is also called Ishvara or Ishwar. He is also called Parameswara or Paraman. Ishara is a Hittite word meaning treaty or binding promise. Ishara is personified as a goddess of oath and seen as a goddess of medicine. Ishar is also thought to mean blood. Blood is the key for all human relationships, family relationships, and connects the various organs inside a human body. Shiva is worshipped as a god without any form. Blood has no form since it is liquid. In Tamil, Shiva or Siva comes from the word Sivappu meaning red. Blood is also red, Siva in color. Siva, Siva Sambho Mahadeva, is the loud chant that can be heard at all Shaivite religious gatherings. The Sambho would have come from the word Samhara or Shambhav, incident. Maha means big and Deva means genes or cell contents. Mahadeva indicates the real importance of blood in the human body. Mahadeva is closely associated with Mahamedha, Polygonatum cerifolium, which is a medicinal plant useful for controlling glucose levels in blood. Let us start with Siva's symbol, the lingam. It represents the human penis or phallus, which is a visible, external male sexual and reproductive organ. Shiva is called creator because of his reproductive capacity and as an instrument of procreation. Shiva can also be called creator in relation to blood because blood cells are constantly produced or created in the human body in the bone marrow. Shiva's connection with bones is well known in Puranic circles since he is known for wearing garlands of human bones. Blood cells carry nutrients to all parts of the body to keep those parts healthy and alive, which may also be considered creation. Shiva is also called destroyer because human blood is the main cause for ill health and human death. It is a fact that the penis has no erectile bone. Instead, it mainly relies on engorgement of blood to achieve an erect state. A physiological mechanism allows a surge of blood to fill the three spongy erectile tissue chambers in the penis, causing it to lengthen and stiffen. Erection facilitates intercourse and other sexual activities. Pituitary and pineal glands in the thalamus also play a role in this. Sexual activities occur under the direction of hormones produced by pituitary gland. Shiva is the source of fertility. Shiva is also known as Pitten or Pittin, Pitta, which means lunatic or enragement. This is also called Mada, big flow. The pituitary gland is a personification of Shiva. These depict clearly the relationship of Shiva, Ishvara with the head, penis, phallic, blood, and mountain. Not all mountains in India are related. Only the Himalayas are considered Shiva's head. Himalaya is taken as an example of human head to explain many happenings inside the human head anthropomorphically. Why is the tiger skin associated with Shiva? Tigers are said to be strong swimmers who hunt their prey with agility. These are the qualities needed for procreation. The penis is elongated at the time of erection. So is the body of a tiger on a hunt. The spermatozoa should be a strong swimmer, agile, and should reach its target, female egg, for penetration as fast as possible inside the vaginal passage. Only one sperm is allowed to penetrate the walls of the ovum, even though many compete. 1 in a million succeeds. The tiger is also attached to Ayyappan, who is supposed to symbolize the third gender. If you look at the face of a tiger, with its thick nose and small mouth, it resembles the genitals, both male and female, of a third gender. Shiva and his wife Parvati are said to reside at Mount Kailash, which represents the thalamus of the brain. The pituitary gland produces follicle stimulating hormones and luteinizing hormones out of sexual stimulation. Mount Kailash is in the Himalayan range. Lake Manasarovar is at the foot of Mount Kailash. Himalaya is one of the sacred sites of the Hindus. The Himalayan range is considered the head of Shiva with long curly hair. Lake Manasarovar is nothing but brain fluid, cerebrofluid. In many stories, Ganga used to reside on Shiva's head, who can be equated to Lake Manasarovar and thereby cerebrofluid. The Ganges flows from the Himalayan range like Ganga flows from the brain as spinal fluid. Refer chapter Ganga. Shiva is depicted with the moon crescent on his head. Ganga, housed in his hair nest, a third eye in the middle of his forehead, a snake curling on his neck, and the color of his face is blue. Neelakandan. The crescent moon, Pirai in Tamil, refers to the pineal gland or the position of the pituitary and pineal glands in the thalamus of the brain. According to Dr. V.S. Ramachandran, in his book Phantoms in the Brain, there are a cluster of cells located near the front of the thalamus in the middle of the brain. If these cells are stimulated, intense pleasure is experienced, like 1,000 orgasms rolled into one. This intense pleasure is called Ananda Tandavam. Ananda Tandavam is projected as the celestial dance of Shiva. It is called the third eye of Shiva. Thus, the third eye symbolizes sexual stimulation. Understanding thalamus stimulation as Ananda Tandava has led to the birth of glorious dance form Bharatanatyam. Shiva was symbolized as the god of Bharatanatyam under the name Nataraj. In fact, Nataraj is not mentioned in Vedic texts at all. The name seems to have appeared in 10 AD during the golden era of the Cholas. Nata or Nada means walk and Raj means king. Some people who walked around ancient India gathered geographical knowledge about the country. That information has been incorporated into the designing of the iconic Nataraj statue. The chapter on Bharatanatyam in this book explains this. Ardhanarishvara, half man and half woman, is another name for Shiva. The tale behind this name is that Shiva was split into two halves of male and female immediately on birth. Human fertilization happens on the union of the male sperm with the female ovum. The sex of the offspring is determined immediately, and it may be male or female. But it takes time to develop clear visibility of the baby's sex. The sexual organs at an early stage of fetal development will be visible as male female combination since the developmental process is underway. This neither nor condition would have been expressed through the above story. It may also refer to the general sexual stimulation, spongy erectile tissue chambers, blood filled, belonging to both male and female, which originates from the thalamus of the brain. Some Puranic stories narrate that a child appeared from the forehead of Brahma, which split into two, one as male part and another as female part. This has been explained under the chapter Brahma. There is not much difference in the male and female sexual stimulation and activities at the brain level, even though there are differences in other sexual organs. It is also explained through the Ardhanarishwara story. Sexual stimulation and activities stem from the brain since it involves or activates blood flow and is the reason for the third eye of Shiva. The moon crescent on Shiva's head represents the functions of the pineal gland, which mostly stimulates the female organ. Ganga is the cerebrospinal fluid that connects the brain with other parts of the body. River Ganga is said to have been brought down to the earth by Bhagirathan, said to be the incarnation of Shiva. Snake is the representation of either spermatic cord or a spermatozoon. Parvati is the wife of Shiva. Ganesha, scrotum and testis, and Kartikeyan, spermatozoon, are the sons of Shiva Parvati. Shiva is always depicted with matted hair, which represents the structure of the brain or blood vessels in the human body. It is also equated to the mountain ranges of the Himalayas. In the human body, Shiva is considered the head. Looking at the map of ancient India, Shiva is depicted as the Himalayan mountains. Himalayan mountains, in other words, are considered the head of the human body. Vedic texts have treated the whole of ancient India as a human body, and the entire geographical regions of ancient India were shown as representations of almost all parts or organs of the human body. Names of geographical locations, nature, and activities go hand in hand with all parts or organs of the human body. Shiva's vehicle or Vahana is Nandi, the bull. Nandi refers to stimulation or arousal. Shiva's attendant is called Bhadra or Veerabhadra. He was sent by Shiva to destroy Daksha's Yagna. Pushpabhadra river is mentioned in the story of Ganesha, whose head has been blown off by the gaze of Shani. Vishnu on his vehicle, Garuda, rushed to this river in search of Ganesha's head, but brought back an elephant's head as a replacement. Thus, Bhadra may refer to tube-like organ, ducts, and blood vessels in the human body, which may be the inguinal canal through which the testicles descend. Rudra, Rutra or Rautra is another name for Shiva, and it was given to him by Brahma while Shiva was crying as a child. Shiva was asked by Brahma to be the creator, and he created an identical image of himself which is said to be immortal. Brahma was not satisfied with Shiva's creation and asked Shiva to stop being a creator and took on the role himself. Rudra may refer to gametes, ovum, female egg, or sperm. Shiva, being the procreative tool, can release homogeneous female egg and sperm. Take a close look at the Rudraksha bead. It is the replica of the female egg. The Purana states that 8 such names were given when the child was crying. Probably, a woman can give birth to approximately 8 children during a lifetime with proper intervals between them. It may also indicate the fertilized egg becoming a fetus at 8 weeks. Rudra or Raudra is one of the Natya Sriranga which expresses anger. Anger always results in the surge of blood. Rudra or Rutra must have come from the Latin word rugitus, which means roar. During sexual stimulation or orgasm, these incurs a surge of blood flow to certain parts of the human body in both men and women. According to Webster's dictionary, rut means an annually recurrent state of sexual excitement in male deer. As per Vedic texts, deer also refers to the ovum. Rut plus Ra may be the correct word for female ovum since it is a monthly recurring event in a female body. Releasing sperm is also a recurring event, though not periodically like the ovum. Daksha, father-in-law of Shiva and father of Parvati, regarded Shiva blood as a lunatic for wearing a garland of human skulls, applying the ash of corpses over his body, and wandering through the burial grounds at nights. Why is it so? We know red blood cells are continuously produced in the bone marrow to replace red blood cells which die in 120 days. The dead red blood cells are removed by the spleen out of circulation periodically. Daksha is correct about Shiva's relationship with bones and death. Parvati. Parvati is the wife of Shiva, and she is regarded as a representation of Shakti, meaning energy, power, and potency. Parvati's other names include Durga, Uma, Lalita, Gauri, Shivagami, Aparna, and many more. Parvata is one of the Sanskrit words for mountain. Parvati translates into she of the mountains and refers to Parvati being born as the daughter of Himavat, the lord of mountains. Parvati's parents are Himavat, personification of Himalayas, and the Apsara, Mena. Parvati is said to be the second wife of Shiva. Parvati is also known as Dakshayini, the first wife. Narada's skin are also referred to as Parvata, discussed in the chapter Narada. Vata means movement and is also the name of Vayu, who is the lord of wind. Thus, Parvati, Parvata, controls many functions of the human body compatible to Shiva and is therefore portrayed as his wife. As Shiva represents the masculine or manliness, Parvati represents the feminine with reference to the human body. Lymphatic system of the brain is the same for males and females. Hence, Parvati also resides at Kailash, thalamus, along with her husband. Shiva, every human's gender is determined from two chromosomes, one each from the mother's and father's sex cell. Hence, both Shiva and Parvati are always held together at all places in Puranic stories. Parvati was known as Dakshayini in her previous life. She was the daughter of Daksha, son of Brahma. Daksha performed rigorous tapasya to obtain a boon from Shiva. Pleased with his penance, Shiva granted him many boons, including a special boon that Parvati herself would be his daughter. Parvati was ordained to take a human birth and return later to Shiva at Mount Kailasa. Parvati came down to earth and was found as a baby near a tank full of lotuses. King Daksha saw this child near the lotus pond, took her home, and brought her up as his own daughter. She was known as Dakshayini. As time passed, she cultivated extreme devotion for Shiva and expressed a resolution to marry only Shiva. Daksha, the son of Brahma, is the personification of a female sex cell which contains only XX chromosomes. This chromosome can create a female child only when it merges with the X chromosome of a male. Thus, Daksha receives a boon to beget Parvati, X chromosome, as his daughter. Daksha picks up Parvati, named her Dakshayini, near a lotus pond, which refers to the ovary. Lotus is also known as Padmam, which refers to Lakshmi. Being a female, Parvati will always look forward to meeting and marrying Shiva, who is a symbol of manliness, let alone her husband from an earlier life. This brings in the relationship between the thalamus of the brain and the procreative organs in puberty. Meanwhile, Shiva, as a hunter in a forest, met Dakshayini in person and assured her that he would marry her. On hearing news of their courtship, her parents planned to celebrate the marriage in a grand and befitting manner. But Shiva, instead of undergoing the prescribed ceremonies, entered the wedding hall and carried away Dakshayini in the presence of Daksha and the other devas who had assembled there to grace the occasion. Shiva's action infuriated Daksha, and forgetting all that Shiva had done for him, Daksha began abusing Shiva, and thus discord developed between the two. The stories explain the culmination of a series of physiological and anatomical developments in the female body on attainment of puberty. Shiva, being the blood and pituitary gland of the human body, plays a big role in triggering these developments. And the process does not require anybody's permission, especially Daksha's. Hormones secreted at the pituitary and pineal glands accelerate the process of development. The Puranas build up stories of enmity between Daksha and Shiva in a dramatic way so that Daksha can never reconcile with Shiva. Daksha can never become a male sex cell to contain the XY chromosome, since Daksha was made to be a female sex cell to have the XX chromosome only. The story continues. According to Puranic stories, Daksha had 27 daughters, whom he gave in marriage to Chandra, moon god, who is one of the Navagrahas. These daughters are called nakshatras. Na plus Shatra, by part of their names, resembles Kshatriyas, a class of Varna. Kshatriyas are considered red blood cells. Is there any connection between each of 27 nakshatras and blood cells? Do these nakshatras represent the hormone secretions in the blood during each day of the menstrual cycle? If so, what are the qualities of each nakshatra hormone, since each day is represented by different nakshatras? There are 28 nakshatras, 27 plus 1 Abhijit, and intercalary nakshatra, and each one of them represents each day of the female menstrual cycle. Normally, the cycle is about 29.5 days. The balance 2.5 days, 29.5 to 27, is split between the day of menstruation and ovulation. Puranic stories refer to the day of menstruation as new moon day, Amavasya, and the day of ovulation as full moon day, Paurnami. Chandra, instead of loving all the 27 wives equally, developed an intense partiality towards one wife called Rohini. Rohini is one of the nakshatras. The other wives complained to their father Daksha about being neglected. Daksha, on hearing this complaint, cursed Chandra that he would be deprived of his kalas, referring to Chandra's brightness. Kala means time, and Shiva is also known as Mahakala. Shiva is also the personification of human blood. The deprivation of kalas, brightness, refers to the days of menstruation when blood is discharged. Daksha's 27 daughters represent the 27 days in the menstrual cycle. These 27 days come into existence only when a female child comes of age and attains puberty. Till then, only one wife, Rohini, will be loved by Chandra, who can be considered as a young female child. Thus, the remaining 26 wives will come into existence or be loved by their husband, Chandra, only when the female child attains puberty. Chandra, grieved and depressed over Daksha's curse, prayed to Shiva to be saved. Shiva, out of compassion, relieved him partially from the curse and saved him by wearing him on his forehead. Hence, he finds changes in the phases of the moon, gradual decrease of brightness during Krishna Paksha or the dark fortnight, and gradual increase during the Shukla Paksha or the bright fortnight. Shiva's actions further infuriated Daksha. Shiva, Pita or Pittan, being the pituitary gland, makes it possible and initiates puberty. The pineal gland is also responsible for female procreative activities. New moon day is known as the first day of menstrual cycle, and the fortnight prior to that is called Krishna Paksha, dark fortnight. Full moon day is known as the day of ovulation, and the fortnight prior to that is called Shukla Paksha, bright fortnight. These changes are the outcome of the hormonal secretions for which Shiva, the glands in the thalamus area of the human brain, are responsible. This is why Shiva wears Chandra, crescent moon, on his forehead. The thalamus resembles the shape of a crescent moon. It is obvious that hatred and enmity has been created wantonly to substantiate and give meaning to these concepts in the Puranic stories. Brahma, body cells or somatic cells, had planned for a yagna, metabolic activity, and as usual, geared up to offer the sacraments of the yagna to Shiva. Being the Lord, Shiva is the personification of human blood, of all yagnas. Invitations were sent to all devas, including Daksha. The whole host of devas assembled in the yagna hall. Shiva sent Nandi, his vehicle and personification of sexual stimulation, to attend the function as his representative. Daksha, who also attended the yagna, was so filled with envy and arrogance that he not only condemned Brahma for giving the sacrament to Shiva, but also went to the extent of blaspheming Shiva and treating his representative Nandi in the most contemptuous manner. Any metabolic activity in the human body takes place with the help of blood. It cannot neglect blood. The above story is a dramatized version of this. None of the Devas assembled had the courage to protest the behavior of Daksha, but Nandi, not able to digest the words of Daksha, cursed Daksha that he would suffer in various ways, die a violent death, and have a goat's head in his next birth. He was also angry with the other Devas for their cowardice in not confronting Daksha and cursed them to undergo torture and persecution at the hands of Asuras Surapadma, Simhamukha, and Taraka. They are identified in the chapter Durga and Kartikeyan. After cursing them all, Nandi left the hall in a rage. After the departure of Nandi, the great sage Dadichi Maharishi approached Daksha and advised him not to behave in that manner towards Shiva. But his advice fell on deaf ears. Thus, the yagna arranged by Brahma was interrupted and ended in confusion. Daksha decided to perform the yagna himself, for which he would neither invite Shiva nor to offer the sacrament to him. These are the preparatory scenes for a mega happening in a female human body. Medically, it is called menarche, meaning the first menstrual bleeding in females. It signals the onset of female puberty and the possibility of future fertility. It is time to recognize that a girl is moving into womanhood. Menarche should not be confused with regular ovulation and the capacity for conception. There may be several month interval between these two happenings depending upon individual physiology. Menarche is the first step to bring about physiological and anatomical changes in the female body. Pituitary hormones begin to stimulate the secretion of estrogen by the ovaries. Estrogen stimulates the growth of the uterus, height, breast, and widening of the pelvis. It stimulates the growth and vascularity of the endometrium, the lining of uterus. It is interesting to note that Parvati, the daughter of Apsara Mena, Apsaras are celestial dancers who represent body development. Menarche and Mena, is there a connection? As per Merriam-Webster's dictionary, men or meno is a Greek root meaning month or moon. Arche means beginning, and thus Mena or Menarche means month or moon beginning, which indicates the onset of menstruation. The subspecies name of goat, Daksha's headgear is goat's head, is Capra aegregres hircus. Uterus is related to Hiranyagarbha. Does this hair have any connection to both? A picture of goat's face or sheep mukha resembles the diagram of uterus. Even today, many people sacrifice goats at temple rituals thinking that it will benefit them. They do not understand the meaning of goat sacrifice. Nandi's curse took effect and Daksha acquired a goat's head. A full-fledged female's reproductive system comes into existence. When menarche sets in, it is the confirmation of a gradual estrogen-induced growth of the uterus, especially the endometrium. An outflow tract from the uterus to the vagina through the cervix is opened. Let us look at the picture of the goat, its nose and mouth. Puranic stories use the goat's face, Agni Mukha, to explain the outflow duct being formed. A small deep line tract from the nose, uterus, of the goat is formed, but does not touch the mouth, vagina. Puranic stories also have used Simha Mukha, lion face, to explain the female reproductive organs, ovaries, fallopian tubes, uterus, and vagina. Both goat head and lion face, nose line will touch the mouth in lion's face, resemble the female reproductive organs. Nandi also cursed that the Devas would face torture at the hands of Asuras, Surapadma, Simhamukha, and Taraka. The term Devas is loosely translated from the Puranic stories to mean gods. In fact, it refers only to the sperm, DNA, and gene bases. There exist 330 million Devas compared to 310 million gene bases under modern medicine. The curse of Nandi is all about the treatment to be meted out to sperm cells when they enter the vaginal passage and travel through the uterus and fallopian tubes during intercourse. Sperms are aliens in the vaginal terrain, and a favorable atmosphere must be created for them to move in. Otherwise, all the sperms will die or be flushed out. This may also mean the union or yoga of gene bases of haploid cells on fertilization. Padma means lotus, and it is used to represent ovaries and follicles in Puranic stories. Sura or Asura does not mean demons, but means hormonal or fluid secretions at those parts and other concerned areas. Sura comes from the word Surabhi, meaning secretion. Asura means non secreting. A plus Sura, where A is used for negation. A fight within Asura means making the secreting gland secrete. Taraka is the placenta that comes into existence on pregnancy. Daksha made elaborate arrangements for a grand yagna to compensate for the failed one at Kandal, in Haridwar, on the banks of the Ganga. All devas, gods, genes were invited. Shiva alone was left uninvited. Dakshayani heard the news about her father's grand yagna. Dakshayani, tempted by natural desire to attend the great function, went to Kandal, where the yagna was in process against her husband Shiva's wishes. Kandal, burning sensation, refers to the areas of female reproductive organs. Kandal, glory lily, gloriosa superba, Kalihari, is normally known to be a warm sexual stimulation of feeling. Varuna is known as Kandalon. Agave americana or agave vivipara or agave cantala or agave veracruz or agave vihiti or agave cisalana pero is known as Kantala plant. The plant is useful in the treatment of syphilis and gonorrhea. The place Kandal or Kandal in Haridwar, which is on the banks of the Ganga, resembles or sounds alike the forest Kandava of the Kuru dynasty, mentioned in Mahabharata. It was the habitat of Naga king Takshaka and his clan. Arjuna and Krishna cleared the forest to build Indraprasada in its place. This has been discussed in detail in the chapters Balaram and Daksha's daughters, which takes us to the ovaries through the cranial nerves of the parasympathetic system. Thus, Haridwar refers to the urinary tract since Krishna is the personification of the kidneys. River Ganga refers to the spinal cord, bottom half where the cranial nerve is connected. At Yagnasala, no one welcomed Dakshayani, and she was openly insulted by her father. As we all know, Daksha never liked Shiva. Daksha shouted at Dakshayani in front of all others, saying that Shiva begs for food, lives in a graveyard, covers his body with ash, and has no possessions, not even good clothes to cover himself. Dakshayani, unable to bear the humiliation, immolated herself in front of all the people who had gathered there. This is called sati, and Hindu religion, at a later stage, required a widowed wife to voluntarily jump into the funeral pyre of her dead husband. Please note that in this situation, Dakshayani did not self-immolate after Shiva died. Yet, this practice of sati was followed blindly by the Hindu followers. At times, widows were compelled to torch themselves against their wishes. Even now, certain sections of Hindu society glorify the practice of sati. This is a black mark on Indian society and on the whole human race. Shiva is known and called Rudra or Rutra. Some believe that Rudra is teardrop and some call it eye of Shiva. But it relates to cry. Brahma gave the name Rudra when the child cried. It is feminine. As I mentioned elsewhere in the book, Rudra means ovum, female egg. Dakshayani and Rudra are inseparable by nature since both are feminine. There are two ovaries in the female anatomy, and it looks like the eyes of a person can be Shiva also. The ovum expelled from any one of the eyes, ovary, may mean the tears of that eye, ovary. The ovum is expelled through the hormonal stimulation, which is the result of the pituitary gland equated to Shiva, the creator. The Rudraksha seed is very hard and can last for years and even generations. Rudraksha seeds can also be equated to lotus seeds in longevity. Rudraksha seeds, Heliocorpus sphericus, Geratin, or Heliocorpus ganitris, are said to have medicinal properties and are useful for lowering blood pressure and stress reduction. Hibiscus rosa sinensis is known as Rudra Pushpa or Japa. The Rudraksha Mala is also known as Japa Mala, where many understand that Japa or Jabam means ritual worship or chanting. All religious bead malas are termed Japa malas. Hibiscus is useful for many ailments in the genito-urinary tract. The ovum in the ovary is always in a single queue waiting to mature and be expelled every month, resembling a Japa mala. Aristolochia indica is known as Rud Rajata, Ahiganda, Sunanda, Arkamula, and Ishwari. Parvati is incidentally also known as Ishwari. Considering the name of the plant, it may be useful for ailments relating to the female anatomy, but its present medical use is limited to serving as an antidote for snake bites and insect bites. Ahi in Ahiganda means snake. Images of a female egg and Rudraksha display similarities. Both are balls with rugged exteriors. Many believe that the Puranic stories paint a picture that Rudra is masculine, and Rudra, Shiva, and Dakshini are married. Menarche is the attainment of puberty resulting in menstruum or flow. The flow consists of fresh and clotted blood with endometrial tissue, not yet the degenerated female egg and the uterus lining, as happens during normal menstruation. Normal menstruation will regularly start a while after puberty. Only when the normal menstrual cycle is established and fertilization is a possibility will a male sperm be invited. Shiva or masculine is not invited in a menarche situation since it has not reached the level of a man-woman meeting. The menstruum upon menarche is understood as the self-immolation of Dakshayini. Sati in Sanskrit is Syati, means to bind or to oblige. Menarche creates a bond between the ovaries and the uterus, but menarche does not allow a bond between male sperm and female egg. Since there is no union of male and female at the time of yagna, sati, bonding is considered dead, depicted through self-immolation. In short, the entire story of Daksha's yagna, the non-invitation of Shiva, and the death of Dakshayani, Sati, tries to convey what happens during menarche in a female body. This story does not talk about normal menstruation that is discussed under the story of Mahishasuravadham, death of Mahishasura. The dramatization of Daksha's yagna took a sad turn, and the self-immolation was misunderstood as a glorified act of sati. Dakshayani is said to have self-immolated because of the humiliation meted out to her husband Shiva. This is a misconception that validated the practice of sati that took many young and innocent lives in the past 5,000 years. Meanwhile, news of Dakshini's ill treatment reached Shiva, who summoned his attendant Veerabhadra and ordered him to destroy the yagna and all its participants. Veerabhadra destroyed everything. Bhadra means canal or duct in the human body. Vir or Veera means courage and in turn leads to blood fight in a war. There is no war without blood. Hormonal signals would have triggered and resulted in blood flow or menstruum at puberty. Finally, Shiva himself appeared on the scene and brought Dakshini back to life. On her request, Shiva brought all the dead participants back to life. On the advice of Brahma, Daksha went to Varanasi to do tapas for the graves of Shiva. Shiva appeared before Daksha and made him one of the leaders of his Bhuta. Bhu, birth, plus Ta, flow. Ganas. Ganesha is another leader of the Bhuta Ganas. Bhuta Ganas refers to human germ cells which are instrumental for birth. Bhu. After a bitter war, every dead person was brought back to life. The body returns to normal with some major physiological changes, which is called puberty. Bhuttaganas are the warriors of Shiva and in turn represent the reproductive organs. These reproductive organs work under instructions from the brain where Kailash, Shiva Parvati's residence is located, and they control the happenings of the world, human body. Parvati is also known as Uma. Uma is the Sanskrit name for linseed or flax plant. The botanical name is Linum usitatissimum. It was extensively cultivated in ancient Egypt and is now cultivated in India. Ancient Egypt was contemporary to the Indus Valley culture, the predecessor of the Vedic period. Flax seeds contains omega-3 fatty acids and lignans which are good for the heart. Omega-3 fatty acids reduce the risk of coronary heart disease, stimulate blood circulation, lower blood pressure, and reduce the risk of primary and secondary heart attacks. Lignans also benefits the heart and possesses anti-cancer properties, especially for breast cancer and prostate cancer. It also reduces or stabilizes blood sugar levels and reduces the impact of diabetes. Most of its benefits are in relation to blood, which is personified as Shiva, the husband of Uma. Does Shiva's lingam have anything to do with lignan of flax seeds? Lingam refers to an erect penis, and the erection is sustained through the flow of blood. There are many medicinal plants named after Nandi, the attendant of Shiva. One of them is known as Nandi, Ipumia tupatham. It is also known as Kalaparni, Trividh, and Kalameshi, where Kala means Shiva, who is human blood. Tri means three, and it refers to trijunction, which is the uterus. Tri plus Vrith may mean the well-being of the uterus. This plant is widely used in Ayurveda and Siddha. Another plant is known as Nandyavarta, Valeriana vlichi. It is also known as Tagra. This plant is also used for treating menstrual cramps. Yet another plant is known as Nandi Vriksha, Taberni montana coronaria. This plant is also known as Tagra, Tagar, and Nandiyavattambu. Mostly this plant is medically used for the eyes. Incidentally, the ovum is referred to and known as Rudraksha or eyes. The ovaries, residents of Kubera, are the residences of Rakshasas, demons. One more plant is known as Nandireka, Ficus benjamina. This plant is also known as Kamruk, Nandruk, and Putrajivi. Kamruk is Kamarupa, referring to Cupid. Putrajivi refers to baby and life, basically to the uterus. One other plant is known as Kubereka, Cadria tuna. This plant is also known as tuna or tuna. Nandi Vriksha and Nandi Briksha. Kubera is the god of wealth, Ova, and his residence is in the ovaries. Its flowers are used in the treatment of menstrual disorders. Flower, Puvum, forehead mark, Pottum, turmeric, Manjal, and forehead paste, Kunkumam, Poo, flower, Pottu, mark on forehead, Manjal, turmeric, and Kunkum, red powder made from turmeric, are important items indispensable in the daily life of a Hindu. Hindu tradition and culture have taught them to use it in many ways to derive benefits, but most use them mainly out of religious sentiment. Poo simply means any flower for many. It refers to jasmine. Most married Hindu women prefer to wear jasmine in their braids. Pottu is a mark made on the forehead using sandalwood or turmeric paste or kumkum, red powder made of turmeric or saffron, and ash, white refined ash from burnt cow dung. Manjal or turmeric, Curcuma longa, is best known for its medicinal properties, is antiseptic, antibacterial, and widely used in Ayurvedic medicine. This item is an integral part of Hindu households. Modern medicine has identified the uses or properties of curcumin only in the later part of the 20th century, whereas Ayurveda has identified it before Hindu culture and Vedic culture. Kumkum is a powder made from turmeric. Turmeric is yellow in color, mixed with slaked lime, calcium hydroxide, which gives it the red color. Any Hindu religious ceremony, however small, is incomplete without these items. Such is their importance. Hinduism prohibits a widow from using povum pottum, flower, and forehead mark. This practice is ridiculous because Hindus have not understood the tradition properly. A widow is a woman who has lost her husband. Kanavanai ilandavar in Tamil. Kanavan means husband and ilandavar means one who lost. It is widely known in Tamil. Kanavanai ilandavarukku போவும் பொட்டும் இல்லை. It is the rule all over India among Hindus. Kanavan, husband, can be identified as Ganavan, esteemed person. Ganavan can be modified as Ganavana, Gana plus Vana. Puranic stories identify Ganesha and Daksha as Ganapati, lord of Ganas, germ cells. Precisely, Ganesha is the lord of male Ganas, male germ cell, and Daksha is the lord of female Ganas, female germ cell. Testis is equated to Ganesha, lord of male Ganas. He is ultimately responsible for the production of sperm, which are important for procreation. Ovaries are equated to Daksha, lord of female Ganas. Daksha is ultimately responsible for the production of ova, which are important for procreation. Thus, Ganavana, Gana, sex cell, plus Vana, forest or place, refers to the place where sex cells are produced. Ganavana, Gana plus Vana, place of sperm production, will not be lost for a male under normal conditions, and he can produce sperm till the end of his life. Only its motility is a concern. It is not a lifelong issue for a female. Normally, a female passes through menopause, a condition where the periodic release of the ovum stops. Thus, a menstrual cycle comes to an end. In other words, a female is said to have lost her Ganavana, Gana plus Vana, the capacity to produce mature germ cells, Ganavana, Ganavana, Kanavana, or husband. It is this situation that is known as Kanavanai ilandavar. A female can lose her husband but may not have yet attained the stage of menopause. Such a woman cannot be called a widow, according to Vedic texts. Let us understand the process of menstrual cycle. The cycle is governed by the interplay of hormones between certain parts of the brain on one side and the ovaries on the other. Certain parts of the brain, hypothalamus, stimulate the pituitary gland to release gonadotropic hormones which reach the ovaries through the bloodstream. The ovaries respond by producing steroid hormones, which circulate in the blood and act on the pituitary gland to inhibit its hormone production. This process is repeated each month in the female anatomy and is called a cycle. The pituitary gland is known as the third eye of Shiva, sex stimulant, which is designated to be on the forehead of a human. This is the place that every Hindu marks with sandalwood, turmeric paste, or kumkum, known as pottu. The ovum is referred to as a jasmine bud and is known as poo or flower. Puranic stories have mentioned the menstrual cycle in a very simple term, ovum pottum. Thus, a female who has reached the stage of menopause, Kanavanai ilandavar, person who has lost Gana plus Vana, does not need povum pottum. Yes, the cycle does not happen, or the interplay of hormones is not necessary. Puranic stories never mention anywhere that a female who lost her husband, literally, should not mark her forehead with kumkum or otherwise, and not adorn her hair with flowers. When a female achieves menopause, then, even if her husband is alive, she is considered to have lost her Kanavan, husband, Gana plus Vana. Among the marriage rituals, there is a ritual called Kanniga Danam. What does this mean? Here, the parents of the bride guarantee the virginity of their daughter to the bridegroom and his parents and gives the bridegroom permission to enter into family life. Today, this is interpreted in a different way. That is, the woman is given to them as gift or alms by the bride's family. For this reason, they are treated as slaves and suppressed. The rights of the woman and her parents are being taken away. Corner, Mulai. To try junction, uterus, or street, Muchandi. மூளையிலிருந்து முச்சந்திக்கு, தெருவிற்கு, or மூளையிலிருந்து முச்சந்திக்கு, மூன்று சந்திப்புக்கு. Corner to dry junction or road, மூளை to முச்சண்டி, is a Tamil saying which can be heard frequently in day-to-day life. It is meant to focus on things which have come to public knowledge, which otherwise would have been swept under the carpet. The original saying must have been Mulai or Muchendi, brain to trijunction or uterus, which has been changed over time to mean Mulai to Muchendi, corner to trijunction or road. The original saying indicates the nexus between the brain and the uterus in female anatomy. The saying very simply and clearly quotes the functions of the menstrual cycle and the relationship of the brain, pituitary gland, with the uterus. Whatever happens at the uterus becomes a public knowledge, known to the concerned female or her associates, be it menstruation or pregnancy. The happenings at the uterus are in fact activated by the brain and endocrine system, but this is not known or visible to anyone except to the medium called uterus, the trijunction. Ganga. The word Ganga reminds us of two things. First, the river Ganges, and second, the lady who lives in a nest of matted hair on Shiva's head. In Hinduism, the river Ganges or Ganga is considered sacred. Many Hindus believe that bathing in the river on certain auspicious occasions causes the remission of sins and facilitates the attainment of salvation. Some people believe that this effect can also be obtained from bathing in the Ganga at any time, at the convenience of believers. There are several legends that give various versions of the birth of Ganga. According to one version, the sacred water in Brahma's Kamandal, water vessel carried by sages, became personified as Ganga. How did the water get into the Kamandal? The Vaishnavites' legend says Brahma had reverently washed the feet of Vishnu and collected this water in his Kamandal. This is the feat that is referred to in the story of Mahabali when Vishnu takes his second step on Brahmaloka. According to another version, Ganga is the daughter of Himavan, king of mountains, and his wife Mena. Thus, Ganga is the sister of Parvati, sharing the same parentage. Shiva is said to have secretly married Ganga, sister of Parvati, and hidden her in his matted hair. This has brought in an unprecedented new practice. In India, even today there exists the practice of marrying the wife's sister as a second wife, even though it is not legally approved. Hindu scriptures project that Ganga and Shiva have set an example of polygamy. In fact, this is a misinterpretation of the scriptures, which do not talk about polygamy but the relationship between two different organs in the human body. In some Puranic stories, Parvati has expressed a reservation about Ganga being the wife of Shiva, referred to the chapter Gautami Ganga. Every version of the story declares categorically that she was raised in heavens under the guidance of Brahma. While many stories project Ganga as the wife or concubine of Shiva, Ganga is married to Lavana on earth. Earth refers to the human spinal cord. Lavanyam in Tamil means grace or beauty. Lavani in Tamil is an ancient stage performance which depicts the conversation between two persons. Lavangam in Tamil means ease or facility. The spinal cord brings in beauty by keeping the human body straight, and it facilitates easy movement. When a person is humpbacked, he is not said to be beautiful. The spinal cord is the medium of conversation between the brain and other parts of the body. Spinal fluid provides nutrients to all parts of the human body to keep it healthier and thereby beautiful. Thus, Lavana, La plus Vana, may mean forest of nutrients. Cerebrofluid in the brain is not directly connected to other parts of body, but the transformed cerebrospinal fluid through the spinal cord is connected to every part of the body. The Himalayan mountain range is believed to be Shiva's residence and is equated to his head in many stories. Many rivers originate from these ranges, and the Ganges is one among them. The range also has many lakes on it. Mana Sarovar Lake is important for Hindus. All stories of Ganga are interrelated to these geographical facts. Shiva's head, or the Himalaya mountain, is personified as the human head. Ganga is the cerebrospinal fluid, which fills both the brain cavity and the spinal cord. Human heads are known as Kamandalam. The brain is suspended in the cerebrospinal fluid and it floats. Brahma is the personification of the brain and nervous system. Cerebrospinal fluid is produced in the brain by ependymal cells. It is produced at the rate of 500 milliliter per day, but the brain can only contain 135 to 150 milliliter. The excess liquid drains into the blood. The relationship of cerebrospinal fluid production and its drainage into blood is considered the relationship of Shiva and Ganga, which is mistakenly projected as an instance of polygamy. This cerebrospinal fluid production and draining activities are compared to the Kamandal, water vessel, carried by sages for their daily prayer, from which they sprinkle water during prayers. The daily routine chorus of a human being is known as daily prayers of sages. Thus, all stories of Ganga relate her to Brahma, Shiva, and Parvati, who are residents of the human head. The hypothalamus is known as Kailash, residence of Shiva and Parvati. There is a very interesting story about Ganga's descent to earth. Being a fluid in the central canal of the spinal cord, a king named Sagara magically acquired 60,000 sons, considered cells and tissues. A horse, which was meant to be used in rituals for the well being of Sagara's kingdom, was stolen by a jealous Indra. Indra is the king of Swargaloka. Human procreative organs are known as Svarga. Sagara's son went to earth, lower abdominal portion of the body, in search of the horse. They found the horse in the underworld next to a meditating sage Kapila, pelvis area of the human body. Believing that the sage had stolen the horse, they insulted him and disturbed his penance. The sage opened his eyes for the first time in several years and looked at the sons of Sagara. In one glance, all 60,000 sons were burnt to death. All of them were reduced to ash. The sons may be the grey or white matter of the spinal cord or various tissues of the human body which are connected to the brain through the spinal cord. The spinal cord stretches from the brain to the pelvic area of the lower body where Indra lives. Sage Kapila. Some say that Vishnu himself was born as Kapila, was the son of Kardama and Devahudi, daughter of Manu and Shataruba. Kapila was supposed to teach Samkhya Tattva to all men. Samkhya means signaling, as is done by hormones. Kapila, Kamba or Indian Kamala, is a medicinal plant, and its botanical name is Mallotus philippinensis, which must be useful for this specific portion of the spinal cord or groin region. This plant is also known as Vasara, where Vasa is a name for Indra. There is another related plant called Kapila Sinsapa, which is botanically known as Dalbergia sisu. There is yet another related plant called Kala Sinsapa or Krishna Sinsapa, which is botanically known as Dalbergia emerginata. Kala refers to Shiva, Yama, and blood. Krishna refers to the kidneys. Sagara means ocean, which is much bigger than a sea and contains everything that can be named in the marine world. Saga in Tamil means immortal, and in Puranic texts, Ra always means come or originate. Thus, Sagara means origin of immortals. The immortals in a human body are the germ cells. Sa also refers to Sanka, which is known as the uterus. Gara means poison, and this word can be found in Garagriham, which refers to high security prisons of ancient kingdoms, otherwise known as death cells. The grey and white matter of the spinal cord is well protected within the spinal vertebra, which resembles the high security prison of ancient kingdoms. The souls of Sagara's dead sons wandered as ghosts since their final rites had not been performed. Bhagirath, one of the descendants of Sagara, learnt of this tragic incident and vowed to bring Ganga down to earth so that Ganga's water would cleanse their souls and release them to heaven. Normally, heaven means Svarga, domain of Indra, known to be procreative organs. Here, it may mean the connection between the human brain and the lower pelvic portion, areas of procreative organs of the human body. Bhagirath can be split into Bhaga plus Radha, where Bhaga means part or portion or division, etc. And Radha means chariot or flow, Tara. Chariots will be able to run only on a reasonably laid path or road. Thus, Bhagirath refers to a portion of passage in the human body which is the central canal of the spinal cord containing the cerebrospinal fluid. Bhagirath prayed to Brahma, brain as well as body cell, so that Ganga can come down to earth. Brahma agreed, and he ordered Ganga to go down to earth and then to the underworld, pelvis, so that the souls of Bhagiratha's ancestors would be free to go to heaven, communicating with the brain. Ganga felt that this request or order by Brahma was insulting to her, and she decided to sweep the whole earth away as she fell from the heavens, head or brain. 500 milliliter of cerebrospinal fluid is produced daily by brain cells. The requirement is about 150 milliliter to leaving an excess of 350 milliliter, which will cause damage if not drained away. Having understood Ganga's intention and alarmed by the devastation it could cause, Bhagiratha prayed to Shiva to safeguard Ganga's descent, to canalize the excess flow of cerebrospinal fluid to earth. Ganga arrogantly fell on Shiva's head, but as promised by Bhagiratha, Shiva calmly trapped her in his hair and let her out in small streams onto the earth. Every day, cerebrospinal fluid is produced in the brain. The requirement at the brain and spinal cord is less than the production, and the excess drains into the blood. Shiva. One of the biggest concerns of every blood donor is recouping the blood taken away from their body. Most of them are told that the quantum of blood will increase naturally in the body, but still, donors do not know about these natural processes. The natural process of increasing the quantum of blood in the body is through draining excessive cerebrospinal fluid into the bloodstream. The cerebrospinal fluid is filled in the middle portion of the spinal vertebrae. The touch of Shiva further sanctified Ganga. As Ganga traveled to the underworld, she created a different stream to remain on earth to help purify the unfortunate souls there. Spinal nerves run from the spinal cord to various parts of the body. Spinal nerves have two roots, a dorsal root and ventral root. The dorsal root carries sensations such as touch, pain, cold, or heat to the spinal cord, and they travel to the brain. The ventral root carries messages from the brain to the muscles and direct movement. Because of Bhagiratha's efforts, Ganga descended on earth, and hence the river Ganga is also known as Bhagirathi, canalized travel, and the term Bhagirat Prayadana is used to describe one's valiant efforts or difficult achievements. The spinal cord is not only the backbone, backside of the body, but it is the backing bone, supporting bone of the entire body, a valiant effort. It is good to know about nature here. We all have seen snow falling on high mountain ridges during winter. This snow melts during summer and flows down as streams. Many streams join to form a great river. Let's say the mountain here is the Himalayas. We know that the Himalayas are worshipped as the head of Shiva. Then the Ganges, the snowfall, falls on the head of Shiva's Bhagiratha, melts into streams, becomes a river, and reaches the plains. Ganga is also known as Jahnavi, and there is a story for this. The story is about the canalizing of cerebrospinal fluid into the spinal vertebrae. Janu is an Urdu word which means love or darling, while Januaria means queen of beautiful waters. While Ganga was coming down to earth, the rushing water created turbulence and disturbed sage Jano. The angry sage drank all the water of Ganga. Cerebrospinal fluid fills the central portion of spinal vertebrae. All the gods prayed to sage Jano to release the water for their benefit. Sage Jano released the water through his both ears. Rig Veda 3.58.6 says, "Your ancient home, your auspicious friendship, O heroes, your wealth is on the banks of the Jahnavi. Jan Avi Am." The cerebrospinal fluid is canalized from the head through the spinal canal or pipe to the pelvic area. Nerves to various parts of the body run from the spinal canal. These nerves part on both sides of the spinal cord, and this is referred to as released through both ears of the sage. It is believed that the river will finally run dry at the end of Kali Yuga, era of darkness, the current era. Kali Yuga refers to the terminal or final stage of every human being, where blood sugar is uncontrollable, diseases progress, etc. This stage has been explained under the chapter Yugas and elsewhere under the story of King Parikshit. According to Hindu scripture, goddess Ganga is the foster mother of Kartikeya, Murugan, who is the son of Shiva and Parvati. Ganga, as cerebrospinal fluid, is the medium of communication between the sexual organs of the human body and the brain. Kartikeyan is the personification of sperm, nurtured with the help of Ganga, spinal cord, and cerebrospinal fluid. Anything and everything happening in the body is through a two-way communication between the brain and respective human organs. This has been interpreted as traveling between heaven and earth. The Ganges is mentioned under Nadi Sudhi, Rig Veda 10.75, which enumerates that the river flows from east to west. Ganga is also mentioned in Rig Veda 6.45.31. Nadi in Tamil means pulse, and this can be felt on blood vessels and nerves. Stuti means nature or status, but it has been wrongly understood to mean praising a person or worship. The head of the human body is considered north and the legs south. The spinal cord is in the middle of the body. The right and left side of the spinal cord must be the east and west sides of the body. The spinal nerves emerge from both sides of the spinal canal. Anterior, posterior, and lateral are some of the medical terms used for the location of organs in the human body. Around 70 million Hindus from all over the world participate in the Kumbh Mela festival in Prayag, Allahabad, said to be the largest religious gathering on earth. All the human body system relate to the spinal cord, or in other words, every part of the nervous system is connected to the spinal cord. All functions of every organ in the human body are mostly done through the spinal nerves. These concepts have been converted into celebrations in later years. This has been interpreted differently by Hindus who celebrate at the river Ganga by assembling there at designated time. Most sinners in Puranic stories are expected to go to the banks of the river Ganga and immerse themselves to get cleansed from sin. Pava Vimokshana, numbness or no feeling, is the result of the malfunctioning or non-functioning of certain nerves connected to the spinal cord. This means that the nerves of a particular part or organs of the human body which are connected to the spinal cord are to be set right to function properly. Sins of that part of the organ will be cured by the Ganga. Ganga's vehicle is Makara, a hybrid creature having the body of a crocodile and the tail of a fish. Let us have a look at the structure of a human spinal cord. It looks like the body of a crocodile, and the end of a spinal cord looks like the tail of a fish. The vertebral column or spine is made up of 33 spinal bones. Out of these, 9 vertebrae or bones, 5 sacral, plus 4 coccygeal vertebrae are fused together to give the look of fishtail. The remaining 24 vertebrae are divided into 3 separate regions called cervical 7, thoracic 12, and lumbar 5. Magarayal is an ancient musical instrument which has acquired a new name as Saraswati Veena, which has 24 metal frets to make melodies. Saraswati, wife of Brahma, is also related to the central nervous system of the human body. Thus, the musical instrument was born out of human anatomy either as a mnemonic or as an invention. We must relook at the swaras for detailed information on each organ. While looking into the Ganges River, we see dolphins playing around. They are the most intelligent of animals. Dolphins are inseparable from the Ganga, and we can learn a lot from them. Dolphins bend into a bow shape when they jump or leap out of the water and dive back into it. The bow shape resembles the shape of the human fetus inside the womb. Dolphins mate, belly to belly, as humans do, also have a womb, and give birth as humans do. Dolphins have the ability of echolocation through ultrasonic sounds, and their teeth are used as antennae to receive incoming sounds. This makes it easier for them to locate an object. The human spinal cord also works in the same way, locating or receiving messages from all parts of the body, transmitting them to the brain. getting feedback from the brain and transmitting back to the respective parts of the body. The nerves from the human spinal cord are used precisely for this purpose. Ganga has been let out by the sage Janu through his ears, located on both sides of his head. This represents the nerves of the spinal cord. All human systems, organs, tissues are controlled by the nervous system. The nervous system extends all over the body through the spinal cord or structure. In Indian art, Ganga is visualized as voluptuous and beautiful, carrying an overflowing pot in her hand. The vessel conveys the idea of abundant life and fertility, which nourishes and sustains the universe, human body, which is true. Without the spine and spinal fluid, the human body is equivalent to dead. Dolphins are socially loving and live in pods. Many pods join to make a superpod. Loyalty to individual pods is not rigid, and usually they interchange groups. Dolphins try to teach their children skills. Dolphins are known for acts of aggression, and disputes arise between companions and partners. Dolphins have belly to belly copulation. All these qualities are applicable to human beings also. Various people of different nationalities who have gathered at the Indus Valley Civilization region, presently in Pakistan, of ancient India, would have merged socially or through marriage in various permutations and combinations. The final resultant group of personalities would have been termed Aryans, who basically have roots in ancient India. Ganga and human anatomical ganglion, or ganglia, have similarities and would have emerged from the same root. Ganglia in human anatomy are tissue masses. There are two major groups of ganglia in the human body. They are dorsal root ganglia and autonomic ganglia. Dorsal root ganglia contain cell bodies, neurons, and axons of sensory nerves. Dorsal root ganglia are also called spinal ganglia. Axons in the dorsal root convey somatosensory information into the brain and spinal cord. The neurons have two axons. One conveys sensory information from the body to the soma of the neuron, and another conveys sensory information from the soma to the junction in the dorsal horn of the spinal cord. The dorsal root ganglia lie along the vertebral column by the spine. The dorsal root ganglia develop from neural crest cells in the embryonic stage itself. This information takes us to the story of Dhruva. Refer chapter Dhruva, son of Uttanapada and an ancestor of Bhagirath, who brought the Ganga down to sanctify his dead ancestors, the descendants of Sagara. Ganglion is a Greek medical word meaning knot. Gang is another word which refers to a combination of similar implements or devices arranged for convenience to act together. There are 33 vertebrae arranged in an orderly fashion to form a spinal cord to act as a conduit in human body. The word Ganga would have come from these roots. Each spinal ganglion or spinal vertebrae is considered a sacred place in the Puranic texts, since it is believed that sins are pardoned if one visits the sacred place. The dorsal and ventral nerves, which are connected to each vertebra, in fact, control certain parts of the human body. The river Ganges originates from the glaciers of the Himalayas as Ganga. Cerebrospinal fluid originates from the head, Kamandalam, of a human body and is sacred for majority of Indians. Cerebrospinal fluid is also sacred for the human body, especially Hindus. Despite this, many Indians systematically pollute the river. Many are aware that there are no proper drinking water facilities and there exists a shortage of drinking water in many Indian territories. Yet, they watch the Ganges get polluted and allow it to drain into the sea without its waters being used properly. More than 400 million people living along the river are constantly affected, and innumerable devotees from other parts of the country are occasionally affected, since they take dips in the river when they visit it. All these happenings are in the name of the sacredness of Ganga, which drives away the sacredness. According to Puranic stories, all sins will be washed away and forgiven. Pava Vimokshana, if one takes a dip in the river Ganga. The Ganges is filled with chemical waste and sewage and has become black and septic. Bodies of dead animals are thrown into it. Human corpses are burnt on the banks and dumped into the river in the belief that the dead will go to heaven and their sins will be forgiven. An unforgiving act, because millions risk their lives by bathing and drinking the water of the river Ganges. Bacteriophages are one of the reasons for the self-purification of the water. River Ganges survives because of this process. Yet, this does not give anybody the right to pollute the river. People used to worship Pancha Boothas during ancient times. Water is one among the Pancha Boothas. Today, they started worshipping Ganga and forgot the Pancha Boothas. In the beginning, man worshipped nature, water, earth, air, fire, and wind, which are called Pancha Boothas. All these are essential for life. They kept them very clean. To worship means to keep oneself very clean. A program called Ganga Action Plan was launched to reduce pollution, and millions of rupees were spent on it with no results. The only tangible result out of this program was that the politicians and the people involved have been relieved from poverty. Yes, majority of the monies has gone into their personal pockets. They are well off and ordinary devotees are left high and dry.